and then when they do, but they move in a cycle. So where there are sometimes when these things they do match up. So there's
Right.
like different, yeah, there's different things moving in different, there's things moving in different directions, but in the cycle of things, in their cycle, they match up and they create these things, these phenomenon that we see in the sky.
Right. And you know, I don't believe that, you know, it's the sun and the moon or whatever, because I don't think that's reality. But I mean, that's just my opinion or whatever. But it, it, I mean, I think there's phenomena that's happening up in the sky that we will never be able to explain.
It's when they started talking about lenses in the sky, and it just made me think that, you know, depending, I guess, the direction of the lens, because lenses, you know, help you see further, you know, like a telescope or whatever. And so it just made me think that there's something beyond um, that that area that requires a lens. So whether it's to magnify for us to see or magnify for them to see, that was just kind of, it just made me think about my I know I'm gonna sound really silly right now, but my sea monkeys. I got the little sea monkey kit, and you pour the little plankton seeds or whatever into the little aquarium. But the little aquarium had all these lenses around it, and that magnified the plankton. I think that's what sea monkeys pretty much are, plankton. If any, I don't know if anyone remembers these things. There's like a little thing you can get. I got it as a
Yep,
gift one
I know
Christmas.
what they
Yeah,
are. Yep.
yeah. But the little aquarium had all these kind of lenses around it. So when the sea monkey or when the plankton swam or moved in front of the lens, you can see it. You can see it better. That just made me think. I know, I sound silly, but that's kind of made me think that there was something out beyond the lenses that are looking in.
Well,
Well,
the
also with
only the
eclipses,
only reason I think that that something is created during like a solar eclipse is because I filmed the 2017 one, and when I went back to watch it, and I filmed it on an old camera that you could hook up to your TV and watch it on the TV. Um, I watched it, and you know how your camera will put things at the bottom of the screen, um, like the shadow things or whatever of whatever's going on. And I was watching that, and there was a pink, um, a cooler circle and a blue circle. Like there was a pink circle and a blue circle that actually came together. And then something, a yellow circle was created out of them. The pink and the blue separated, and the yellow went its own way. And I was like, what the hell am I watching here? Because that didn't show up anywhere in reality, right? Never saw it at all. So it's like how, you know, I can't explain it. So that made me wonder if something actually is being created when the eclipses happen.
Linda, I think you melted the other guy's brain.
I may have. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I don't know, different colors like that, pink and blue. Sometimes that's like just like, yeah, chromatic aberration of some kind. Hard to say,
Well,
really.
no, I mean, that's what I thought. But then when the yellow one came out of it, it was like, oh, this isn't explained because you see what I mean? I mean, I could accept the pink and blue was reflections, right? But then when the yellow came out of it and the pink and blue still existed, then that's when I questioned it.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, what am I seeing?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know.
So
Lots
it
of
was,
artifacts do happen.
yep, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Get busy. Okay.
Well, I was going to mention with eclipses, like the polarization of light, I think is a very interesting component to think about in terms of how light can be polarized and the way that magnetic fields could connect with that process. Because like Linda, like you were saying, the lunar nodes and like the lunar nodes are known celestial points. There's two of them. They're 180 degrees from each other, and they make so they're always 180 degrees from each other, and they're in a position in the sky, in relation to the fixed stars and so on. And they move in a 19-year retrograde cycle, so they're always in retrograde, and it takes 19 years for them to make one complete cycle. And it's when a new moon or a full moon aligns with that nodal axis, when an eclipse occurs. And partial one will be because it's partially aligning with those nodes. A total eclipse is when it aligns, more precisely with those nodes. So whatever those nodal points are, I mean, they have their explanation in the heliocentric model as to what they are, but they're points in the sky, and eclipses seem to occur when either a new moon or a full moon for a solar or lunar eclipse, occurs on those nodes is when the eclipse happens. So, and like you were saying, a lot of the ancient cultures talked about, like in the ancient Vedics, they talk about Rahu and Ketu, which are the north node and the south node. Usually that axis is referred to as like north and south nodes. And so, yeah, so if they're like magnetic nodal points, and there is some kind of alchemical connection between, light and vibration and those components, the frequency, and then when those all line up at those nodal points is when that kind of magic happens, and we see the effects. And whether they're black bodies or invisible bodies or magnetic points is a pretty deep question, but it's pretty interesting in my mind to think about how it's more about light polarization due to the magnetic field of those nodal points, rather than physical balls lining up.
Right. But I mean, even if everything in the sky is celestial, right? And sentient, why would we think that they could not procreate just like we do?
Yeah. Like, you mean like when a new moon happens, it's like there's like a birthing process of like a new moon being created?
Yep. Yep.
Just like our cells
I thought about
regenerate?
all this stuff. Yep.
You have to think that back in the day with Rahu and Ketu, these observations that they had hundreds and thousands of years ago without any type of technology. You have to think, how did they even come up with this, right? It's like they knew about it. They didn't have telescopes, right?
Yeah, but I think they were just basing it on their own lives of how nature works, right? It procreates. So why wouldn't the sky? I mean, that's an honest question, right? So,
It's kind of like the heliocentric ball believers dismiss everything that the ancients say, but without the technology that
we have today, they were able to observe the heavens and describe in detail stuff that's only been found out lately. So that they're just dismissing it without giving it any credence whatsoever, when in fact it is the truth.
Yeah, but I don't know if it is the truth. I just think it's somebody's explanation of what they thought was happening. I think we all try to do that, right? I mean, even today, I'm still wondering. I'm not believing the ancients are right. I'm just trying to figure it out for myself. Like, are they right? Does it match up with what I actually see?
Because what we do find today is deception from every angle. You know, when we look at NASA photos, NASA footage, all of the rockets that land upside down on their ass, flying backwards, all of this deception, I can't find any deception coming from the knowledge and wisdom of the ancients whatsoever. There's no evidence for
No,
any
it's
type of
true,
deception. Yeah.
right? It's true. I mean, not saying it is true. I'm saying I can't find any fault with it. That's what I meant.
It's so like all these heliocentric ball spinning believers, you know, they're believing in a deception when in fact if they just look at the heart of the matter is that where are they being deceived from, the present day or from the past? You know, which one is to be more believable?
Yeah, but the present and the past are both deceptions because can you remember if everything about your childhood correctly? So that's a deception. And if you're imagining the future, that's also a deception. And
And then also to say, so the ancients didn't have the technology that we have today, and we have all this like, and then technology is replacing our own senses. Uh,
well, yeah, definitely, 100%. They don't
yeah,
want us to use our senses. They want us to tell us they're faulty, which I mean, some of them are, like our memory, right? I mean, I have four sisters, and all five of us will talk at times about certain things that happened back in the day, and we all disagree about it. It's like, how the hell do we all disagree that this one
yeah.
thing that we were all involved with didn't happen the way one person thought it did? But that's the
Yeah, no,
truth of it,
I know. It's
right?
like my younger brother. Yeah, my younger brother. He'd be like, he's like, no, that was me. It's like, no, that was me. I did that. Ask mom.
Right. I
It's
mean,
just
we've
your
had these
memory.
arguments. Yeah, and it's crazy. It's like, oh my gosh, I feel like it was my memory. It was you know what I mean? It was me, but they felt like it was their memory too, and it's like, okay, we're just going to argue till eternity because nobody's
But
right,
but
apparently.
the fact remains that it happened. It doesn't. I guess it
Yes,
doesn't matter whose
the
memory it is.
incident happened. We all agree on
Yeah,
how the
yeah.
incident happened, but who was involved and who did the thing and all the other stuff, that's all in question. So it's amazing how memory works. And this is gets on the topic of Mandela. So,
Yeah, don't
you
go
know,
don't go
I,
there again.
yeah,
I think that whole. I think I
it's
was in.
explained to me through my sisters, so I'm okay with
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I was in the 24/7 flat Earth chat the other day when they're just going back and forth, back Discord is or Mandela, like.
I think it's easily explained by memory, but
Yeah.
that's just me.
Well, it's like the way I brought this up. I think I brought this up before. It's like deja vu is like your brain or your memory confusing a long term memory or for a short term memory. It's just the somehow like you think it's a long-term memory because you think it happened before, but this is just it was just a short-term thing. It was like something that just happened within that moment that you feel the
Well,
deja vu or whatever.
when I took psychology in college or whatever, our professor said that his explanation, and he said he went outside the box or whatever, but he said your brain slows down. Like your brain at that moment is slowing down. Your eyes are picking up what you're seeing, but your brain is slowing down so much that it can't comprehend what you're seeing. And then it speeds up again to its regular form. And then
So like
you think you
catches
saw
back
what
up.
you, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's just like a glitch.
yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I mean, it did kind of explain it to me at the point, but then it's like, do we have ancestral memories that relate to our life now? I've always wondered about that too. Like, because I've always felt really close to nature. And I mean, until I knew that my grandmother was half Indian, I had no idea. Half Native American, whatever. Um, I had no idea, and I never even thought about it. Like, I was told that as probably 10 years old or whatever. Never even knew what an Indian was, right? I never really studied them, anything like that or whatever. Just never worried about it. But now that I think about it, it's like, is there something to that? Even though I wasn't raised that way, I wasn't raised to be fully involved in nature.
In
I
that
was allowed
culture.
to be, yeah, yeah, I wasn't raised in that culture at all.
Yeah, and I also think I bring up like the flat Earth back, you know, or like the cosmology and the stars and things like this. A lot of the native cultures, you know, they like this is what I remember from watching like Ancient Aliens and all that stuff. I used to be like, oh, Ancient Aliens, not going to miss an episode, but I far removed from that now. But in those shows they used to always talk about how the ancients, they felt that they came from this star or this, you know, and they gained knowledge from celestial beings that came, and like, you know, I when I hear that kind of stuff, it's like, you know, but is there some kind of delusion within like the native communities that where that's what they were told, so that's what they currently believe now? And if
It,
that's the
it
case,
could be.
would flat Earth really like, you know, would that really disrupt like that belief system? Like I say, like say you say like the Hawaiians um in mainland culture, native cultures. So I'll have some kind of origin story about like coming from like a star group or the Pleiades or this and that.
Well, that's probably where astrology started, is back in that day. Because I mean, we are born under a star sign, right? Which gives, well, supposedly gives us our characteristics and things like that. And we're we're born at different times of the day, even though some of us are born on the same day. And if we're born at the same time, we may have the same characteristics as somebody else in the world. And I've always wondered about how doppelgangers exist, right? I mean, how do they exist? I've been accused of being one at one point, and I I was flabbergasted because I kind of thought nobody is ever going to think I'm somebody else, right? Never even entered my mind. And when I was in college, these 4 kids came up to me and they're talking to me and all this stuff like, what have you been up to? We haven't seen you forever. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. What are you talking about? And they're telling me my life story, but it's not mine.
Hmm.
And I'm like, I'm not who you think I am. I even pulled out my ID and everything. And I'm like, I'm not who you think I am. And they're like, this is crazy because you look just like her and you talk like her and all this other stuff. And I'm like, this is unreal. I don't even know what to do with it. Never happened since.
Right, because you never met people that knew the other person. Yeah,
Right.
that was the
I mean,
first and
that
last
was
at them. Yeah, so it's not
first
like
and last time probably. Yeah. It was crazy though. I mean, I was like, how is this occurring that somebody thinks I'm somebody else and thinks I had this whole other life or whatever? And it was crazy because they were from out of state. I mean, they weren't even in my state. So they came to this college from out of state and they're talking to me like I was this other person. And I'm like, this is crazy. I even showed them pictures of my family and they're like, oh my God, this is unreal. I mean, we were all freaking out because it was just like a crazy moment of time.
did you ever think that you might have been adopted and that was your twin somehow got separated at birth?
Not at that point, but I did think I was adopted when I was little because I didn't fit in my family. I was the black sheep. I was raised religious and I never wanted one iota to do with it because I didn't believe it. I thought it was all bullshit crap. So, yeah. And it's
Twin.
funny because me and my sisters now, after all the time that I was the black sheep of the family and telling them what how we're being fooled and all the other shit that I've told him, I told my oldest sister probably 2 weeks ago. I was like, now you know why I'm the black sheep of the family. And I said, I'm really not black. And my oldest sister's like, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, you probably were the light of the family.
I might have been the light, but I was also the dark because yeah, I, I was disagreed with. I was, I had to fight for my right to be me, if that makes sense. I'm sure we all have at times. So, but now they accept me for who I am. So they just let me go off on all my bullshit and they still accept me and we all get along. So it's all good.
I got I got I got confused by a facial recognition in a system, I believe, when uh when I got the speeding ticket, or I got the red light camera ticket, that my brother was the one who was driving, and he's about 2 years younger than I am, and he went through a red light camera, and they sent the ticket to me, and I went in to fight. I was like, dude, I told the judge, I was like, is this typical? Does this happen? And he was like, I'm a twin, so I know how it could be, how you can be confused for somebody else. And he just dropped the ticket. But I thought that was really strange that, you know, I think they had facial recognition technology that they were using, and somehow
They would
it
have had to, right? Sorry, they would
what
have
was that?
had to, right? They would
Right.
have had to have. I mean, that's the only other way they could have done it. Unless
Like
you own the
was,
car that he was driving.
he was the registered driver, and I'm the one who got the ticket in the mail.
I live in a small town, so I don't have to deal with that, which is great.
Yeah,
We don't have none of that stuff.
I remember my grandfather saying, because they had one, they didn't have any lights in the on the roads where he lived, and he's like, as soon as they put in as soon as they put in traffic lights, we're moving. He never moved, but like I think that's a great thing. Like this, every intersection, like where I live here, every intersection's got cameras. I mean, but there's like these accidents that happen with pedestrians and things like that. So I mean, maybe it could prove accident or malicious behavior. I don't know, but they're there. The cameras are there.
Yep, we don't have any of that stuff. People will, I mean, you see a wreck, and sometimes you see people pointing fingers at each other as you're driving by. So you know it's a debate.
Yeah. So back to the native culture and stuff. I'm I'm part Blackfoot. Um, I'm too. My I wasn't born in the right year to actually get recognized or benefits from the tribe. But I do feel like I just that's one of the things that I love to do is just like go out there and get out there and out in the nature. Living in the
Well,
city,
Manly, have you ever listened to Manly P. Hall?
no.
You should. He has a lecture on Native Americans or whatever. Um, he's like an honorary 33rd degree Mason or whatever. And he basically said that they went out and studied the Native Americans as far as how their tribes were structured, and like the chief or whatever, to become a chief, you pretty much had to have aspects in childhood that you would be considered to be trained in that field or whatever. And
Like
then
in
whenever
Chief.
you grew up, yep, yep, like logic and all the things that a chief would require, and then you would be trained on that when you got old enough or whatever.
Yeah,
And
that
then
sounds.
even
Yeah,
then, yeah, but even then, whenever the chief died and they had to pick a new chief, others were being trained too, and the tribe would get to vote on who would be chief, but it was all based on skills and the level of logic that it took to be a chief,
yeah,
and so on down the line for even the medicine woman or man or whatever it was. And he said that basically they built the structure of the governments based on that, except it's just upside down
No,
because
I
nobody
have
has
heard
to have
that.
skills.
Yeah, I
Yep.
have heard that. That's why it's commander in chief, the president. I think that, and the voting, and like that's the where like the idea of democracy comes from. And I don't know, like they try to put that idea on the Greeks or whatever, like Democrates or whatever. I don't even, that shit's too way back for me to even consider. Um, but I do think there is some in the in the tribal structure of how things operate. Where it's but you're dealing with a lot less people in a say in a tribe or in an
Oh
area.
yeah, absolutely. And if they built that structure on that system and it's upside down, then that's what we have today because they've just magnified it, expanded it into the whole like American tribe, right? We're an American tribe because we follow the system. We have to in certain aspects or whatever
Yeah,
because they
I think
bring down the laws. Yep.
I think they found it easier to put like the checks and balances, but they put the checks on the people in the control um, for I don't know. It's like
Yeah,
the
I
control.
don't think this yeah, I don't think the hierarchy of the structure has any checks and balances. I think we do. Like we're the lower end of the tribe. We don't have a skills yet. You see what I mean? Because we haven't decided to train to be one of them.
Or we haven't been. I mean, but yeah, but so they have they got the juice, or you know,
No, I'm saying they
yeah.
don't have to have skills that way. They don't have to have skills that way. They have to have skills to manipulate people and say it with a straight face and do all the stuff they do.
It's
You
a
see what I
different skill
mean?
set.
It's
Yeah, I
a
see what you mean.
different skills.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a
Yep.
different skill set. Yeah, because a logical thinking person is going to come in. They're gonna they're gonna turn that. They're gonna turn it upside down. They're gonna turn it right side up. I should say right side up because it's upside down right now.
Right, but they won't
Yeah,
allow that to be
they
elected,
won't.
right?
No,
Yeah,
exactly right.
that's not
Yeah,
happening.
no, you're right.
What's up, everybody?
How's it?
It's going good.
Hey, sorry, I had to mute myself earlier. My wife called. I think I missed the conversation, but that's all right. Pick them up again.
Yeah, dude, you didn't miss anything. It's been dead for like 10 minutes. But if you got something you want to talk about, man, I'm all ears.
I think there was a conversation I couldn't jump in earlier about. I mean, I it kind of was like does the devil exist and does God exist and this and that conversation earlier. That was yeah, maybe about an hour ago.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I wasn't here for that. But
I was just looking around like what am I doing? What am I living for? Am I creating life or am I abusing life? And I think I would have to say if I can attribute something to the devil, I think the devil would be abusing life. And if I were to contribute something to the creator, I would have to say he would be creating life. Just simple, pretty simple, yeah.
yeah, dude, I'd try to keep it as simple as possible. It's just like, if you wouldn't do it to a baby, don't do it to yourself and don't do it to others. You know, if you wouldn't do it around children, you act like an idiot, basically. Try to bring a safe, high trust environment wherever you go.
Yeah, I don't know. It just made me because I got these five chickens in my backyard. They're feral chickens, and I don't know. I throw them rice every once in a while, and some of a couple of them might even be end up being roosters, but yeah, they can stay if they want. But I think in that aspect, like life, like, and then I can get into it further, like the value of life, and like for myself, I catch and release my rats. A lot of people tell me to drown them, you know, or shoot them. Get your BB gun and shoot them, but I don't. I catch and release them, take them somewhere else. That that's not my job, to be honest. I feel like it's not my job to do that. You know, like every once in a while, I catch a roach, cockroach. I take them out of my house. I drop them in the chicken pen because I have my own chickens, but I also have some feral chickens around here. But I drop them in my chicken pen, and if the if the roach can make it out, then you know, good for the roach. But my chickens appreciate it. Maybe ever think about that way with the creator, like he has control over certain situations, and then if you can make it out, if you can get, or if you're doing good, then you're gonna make it. If not, I mean, it's up to your own skills.
Yo, somebody sent me something absolutely hilarious, and I reposted it. If you want to laugh, dude, I'm gonna put this in the chat for you. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
It's an Instagram link.
Yeah, that's me. That's my channel. If you're interested, I post a lot of like spaces, fake memes, and stuff like that. Do energy weapons, chemtrails. Talk a little bit about COVID. I mean, if you like it, you'll see.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you
I'm
on
not.
Instagram?
No, I am not.
Oh, okay.
But
That's cool.
I mean, yeah, it's shoot the because I think I heard you talking about this the other day too with the or you had something so maybe somebody mentioned what they had seen, what you some content you created about the California fires and this and that. Um, how do you feel about the town of this of Paradise?
Yeah, I posted a video about that.
Okay. Did you include Trump? Did you include Trump's visit?
No, I just posted. See, here's the thing. I try to condense the information down as small as possible. I try to keep it like under 30 seconds. I think that video that I did is literally like 30 seconds probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's
no,
just
because
it shows I don't know how long is it. It doesn't tell me. Does it tell me? Oh yeah. Oh, it's actually 22 seconds long. Here, I'll send that to you if you're interested.
Sure. Hit me up. I think I can accept things. I don't know
Yeah,
what my
I just sent it to you.
guys because I mean I was staying in Paradise for a while because I was working up Feather River doing some construction at PG&E Pacific Gas and Electric station, hydroelectric station up there. And the closest place we can stay without staying in a lodge and freezing our tushes off was in Paradise. And I like I drove through there like every day, like from Midtown all the way out to the country. And you know, I just like for me, like I didn't see that come. I didn't think they had a situation that would result in like you know as many deaths and as much destruction as happened that happened there.
Yeah, and the media is like silent about it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, everything on
And
the
then,
media is totally fake. It's so sad.
well, this when Trump went there and tried to apologize, and he was like, "This is such a sad thing." He called the town pleasure. I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I haven't.
He's oh, and then somebody said somebody behind him was like paradise, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, paradise. He called the town pleasure. Like that was to me that was deliberate, as if it were a pleasure to of that what happened. You know, I mean, I'm not a fan of the government. I'm not a fan of any president. And but I mean, when Trump can act like aloof, he can be aloof sometimes. But what he does is deliberate. And some presidents are just aloof or a goof. But I think what Trump does is deliberate. And so if he calls a town that just burnt down pleasure, I think that was deliberate.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the government either. I'm pretty non-participatory. I'm not a fan of any president. But I think, honestly, you're better off never hearing what they say and just like living your life than spending any amount of time trying to figure out whether or not they're lying. Because, I mean, obviously, we know they're fucking lying about everything. So,
100%.
yeah, I used to have a lot of stuff to say about Trump. I used to be a massive fan, dude. Big old Trump guy. And I woke up. Just another spell, dude. Like, it's funny too. Like, I believed that NASA was lying to us about going to the moon. I believed, I didn't believe in any of that space stuff back then. But I believed that fucking voting on a piece of paper was going to change the way that the powers that be fucking run things. It was so stupid. So, you learn, you live and you learn. It's not a total loss. Lesson learned.
Yeah. Out of all of my eligible years to vote, I've never voted. Maybe I'm part of the problem.
Nah,
It
dude,
makes me feel so sad. I'm gonna try to check out the content you sent me.
Yeah, dude, you'll get a laugh for sure. I'm watching it right now because it's hilarious.
So did you get a message from Discord asking you to like change your handle or change your name or?
No, why?
Okay, because I don't know. I got one that was like you can have or you can show up as different you have different name and different channels, but your profile will always show the same name. Like my profile is strange days, but if I wanted to, I could say I go in a different room, I can like switch it up.
Yeah, Discord is like changing their naming system. So yeah, they're requiring everybody set a different name. Like instead of like your name with the numbers, the four numbers after it, they're changing it to
Oh, I see.
yeah. So if you go to like your user settings, it's gonna have a little exclamation point or whatever. So I don't know when they want you to do it by, but I guess yeah, like you have to change it. But the thing is, you can't use like any symbols or emojis. It seems like it's very just like letters and numbers, and then that would be like your main username, and then you can still change your name in different servers, I guess, or your display name. But so yeah, they're changing it up for whatever reason.
Dude, I watched this video on transhumanism last night, and I couldn't tell exactly if it was fake. I think like the first half is fake, and the second half is real. The first half is just like to normalize it though, but it was I'm just gonna post some like screenshots of this fucking goofball who he says he got an antenna implanted in his head, and he looks absolutely hilarious. Oops, that's not it. There it is. I don't know if you guys think that's real. Maybe maybe let me know. But that looks super fake to me.
What's that supposed to be?
An antenna that's implanted into his skull. He was born colorblind, so now he like tastes color or something, or he hears color, and it's just honestly, I'll post the original video. You can watch it if you want, but this guy looks like fake. This whole thing looks fake. And then the second half of the video is like, but transhumanism isn't all that weird. So and so has been putting RFID chips in people for years now. And then like the second half of the video is like normalizing the use of RFID chips. It's just really fake and weird looking.
Yeah, for sure. I saw that dude in some meme or whatever. I did see that guy's face. Somebody made a meme of. So that's the only way I play. You know, that's the only place I've seen it. Somebody memed it, but yeah, it's pretty strange.
I'm trying to put together some old clips of Joe Rogan, like before he got on Spotify, where he was super like, "Yo, we did not go to the moon," because people love Joe Rogan, and they listen to him. So I figured getting Joe Rogan just saying clips of "We didn't go to the moon" would be great.
Oh, dude, he was repping hard for the
He
moon landing.
was.
But back in the day, dude, that was like when I first got into researching the moon landing, there wasn't really that many people talking about it. You know, maybe it was on like Coast to Coast AM here and there or something, but there wasn't really that much like content, you know, of like actual people just talking about it and in that way. Like there was, you know, stuff on the internet. Anyways, but yeah, Joe Rogan, like I remember listening to some of those back in the day. Like it was almost like a, you know, more like live and kind of unscripted and just rapping out about it. And dude, he was fucking, I mean, he sounded like he was, you know, that energy of like when someone like has like truth and they're speaking it, there's like a strength in their voice. He's like, you know what I mean? Like just dispelling the bullshit, pointing it out, like not ever cucking to it, you know, like just never cucking to the lie. But like he was doing that from what I remember, like pretty strongly. Like he was actually holding his ground. And then look how things have changed.
Well, I think they gave him a deal. I think they were like, "We're coming out with this app in a couple years called Spotify, and we'll put you on it, and you'll be huge. You can talk about conspiracies for the rest of your life, but you can never touch the moon landing ever again. In fact, we want you to go back on it," which I believe is what he did. Dude, I got this video of like NASA employees being like, "I'm a trans woman and I am NASA," and like, "I'm a gay Mexican, I am NASA," and they're just all like staring into the camera with, you know, the SSRI stare, acting all crazy. And I just posted it. It's got a couple hundred views, and people are just in the comments like, "Space is fake and gay." That's just like almost every single comment. Dude, where else besides TikTok do flat or do Space's fake videos get millions of hits? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Because my friend today said to me, he's like, "Are there any other accounts that are getting as many hits as like you on Instagram about space?" And I was like looking into it and I couldn't find any. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Well, I just hope that I continue to get guidance and inspiration from, you know, the source of love, and continue to just spread the truth, dude. That's all I want to do.
Yep, for sure. And if you can kind of evade the algorithm somehow, that's awesome. Just with the wording and all the knowledge you have, like, yeah, like I noticed some of the ways you were doing it, like with the directed energy weapons, you were like circling words, like instead of saying it, just circle them that are like part of some other logos or whatever. I thought that was pretty clever.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing some more of that kind of stuff. Let me actually look through my list here. I can run some ideas by you. Oh, I've been working on a NASA Lied rap song. It's pretty funny, dude. Oh man, it's I've got like the first 2 verses and a chorus down. I just need like one more verse, and then I could probably end it, and then it would be like a minute and a half long already. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good. I'll I'll read you one of the lines, right? I'll just read. Okay, so it's I let you know that it's okay to let go. NASA lied and you cried. They's a stupid hoe. There's light at the end of the tunnel because they'll be judged at kingdom come. Oh, and so you thought we went to the moon. I'm making jokes and you're like too soon. They look fake and gay on the TV. You see the footage and you thinking that could be me. You don't have to wear a tinfoil hat, be a Republican or a Democrat to see that NASA is lying straight to your face. Everything they make is fake. And I didn't rap it because I don't really do good a cappella, but you get the idea.
Yeah, nice, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, songs are always good to convey information like that. Just to convey it. Yeah, truth can come through strong in music.
Yeah. Oh, I also okay. So I'm on my list of ideas now. This is a really good one. Have you noticed? Did you notice that the capabilities of modern day telescopes are right in line with CGI advancement?
Yeah, what was the thing like Hubble and Photoshop were released in the same year?
Yeah, dude. I want to nail that because that's big. Like, if you're already paying attention, and there's over 8,000 people that follow me, so they're paying attention. I want them to. We got to give these people in 15 seconds gotcha moments for anyone that's going to challenge them on this information. So they can just be like, oh, yeah, well, I just find that this fact is very interesting. Like the fact that Buzz Aldrin said we didn't go. The fact that the Chinese put out a video of them supposedly being in space with a glass of water sitting on a table. Little bullets, or I don't know. Bullets sound kind of violent.
Nuggets.
Nuggets of truth. Yeah, tendies, little chicken tendies. They can feed other people. Yeah, I just actually got back from the mountains. I did a 24-hour sort of cleanse. I've been just trying to make content and being on Instagram way too much. I have like 20 videos I'm working on at once. That's getting overwhelming. And I had like none of them are close to being done. They're all like in the very early stages and I can't like decide what to work on. I'm feeling very not overwhelmed, a little overwhelmed. A little overwhelmed. So, okay, the Chinese video has over 1.6 million views as of right now. The like that's that I hit 1 million views last night and then I woke up this morning and yeah, I'm just like, what? Okay, so I'm getting a lot of traction. I need to make more content, and it's stressing me out a little bit. But I'm trying to like be cool because I just don't want to blow this. How much would it how much would that suck if this happened to somebody and they were just like, yeah, like I know the Earth is flat and all, and I know I have the chance like to reach a lot of people, but it's just like I don't want to do it, and they just don't, or they just like use it to try and sell a product or to like, you know, abuse it and just like post like constantly posting like pictures of themselves and pictures of their food and shit like just I don't want to fuck this up. This does not happen every day.
I hear you. You mean fuck it up by getting it shut down, or just by losing people that are like look like? What do you mean by that? Like, what would be the concern if something was fucked up, as you were saying?
Just like, you know me, Gio. I can be very like provocative, and like I can like taunt people that are just that like globies that come in here sometimes. Like I've definitely been less than courteous. I know I've been less than courteous to people on other servers because I misbehave sometimes. And so like I'm just trying not to do that at all. Like this is not about me. This is no longer like a personal account. Like I take it very personally that they've lied to all of us so much, and that they demoralized us with all of these lies, dude, to the point where they did what they did for the last 30 months. I just listened, like I came home from the mountains today listening to this podcast with that Kennedy guy who talks about the V's. And it's just 2 hours of horror stories. I knew they were bad. I didn't know they were that bad. I didn't know that like there was immunity to the pharmaceutical companies, like just straight up immunity. Like it wasn't just that one where it's like, oh, if something bad happens to you, like you can't do anything. It's like for all of them. Why? I'm sure you know why, but it's
Yeah,
it's so maddening.
that's another thing. Like, Bob Saget passed away.
Yeah.
Kind of young too. I mean, well, he was in his 60s, I think. It's not like he was, super old or anything. And it was an article that was just talking about like the last text that he sent to his daughter or something, and I clicked on it. And but it said it wasn't even about like anything about the juice or whatever, but it literally said he had just gotten his booster. And I was like, wow. I mean, not to say that is what it was or whatever, but I'm just saying it was just like right there, like, oh yeah, he just got his. It wasn't even, that's not even what the article was saying, but it just pointed that out, like he had just gotten it. It's like, oh, that's seems.
To me, see, if I was like an editor or something, or if I was a journalist and I knew I couldn't speak out, I would tell people like that. Well, no. If it was me, I'd get a different job. 100%. I'd go just be an independent journalist if that's what I really love doing. But I don't know. They're either just flaunting it in our face, or they're somebody's leaving breadcrumbs to try and warn someone else. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, the way it was worded, it did kind of seem like it was either purposeful or something, because it's the way it was placed in there. It's just like.
Well, here's the thing. I asked my buddy while we were listening to this podcast. He was driving. I was like, "Why do you think they do it?" And when I say why do they do it, I mean why do they make a thing that harms babies, that destroys families? Like a family has a beautiful baby, healthy. They go in for their set of juices, and now they've lost motor function. They have tremors. They bang their heads against the wall. They lose the ability. They lose motor skills. They're in a wheelchair 2 years later. Now, like just the whole. That's insane. Like I don't know what's worse. Like you have a beautiful 2-year-old baby and it's like gets hit by a car or something and it's just done, or like now they're actually going to suffer really badly for as long as they live. Like suffer. And I asked my buddy, I said, why do you think they do it? Do you think it's just for the money, or do you think it's like there's a more evil thing? And he said, I think it's just for the money. I think they just turn people into numbers, and it's just about the money. I was a little disappointed, but he's not there yet. But he does. I would consider him like a normal guy. He fits in with society pretty easily. So I would say maybe a lot of people feel like that. Like, oh well, if they're doing it for money, I guess I can't be really that upset because I would do anything for money. You know what I mean? It's just a weird. It's super weird. Like, well, of course the billionaires are doing this to us for lots of money. Like, offer me lots of money and see what I'd do. I don't know. It's yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the easiest surface level way to view it, I guess. Yeah, it's sort of like the default, I guess. Oh, it's just financial, but there's a lot of deep components as to what really is kind of going on at those levels. But I just see it. I mean, I often call mainstream medicine like a controlled death matrix, because basically it's a way to control people's death by their quote unquote treatments and diagnoses and all that stuff. So in one way, not that this is like simplifying it or making it okay or anything, but in one way I think of it as just like another iteration of that. You know, it's just another level of that. And it's a little more direct, and they have like more of a direct shot into people's bloodstreams, as it were, with something that they have a little bit of a way to kind of write it off or to kind of mix it in with, you know, oh, there's, you know, these illnesses or whatever going around. So yeah, but it's just like another level of that. I mean, Bob Saget could have got a booster and had it happen, or he could have been a little down. He goes in, gets some fake diagnosis of cancer, and now all of a sudden he's on that, and then he's dead within a month, you know, on those treatments. So it's just like different ways that they do it.
Yeah. It's eugenics. It's like what the Nazis did. Yeah, this NASA Happy Pride Month from NASA is the comments are absolutely hilarious. People are waking up, man. It's like washing over me every day. I look at my phone and I'm like, oh look, another 1,000 people just like are shitting on NASA. This is so awesome. And they're just out there driving their cars, serving you burgers, you know. Oh man, it's glorious. It's absolutely glorious.
Yeah, dude, totally, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Like, because a lot of us that have been in these communities, like the size of these communities that we have these discussions is like way smaller than what actually is going on out there, you know? So it's like Discord is not as many people know about it. There's that factor. And then, you know, it's not necessarily where like, you know, everyone is spending their time, as it were, because it's sort of like in a way, I almost feel like we're a little bit behind the scenes in some way, and also because of the censorship is that factor as well. But yeah, like what actually is going on in people's minds, like how many people, let's say, who, you know, they work their job, they got their family, kids, they're not necessarily like an enthusiast about some of these topics, you know, in terms of shape of the earth or NASA or all these different things, but they have a friend who told them, another friend who told them, a family member. They've now seen some videos. So it's like they're already, you know, 10% of the way in, even though they're really not involved in the communities. They're not like watching tons of live streams or being, you know, involved themselves. But, you know, and if you were to run into them in the street and bring it up, they might be like, oh yeah, I heard about this. And yeah, I don't really trust the moon landing, man. I saw a couple things on that, you know, even though it's not like it's not one of their main focuses.
Yeah, it just anything to like plant those little seeds. I was actually having a long conversation with my buddy about when the first seeds were like planted, because he's like, he didn't get the juice. You know, he's not like a flat earther or anything. He definitely thinks there's something weird going on with NASA, especially since I started posting videos, which is really cool because I've had these conversations with him before, and he's like, dude, I'm sorry, I just don't care. And now he's like, dude, honestly, that looks pretty weird. That's weird. It's kind of cool. But we're just having this conversation about like the little seeds, you know? And he was just saying Joe Rogan, literally just listening to this guy, just some guy being like, isn't that weird? Jamie, pull that up. Isn't that weird? That was enough to get people to go, huh? And like pump the brakes on just like believing everything. All you got to do is just say, isn't that weird? React to it.
Speaking of Joe Rogan with his moon landing and stuff, that would be cool if you could find like early recordings of him doing that and put that in your videos, you know, because people think of Joe Rogan now as whatever he is now, but, you know, it's not really like, it wouldn't really be false advertising or anything for you to do that, or false whatever, because he did say that stuff. That's him. Yeah, maybe now he's like recanted, or he's got other controlling financial partners or whatever it is that doesn't want him talking about it. But he is like a big enough name that yeah, if you could find some of those like early recordings, that would be pretty clever to put those in some videos.
Yeah, that's there's two things on my list for content that I want to have by the end of the night. One is the Joe Rogan one that you just described, where it's basically him saying, there's I know there's a clip out there of him saying that he would sell his mother if the government he would lie to his mother if the government would just tell him the truth about the moon. So I
think it might have been in the context about UFOs, but yeah, that was on like a TV show. He's like, I'll lie to my mother if you told me. I think it was about aliens existing or something.
That's fine. That too. I mean, yeah, that ties into it. I've talked about how aliens. Well, I'm going to be talking about how aliens are demons pretty soon, but we're not there yet. They're not ready for that conversation. We're still arguing about Chinese bubbles in space. But the second video I want to do is that all of the men that landed on the moon have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just want to basically say, if this was real and show the fakest looking part of the moon landings, preferably just like a short 2-second clip, maybe 3-second clip of just an astronaut just looking absolutely goofy in space. Hold on, I got a fire hydrant. Sorry about that. So yeah, if this is real, show the astronaut. Then why do these men show the astronauts sitting there at the table being interviewed, looking like super solemn right after they got back from the moon, have stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and then just an image of them having stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Nice.
Yeah. Quick, short, leave the comments open. And that's
exactly, dude. Because you're giving people what they want. People want these short videos these days, and I understand the appeal of it. Like, I don't really watch those YouTube shorts too often, but I will. Sometimes I'll just, if I'm on my phone or whatever, I'll just flip on the YouTube shorts. There is something cool about those. You're just seeing all these people's little reactions and their lives and their little funny videos with their pets or whatever. So there is something appealing about it, especially in today's world. It's so fast paced. There's so much going on. So I think it's awesome, dude. If you can kind of put, put clips together like that appeal to people's short attention spans with this kind of wave that we're in terms of that, but then also have it like make them think, open up the door to additional considerations. It's like, because a lot of us that have been talking about it and are aware of it, it's already in the ether. Like, there's already the foundation for it in the ether, like psychically is what I'm saying, So when they see something like that, it's activating something much deeper, than even, that's what I personally think. I think it's activating something even, in their unconscious, so it's like, it can like captivate and just on a resonance level.
Dude, fuel on the fire, baby. That's all I'm doing. I'm just a kid with a can of gasoline. It's been lit. It's been lit years ago. People have been saying it for years that it's like everyone knows the government's lying about aliens. It's only just now that they're realizing that they're lying about everything else, right? So it's simple. You just put gasoline on it. Just dump it. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna keep dumping fuel on the flames. I don't need to explain myself. I don't need to like defend my ideas or anything. I'm just literally a guy that's just like, yeah, this is what I think. I really don't care what you say in the comments. I'm barely gonna respond anyways. Have at it. Argue amongst yourselves. And people are getting heated, dude. Heated.
Yeah. So you got 1.6 million views on a video. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, 1.6 million in 4 days. So, and that's just the Chinese space missions where there's a cup of water on the table. Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go to the moon has over 500,000 views in 4 days. Yeah, I got like some dew weapons with like 30,000. Some 57,000 where the rocket hits the dome. People like that one. A lot of comments. Yeah, just keeping it real, dude. I got a really great a video of like this guy's foot is like transparent because he's like CGI'd in there, and it's so obvious that his foot is transparent. Everyone I've showed it to in real life, they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's weird." But there's just people in the comments that are swearing up and down that his foot is not transparent. It's kind of it kind of reminds me of like is the dress blue and black or golden blue or whatever, or golden something else. I don't remember you remember that thing where like people were seeing different colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a little bit like that type of phenomenon. But that video has 78,000 views in one day. So hopefully we'll just keep going, just keep pumping.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how many other people in the truth world, as it were, on the internet are getting that many views? Are any getting millions?
Dude, I don't know. That's what I'm kind of tripping out about. Like, there's no way that I'm getting more views than anyone else. There's no way. Like, granted, they are very short videos, like 20, 30-second videos, sometimes even shorter.
Yeah.
But like content wise, like you can't even really look up flat Earth on YouTube. You can't even really look up like this is, space is fake, do weapons, stuff like that. Like and if you do, okay, it's a video that's like 8 years old that has like 6,000 views over 8 years. I don't know. It's just tripping me out. Like I want Witsit to do like a little collab with me. Well, I've got multiple videos that are like approaching either hundreds of thousands or in the millions of views. Like my account has been visited 1.8 million times. So I can, and you know what they see when they look at my account? It literally says, I sold out of tinfoil hats. That's the best I got right now. Not a link. I'm not selling anything. Like, and I could be putting something there that would be like, okay, I want this to be seen 1.8 million times. Sure, let's do it. But I don't have anything. I don't have like a link to an organization, or I don't have a call to action yet. But maybe that's good. Maybe it's good that I'm just like kind of leaving it open. People are like, oh, this is actually just a guy making memes on his phone. I'm just going to make up my own mind.
Yeah. Instead of being something where you're trying to like sell something or push anything like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Because here's the thing, I haven't like introduced myself and been like, hey, Mountain Cultivator here, like and subscribe. I've never said anything like that. And I don't think I ever will. I don't really want to.
Well, I think people can resonate with someone that's just real. There's so many content creators that are so hyped up like that and selling side products. And I mean, God, those VPN companies, my goodness, they must just be contacting these people like, come on, we'll sponsor you, VPN. It's ridiculous how many of those are like, oh, and a word from our sponsor, we're going to huck some sketchy VPN service to you now for the next 5 minutes. So yeah, that all comes off as kind of, well, yeah, we know how that all is. It just, yeah, it just has that whole advertising vibe. So yeah, if you're keeping that out of it, keeping it more real, and then yeah, some of your videos have you're facing it too. So people that are seeing repeat videos, they can at least kind of have a sense of who you are as well. So
yeah, I don't like do anything. Like I don't like. I'm not wearing makeup. I'm not using face filters or anything like that. It's me. I smoke. I got yellow teeth. My hair's kind of thinning. I'm getting older. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, I just, I don't know what it is. It's just nice to see people thinking. We had 3 years of just like nobody's using their brain. People are like starving. Right? Probably their brains are starving for like okay, I want to think for myself.
yeah, well, I think that was kind of a unintended consequence of the whole scamdemic thing. People got scared shitless, but then as it unfolded, like it just like it revealed itself, I think, to a lot of people that there's just something not quite right about it all. That's the thing. If they're gonna flex that hard and do that big of a flex, and it's fake, it's just even more in your face, you know. And let's just say parts of it were inconsistent. Just leave it at that, you know. Whether people think it's fully fake or partly, whatever it is, like I think people just a lot of question marks in people's minds at the very least.
I mean, I just keep telling myself if I've gotten at least one person to wake up, and the next time the government rolls around and tries to push something on them, they're just like, "Oh hell no! I know you faked the moon landing." Like, that's, I don't even know. Like, can you put a price on that? On getting somebody to avoid like really damaging themselves? That's like, I don't know. You making a left or a right?
Left, sir.
There you go.
I know some bilingual people um, in different languages, but I think one of the things they talk about English is the amount of words that sound the same but are spelled different and have different meaning. Is that part of the deception?
I'm sorry, I didn't. Is what part of the deception?
The how the English language words words sound the same but are spelled different and have different meaning, or it can be spelled the same and also have a different meaning.
No, I think English is just retarded. That's all. I wouldn't don't look too hard into that.
It's not like whether or not I like you or whether or not I like you, or the weather is good today. Because you have to, I mean, you kind of have to admit, like the the world, like everyone's, all the other countries and everything, they're all learning English. It seems to be the predominant language. If you're bilingual in English or your native tongue. Here we have English as the common denominator, I guess. Sorry, my blinker. I like to use my blinker.
Well, drive safe, dude. I'm gonna head out and do a little bit of work, but I'll be back on later. I'm gonna go make some memes. Need to use my headphones. Peace out.
Yeah, I should probably mute myself too because I have to use my blinker. Part of driving safe.
657 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. How's your chat looking? We got Stone Cold Geo and this other guy right here. Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim El Elyon El Shaddai Olam. But October night, I think. Yep. 5th day, June 15th. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein, for he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Livestream is brought to you by Earth Awakenings. That's Geo's place. Probably a link inside the chat if you want to join. Looks pretty slow in here tonight. Yep. I like that. It's an awakening. Uh-oh. Smelling salts and the salt of the earth and fire and brimstone. It's good. It's a good time though. It's a good time to be persecuted. But so, I might just get my 90 seconds in today and we'll see you tomorrow. But, but amen. Follow the rules. Yep. Laws of the land. It is a great deception. Any questions you want answered, trust me, the Bible's going to have the answer. That I guaranteed. And more people should talk about it and not hide from the Bible. Definitely not a softball, that's for sure. Most dangerous thing ever. Word of God, quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword. Piercing, even to dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow. And is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Yep. To see your local goodwill, peace on earth, goodwill toward Glenn, my dad used to say. And go to the book section. These are rare. You haven't bought a book in a long time, probably. I never even read books until the Bible. And find a King James version. Try to get one that, without footnotes or one that has correct ones. Probably pay $1.95 for a brand new Bible. They're all over the place at all these giveaway stores. Goodwill, peace on earth, goodwill. Yeah. Free kitties, pick up a free cats, man. Cats outnumber people in North America. God bless, Baruch Hashem. And insects outnumber people on Discord, huh? Man. All right, 7 o'clock right now. How's the chat looking out there? Is it dead? Well, just a second ago, if you are interested in certain topics right now, a person by the name of Mick Toon, some sort of fanatic, antichrist, weird. even understand physically on Earth right now is the seas. That's the whole point. That's where all of power of creation is. And when you look at the firmament, that means they were separated. So the earth didn't even exist till this, after they were separated. That's when the firmament was called heaven. That's day two, and so on and so forth. That's a big deal. It was never about earth. So after, a lot of smart people, smarter than me, I'm not smart, years ago, found out that they were being lied to, they kept searching for the earth. Bible, Quran, everything, right? NASA documents, military documents, Department of Defense. Everybody was now searching for Earth, and that's why we were all still fooled. And it certainly wasn't flat. And no, the Bible never ever says flat Earth. And that's another. So I noticed that people were lying about the Bible on both sides. Yep. Yep, that's right. Big smart people are lying about what's right. They have these. Like, you have to believe this definition for me to have a conversation with you. I don't know why people would do that. Wouldn't it make more sense to say, you know what, sir, I'll have a conversation with you, and you can use your definition just as long as you can. You tell me what your definition is. Why not just be that way instead? Why would you have to know? You got to find it. If there's a standard somewhere, let's all bring it out, and we'll all go to grade school together and have to obey the same laws. Well, now there's thousands of people going around saying you have to recite the scientific method, or that's not science, and that's a complete fallacy. That's 1,300 years after science was mentioned in the New Testament. This guy Al Heyman came around with the scientific method. So you're saying for 5,000 years of human history, there's no science? That's a cult, and that's what they promote every day on live, live flat Earth debates, right? So that's crazy. So that doesn't make any sense, and that's why both sides are wrong. And that man's not going to give you the truth. Man's never been a solution, right? Look at evolution. Everybody who doesn't believe in evolution, who's right, a lot of people here are right. Evolution's not true. But then you say adaptation is real, but evolution isn't. You're still promoting evolution. You don't even know it. And then when somebody shows it to you, you'll just start getting mad. How dare somebody correct your words because my words are so precious to me, I want to use them. That's a fanatical religious belief. I've seen fake Christians do it. Fake Christians absolutely flip out when you point out, you know what this word means? Oh, I'm not going to let that dictate. They pretend they follow the law and they're all look high and mighty, and wear the whole thing. And the same thing. As soon as you show them something that's like a deception, the Christian flips out to he's really not who he said he was. What happened to let's be as Jesus, bro? If we were at Jesus, we wouldn't get mad over trivial garbage. What are you talking about? The apostles and Jesus would never care, right, about trivial things. And these, so yeah, so everybody agrees on. That's the only thing I can get everybody to agree with is that there are wolves in sheep's clothing. So that's what everybody agrees with, I think. Mm. 7-Eleven. Today we read Hebrews 7-11. Wow, that's an amazing book. Watch the book Hebrews 4:12 as well. The word of God is quick and powerful. But yeah, I think God's going to make it obvious, right? If the Bible was true, then it would have to have some fruit. You'd have to be able to use this book. And if you had questions of life, and if you can't find the answer in the Bible, then there's either the Bible fails or it's not a good question, right? So we're going to see if the Bible fails. What's the first animal ever mentioned in the Bible? So we'll wait for that answer, see what happens. But the information's out there, even if it's hidden, right? I think that Geo is okay with that. If you want to send me a message about that, Geo, about cannabis shem, which is cannabis, which I won't talk too much about because we don't give medical advice. But cannabis shem topics like that, those are in the Bible. I don't do any psychedelics or anything like that, and I never recommend stuff like that. But that's fine if you do. But there are the cannabis shem plant, the hemp plant is in the Bible. It's even in the second Bible of the book, which is Shmot. We know it in English as Exodus. And it's right there, and it's a sacred plant. And so there's Christians I would show that to, and they'd absolutely flip out. Absolutely flip out. That's not the King James. Well, it's not the King James. Yeah, so they hit it with the word calamus. 9 out of 10 times, look up the word calamus in the Old Testament. It's probably going to be the hemp plant is the more, there's no such thing as the M name, right? So when you wake up to that deception of well, here it's the Earth awakening. That's fine. When you wake up to that deception, remember that's just one little thing, and maybe it's something for you to springboard off of. You use that word, and use that word of God again. That's what I'm recommending. That's all this is about. Obviously, for me, I'm biased, and I think that what my point was is that you use the word of God, and either you have fruit or you're not. So who is using the word of God and has fruit? Well, I think Rob Skiba was I think he did probably the best job. And, I think it's been 2 years now and it's still really surprising because I was comfortable. I like to let other people handle stuff, Gio. I don't know about you, but, I just want to be a simple person and, do a job and be quiet. But, and I like the fact that there are other people that are going to do this job and figure it out. And when he died, well, I'll tell you, that was, you never know what's going to happen. Any one of us, our time can be up, and we'll always want to do more. But yeah, I wish I would have talked to him. So that sucks. So, but even he agreed because I remember a couple times he would be like, "I don't like the title Flat Earth," and I'm like, "Yeah, there's a reason, Rob. You're right. He was right. There's no such. That's why because and a lot of people tell me that they're like, "Yeah, man, you're right. I get that all the time." Where's Platypus? I get told all the time. So I'm not. This isn't my idea, obviously. So there's other opinions out there. You'd be surprised what people actually live by, and it's a great deception. And so if the Bible is true, whoever uses the Bible is going to better show some fruit. And what is this? What is this world? I think you'll be surprised to find out it's actually a water world. No claim about Earth. Earth is dry land coming out of the water. When you look up at that sky, the reason it's blue is because of the Ma'im. It was about the water the whole time. And that's what the Bible's been showing us. Now that's my claim, I guess, right? That nobody has to agree with that. These are my claims, right? I'm just telling you that this is information no one's talked about. I'm not telling you to believe it. I'm telling you, look, they never told us this. Michael Heisner died too last year. Michael Heisner was not a believer in any of the Bible literal translations, and he was a scholar that's what it's called. That must be nice to be titled a scholar. So he must have been a very special man. And apparently he was so smart, he was paid to dissect the Bible, right? So people are paid to do it. And he said, well, if you take the Bible literal, and this is one of these, trust me, this is related. He said, if you take the Bible literal, you have to take it all literal. And I was like, you're darn right. And then he said, yeah, you'd have to believe that the earth is a circle as a shape. And I was like, what? I was like, no, Michael, really smart man, has glasses, way more educated than me, right? 30 years of school. I've had, 7, and I was, obviously not paying attention the whole time ever because, you could tell. And this guy was dead wrong. It doesn't say the earth is a circle. It said the earth has the circle of the earth, the hat of the XO. I also have a shirt. I also have maybe a truck, but I am not my truck. I'm not. The earth has a circle. Even the deep has a circle, right? So we look at these literally. Then you go, oh, wait a minute. He didn't even know how to pretend he could read it literally. That was Michael Heisner. And now he's passed. I can't tell him either. Now he's got, but he didn't believe. He wasn't even a literalist. Obviously, he actually believed in old, secular, crazy ideologies, of evolutionism. So, and he thinks he believes the Bible, and he believe, so everybody thinks they believe in the Bible. So it is the number one topic, and when it's talked about, good. It should be talked about, even when people are wrong. That's good that people are talking about it, and I definitely have questions for people. I want to know, what makes them tick too. Where'd you get the, you know, idea? How'd you wake up to all the deception? So I don't know how you do it without it. So you gotta, I guess, count your P's and Q's, Geo. So, well, that was about 15 minutes, guys. So if you guys want to talk, go right ahead. All right. Well, yeah, it's about the flood. So then someone will ask, well, what's the purpose or point? Because this causes arguments, obviously, but it is better to be wait, right? Aren't we supposed to be kind of open-minded to maybe things that we haven't heard before? Because this isn't something. I mean, you want to talk about foreign. See, people want you to be a flat earther. Like, are you one of those flat? Oh, honey, will you get this guy some change? Like they'll treat you like you're complete garbage, and I feel sorry for when I see people do it. And it's true, guys. It's really weird. And some of these and even Eddie Bravo is weird, guys. The stuff that guy talks about, bro. There's a cult, and I'm not. And this group has nothing to do with them. That you guys aren't guilty of that. And even Whitsett, who I know is not guilty or responsible for what Eddie Bravo does. So there is no such thing as a painting a brush stereotypical accusation that even matters. That's just how the world is. And it's when something gets big and something has a following, somebody's going to abuse it when it's very large. And apparently there is a demographic that has made a foolish um, idea, which is secular and a byproduct of a new age objectifiable uh, mind destruction of a cartoon belief system is all it is. Nobody ever literally sizes creation and says, this is how much. I'll give you an example. Like the term 70%. How many times do you hear both sides or people say the earth is 70% water? Oh my gosh. I almost have a stroke when I say it because it is so painful. Because there's no such thing as that. And when this Mick Toons person got it today between his eyes, he flipped out. I said the earth is earth and the water is water. Go ahead, Jeremy.
What's up? Well, their globe is 70% water or whatever. That's what they say on the globe. But realistically, who knows?
So I think to say, right, it's the entire way of saying it makes no sense. It's like casting a spell. It's evil. There's something wrong with it because again, no man has any idea the percentage of creation that is water. Is what I'm saying is that that's so crazy. That's so ridiculous for a man to on either side ever to say the earth is anything percent ever percent anything. It doesn't matter what the earth. No, we have no idea how big creation is. This is one part of it. We get to the end of it, the waters continue, then more land masses come out, and it's vastly bigger than we can comprehend. I think that's we can't comprehend creation. There's no idea of holding in water. No. There's not a that's not how this works. No. The earth is not holding the water. The water's holding the earth. And that's why, it's a completely different way of even thinking about it. That's what people realize rather than nobody needs to believe anything. I'm just showing what the Bible shows us. Nobody I know. So Jeremy, go ahead.
You think the waters, like the biblical waters above and below thing? Could be.
You just nailed it. So you just pointed out, Jeremy. So the earth clearly isn't holding the waters above. That's for sure. I think you've just proved it. So if there's waters above, that's something that has not. So what I'm saying, there's also waters below, and it has nothing to do with the earth. The earth is something coming out of the waters. So it's like the reverse idea. And now creation is much bigger. And that's why if you look at the first page of the Bible, first paragraph, it's to whom the deep. Darkness was on the face of the deep. God created darkness first. The actual first thing is darkness, deep, Maim, Elohim. So that's a big deal. Nobody noticed. We weren't looking at it right. You got to have the glasses on. Same thing. I guess Jeremy, everybody might have went over to what's his name? Dovid and Jason's, whatever. What's it? Anyway. So yeah, I already got in a fight over there. So whatever, man. Why argue about it though? I mean, if you guys are doing it, I don't understand how you could argue with people that are just constantly. I think the best thing that Whitsett's ever done. When Whitsett is yelling at somebody and actually condemning them, that's literally when I absolutely agree with Whitsett. That's when he's 100% right. When he's telling somebody to shut up and he's muting them and he's condemning him, I'm like, finally, thank you. Yes, this is absolutely the best performance. There it is, done. People should be muted because why would we let people lying? I think Whitsett, that's the best thing he's ever done. Yep. Man, they're like a cluster of people. It's like hives, right? People are like hives. They go over there, like packs of dogs. Goodness. Hunt for Red October. You guys have been rocking almost what every day, Jeremy, for several days. Very busy, right? I mean, so lots of traffic. When's your next mod meeting, Jeremy? What do you mean? I guess I probably shouldn't ask that. So go ahead and you're not going to answer. You don't answer PMs, Jeremy, right? No. Man, these audiences, dear Lord. The haters couldn't even handle it anymore. Look at happened to 24/7. I mean, they just sit people down like they're dentists and like they're like Nazis or something. And you have to go by the specific speech. We are gonna drill you, and man, that's not cool. That's not good behavior. And an echo. We got Duke Nukem in the chat. No timestamps anymore on the chat. You got TM. What is that? The money team? No, that's TMM. I'm sorry. That's. Am I muted now, Duke? I'm muted. Really? Thanks. There you go, Alex. So I'm glad you brought it up. So Alex said they don't say Earth is 70% water. They say 70% of Earth is covered in water. That's correct. And that is absolutely wrong and makes no sense at all and is literally a slander on creation. And that's what people don't realize, I guess. There's no such thing as knowing the percentage of water in creation. This Isaiah 4, is it Isaiah 40:12? Who can measure the water in the hollow of his hand? That means you can't know the amount of water of creation. Very simple. I think we just have to be honest with this. Is even a thing that, yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense. So he who claims he's smart, that's the problem, right? Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. When you're claiming that, oh, Earth's surface is mostly this, anything like that no. It's Earth doesn't have a surface like that. No. The surface of the Earth is the dry land coming out of the water. That is the surface of the Earth. The water is the water. That's the seas. And it's not the Earth. That's the point. It's not the same thing. The waters outweigh the Earth. That's why we see water above. So again, you have to admit that tell me if I'm muted, Alex. If there's waters above, that's that next step. Clearly, the first step is okay, that yes, the Earth isn't holding those waters. Clearly. Well, this is Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof the world, and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. And Psalm 24, King David, kind of a big deal in history, right? Everybody knows who King David is. And so it says the earth is founded upon the seas and established on the floods. This is something that I guess nobody noticed. And yeah, Witsit was surprised. Where's Witsit at? Get Witsit in here. He's never in here when I'm in here, man. I don't know what it is. I just the unbelievably unlucky timing lately. Unblessed timing. Why is my timing so bad? You got the mic if you want to speak. Go ahead. Yeah, you guys wouldn't give me perms anyway. I would barge into your, so I will be trying to get into your meeting next time because I'm just going to keep trying to tell people that, there's certain things you can't talk on live stream. And So that's why you guys need a mod meeting. Earth Awakenings. Alex, you still in the chat? Go ahead and make some funny faces. Nope. That's a long time, Alex. Thanks for the update. When I say Earth, I mean, oh my gosh, this is what I'm talking about, Alex. You say planet. Yes, that's a planet is a star. Yes. When I say Earth, I mean we live on a star. You see, if I say that to somebody, that's not right. And I'm hurting that person's mental capacity, especially if I'm trustworthy. That makes no sense at all. And now we have a society that says that. We know now that that's ridiculous. Yeah, there's no such thing as the first definite. Wait, so Alex, why would you say something that's not true? You know, I want to use the L word, but that is illegal. Please, that is so illegal. Why would you do that? That's good. That's illegal. There's no such thing as the first Duke Nukem. If somebody says the first definition of the Earth is planet, you know very well there isn't too much more hope for that person. Yeah, that's bye-bye. It's over for them. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, saying that the first definition of Earth is planet might be not only it could be a digestive condition, like you might have a hereditary problem, it could be psychological. That is a disease. I think garlic, I would do uh, raw garlic. In fact, I just did it earlier. Yeah, you'll taste it for a while. Raw garlic and a little bit of if all you have is pickle juice, pepper juice, and that'll solve that problem of thinking that the Earth's first definition is wandering star. If you think the Earth's first definition is wandering star, you probably think you come from monkeys. I'm gonna put all my chips on that. Actually, thanks. Wow, look up the definition of the New Age cartoon Earth. Oh, of Earth, which is it the same definition it used to be? You said look up the definition. So is this definition the definition now, or is this the first definition, Alex? Let's see if he answers me. Because you said it was the first, remember Duke Nukem? Well, I use stun gun. You do a stun gun, not necessarily a taser. The taser is a different thing. That's the thing that shoots out of your device. Yeah, you just want a stun gun so that people don't get close to you. That so Alex is losing his Alex, you gotta relax, bro. It's not the end of the world, bro. You gotta relax. You just said that the first definition of Earth was planet as my hand goes up, and now you're saying to look up the definition of Earth. So when I look up the definition of Earth, are they gonna give me the first definition, Alex? Because I'm gonna be surprised. If they give me the first definition, which is Genesis 1 Eretz in Hebrew, it's about 4,000 years old. I'm gonna be impressed and say, holy moly, this Alex guy is a genius. This guy whatever he does not get paid enough. Read it from the dictionary, dude. I can try to do it by memory because they will never give you a definition, but it is the theory that all plants and animals and living things are related through gradual continuous forms from the original form. See natural selection. Then you got to go to the natural selection part of it. Read the natural selection definition. The end of natural selection says best adapted. You see, and that's where I get into that argument, for the last trying to wake people up that adaptation is also evolution, and people don't really. It's the same word. So when somebody says, "Oh, I don't believe in evolution, but I believe in adaptation," then you believe in evolution. That's like saying I don't believe in cars, but I believe in minivans. Well, yes, that's the same thing. Yep. Oh, a truck. Yep, that's the same thing. It's just words have meaning. Adapting is evolution. We're talking about physiologically, genetically, and morphologically. So we're talking about, does our body? No, there's no such thing, right? So everything already has the ability, and then it actually loses over time. It's the opposite. So the things that don't have the ability to survive are removed. That's the opposite of adaptation. The things that don't survive are removed. The things that already have the ability to survive stay surviving. They already had the ability. That's the point. They already had it. Again, they already had it. No such thing as adaptation, let alone evolution. If you just let your nearest secular priest know that, it's 1 billion times more powerful than even discussing evolution, because in that way you're not even going to get to that word evolution. You're going to stay on. Can you just show me adaptation first? Because that's the first step to evolution. In fact, a lot of people agree with that. Problem is, every time, here's what happens. Every time someone gives you an example of adaptation, it's going to be, oh, this bear, see this bear, this guy has an icon, he uses icon. This big bear, it looks like a grizzly. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not good at bear. This grizzly bear had a really thick fur, and 45 caliber bullets don't even penetrate it. Yeah, sir. The bear was already living with thick fur before you shot it, right? Oh, okay, sir. Just want to make sure. So that's the essence of the beast. That's the whole point. It's like God looks around and says, "What are you talking about? That's how I made it." That's the point. It has impenetrable fur. You have to have a rifle round, literally, sometimes to kill a bear. Some slow handgun rounds will literally bounce off a bear. That's why people tell you got to have a 44 Magnum. Some people say, in the world, one guy ended up, I think, killing one with a 9mm that was a 10-footer. That's never been done, but that's rare. You probably should have a big caliber. The bear comes that way. The bear is a monstrosity. It is a shambler designed by the creator. It already has the ability. So no matter what you point out, anytime you get an example of anybody, all 8 billion people, so supposedly there's 8 billion people, sure thing, great. I trust whoever, great. 8 billion people, if they give you an example of adaptation, let's say I'm the only idiot that says there's no such thing as adaptation, you'll get 8 billion examples of something that already existed, it already worked, it already had to work, it was a necessary antecedent for its existence in the first place. There was never a moment where it didn't have the ability, it already had it. Right? Things already have them and then they lose. Remember, it's not an assembly line. We can't stop this thing and fix it and repair it. This is biology. So this is the literal design of creation, not just one creature. We're talking about thousands of creatures, millions of living things dependent on one another, right? Symbiotically. And all of them, the billions, whatever, of living things had to already have the ability to survive from the beginning. That's the literally necessary antecedent to the law of life. If it doesn't have the ability to survive, a 3-year-old child will tell you, "Oh, it's going to die then." Yes, that's right, little Billy. I mean, even I could. Yeah, you tell me what that fish doesn't have the ability to survive. When we take it out of the fish tank, what's going to happen? It dies 100% of the time. And also, that's the only percent you can ever trust is 100. And 100% of the time, you have two options. Something either already has the ability to survive or it does not. Guaranteed, I'll put my life on that right now. Either you already have the ability to survive or you die. You see, don't gain the be. We don't, oh my gosh, I'm now gonna now transform. No, I'm already who I am. Case in point, kitten litter, having 4 kittens in a litter was very fun, and learning the very tough, strong one, the one that would be claiming to be the fittest, went out and got injured really bad. The small runt that we literally thought was autistic, we weren't gonna even let him outside. He's gonna hurt himself. He ended up being a thoroughbred. So it's whatever, however something develops, that's just how it did it. That's just the life thriving in its own designed environment. There's no adapting to the environment. It already had the ability. So literally, when you look at creation, notice I avoid the N word. There's 2 N words, by the way, guys. Be very careful. Stormfire. When you observe creation, everything already works. That's the point. So no matter who you talk to, you're always going to get an example of something that already works, right? Flies make larvae, right? A kangaroo has a pouch system, right? The cats have a litter of maybe up to 7 or whatever. These systems are right. The elephant has a trunk that operates this way. Every single the tail has the horse has a tail that's even swats flies with, right? Already had the ability. The rhino has the horn, already had everything. Remember, already had to have the circulatory system, muscle structure to hold it up, frame, and the blueprints from the beginning, the information and the code. Everything screams creation. So this idea that, oh, well, they're just hiding God this way. No, they're not hiding God. They're hiding you from God, because what these deceptions do is separate them from being able to speak to the creator, because it's like they've gone insane. So God looks down and is like, oh my gosh, that's that guy Zanuck over there. He doesn't even believe in air. Like he thinks that you have he said that he built Eiffel Tower. This poor guy is so desperate to support this religion that he has. That's the extremity that people will reach, because everybody has a belief system, a religion. So when everybody uses that word religion, everybody gets triggered, because everybody has their own religion, except there's one side that pretends they don't. That's the most religious side, is the one that says, I don't have, only everybody else does. Well, that's a religion. Thanks for admitting it. Isn't that nice? It's that easy. Isn't that nice that truth is so simple? These problems expose themselves. So that information's all in the Bible, though. So yeah, I have a dachshund and a wolf mix, bro. Isn't that evolution? Well, no, they are the same species. Actually, there's actually all dogs and wolves are considered this Canis lupus. This is a man-made word, a convention that's not mine. It's not my claim. So there is no such thing as speciation either. That's another deception that even people that don't believe, even awoke people, right, that know that we're being lied to about the moon landing, outer space, all this nonsense is will still believe in these evolutionary words that confuse them. They'll believe in speciation. Well, yeah, things do speciate. Yeah, that's true. You're saying, I'm not even going to give it away. It's so embarrassing. I'll wait for someone to come along and try to give you a speciation event. If you want to see a verbal lobotomy and somebody's eyes literally crossing in front of you and go and deer in the headlights, is watch somebody try to show you a speciation event when the claim is literally, it's a catch 42. You'll be surprised when you read the definition. Definition being an evolutionary event, right? So that's why it's already a problem. Anyway, adaptation, no such thing. Speciation, no such thing. Cut that fat out. You have normal biology. Everything is created from the beginning, had to already have the ability. The fact that it's living proves it already had the ability. I know that sounds complicated. Most 3-year-olds can figure this out. If they're not, don't, find a man, woman, or child that hasn't been brainwashed yet, somebody young, and they can understand, yes, if something doesn't have the ability to survive, from the beginning it dies. No such thing as adaptation, let alone evolution. And Christians, mind you, it'll be the Christians who will fight me tooth and nail, trying to keep these words because they desperately want to keep them, because they're intellectuals. They have nice pocket protectors shirt, they have nice haircuts, and they look good, and they love themselves. How dare you take, and these are people that call themselves Christians. I try to, no. So everywhere you go, you're going to find people with that same problem. No mystery, nothing new under the sun. Baruch Hashem. Right. So imagine imagine making a claim that that this percentage of creation is covered in water. Just that's not right. So everybody's making. Then you got these guys. What's his name? Where's QE? QE says crazy stuff. It's not true. Wow. Let's go, man. Yeah, call QE. Get Nathan Oakley and QE over here, because there's no way I'm going to get up early enough to ever go on their show. So just by proxy, they got to come over here. There's no way I can get up at 7:00 in the morning, Stormfire, to talk to Nathan Oakley and have him just know that he's going to yell and scream at me. So I don't know. It might be fun for a minute, but yeah, the poor guy today. Gosh, I haven't been watching a lot of Nathan ever for a while. I used to back in the days, kind of, knowing those guys for many years. Tracking the Sun, 2016, Stargate. But I think that's gonna hurt. I think if you behave in a manner, you're gonna also hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt your pocketbook if you're trying to make money on anything. But it's a very interesting personality. If you were to go on to Nathan Oakley's and even troll him, no matter what you believe, if it contradicted what he's claiming, he would go along with it, knowingly go along with you, knowing you're trolling, and say, no, it doesn't matter. And then he would use it as an opportunity to make an event out of a conversation to prove that he's right and you're wrong. No matter he knows you're fictitious character. You could say you're Bingo the furry cat clown, and the whole, what is it? What's the app or something? They'll change your face and you just be, have a high pitched voice and he'll go along with it if you'll have a conversation, So there is a different approach that some people make. Now, if one were to put the effort into the politeness part of it, maybe be a little bit Nathan Oakley could make maybe get a lot more attention. So there is a spiritual thing happening. It's dangerous because when people get that, so when people, even though they're not right, people will get a little bit of truth and then they'll abuse it, and that's what you see in these other, right? You'll see people do that, and there is no exception to that, and people are always going to do those things. Everybody knows that. Nothing new under the sun. You still out there, Alex? Google first definition. Oh, I can't wait. Wow, XO. Google. Duke Nukem. Man, you guys are okay. Okay, well, at least your viewers, you got a couple more viewers. There you go. Get somebody on. We're waiting for Witz. Where's Witz? Get in the room. Fire sale today. Fire sale. Yeah, the definition that people use would be a change in allele frequencies over time. And that actually means cats making kittens. That means staying the same. So that's not even that's not even a claim. So when you ask somebody if you're going to do this, good, because you shouldn't be nobody's measured. People have never measured the shapes of creation. I want you to know that. So when you go into listen, it turns out I just know you're an evolutionist, and this is the real argument. Is the point here? They would never let you talk about this on these other channels. It's really weird. But the reality here is there's a belief system that's beyond just this cover. This is a shield. These idols are shields for a further belief system, which is the general construct, right? Either God or not God. That's really it, right? So it's right, it's an acceptance of creation or no creator, which means automatically by proxy, everybody knows the word evolution. That's it, evolutionism. That's your only option. There's no mystery here. That's it. So that's what it's all about anyway. So most of the time there shouldn't even be this, and all this other stuff is actually allowing them to cope with their religion. And it's like handing them a syringe. It's like you're handing them that 6-pack of beer when you know that, listen, you just got off, and no, you're actually still enabling to keep this ideology instead of going to the problem, which is at the heart, which is this misunderstanding that they could just trust the system to tell them that they're an animal because dogs and snakes and mice have eyes and so do I. That means that we all evolved from this religion, this cartoon evolutionism. So they'll point out the obvious and say, are you denying that you don't have hair and so do rats? Like, well, yeah, I'm not like as if that matters. It's just this, it's an idea in the head. So the first point is here, without the diatribe, is that you got to get a definition. So, Alex, the definition is up to you. It's your belief system. You're the one that first chooses the definition. I can't, whatever one I choose, you'll say that's not the right definition. That's what, right? That's everybody's excuse. So, you have to show me the definition, Alex, that you believe, which you won't do. The point is, there is no claim for it. You'll say change over time. No, that's not true either, because going from living to dead is changing over time, going from clean to dusty, going from wet to dry, going from gasoline, driving across the country, out of gas, out of the road, flat tire, all of that is change over time, right? Winning the lottery, losing your dog, all these things are change over time. None of it's evolution. So all of us can always just continue to perpetually claim events and say, what about everything in existence is not evolution, and all of it is constantly changing over time. So when you say change over time, Alex, that's a non-claim. You're literally hiding from your own claim, because if you make a claim, it's going to be destroyed. And that's how it works when you're dealing with evolution. There is no claim for it. There's no way to describe it. It's not a real thing. And if you do get a definition, it'll never be the right one. The only one that I've ever found that was close is in a medical cyclopedic dictionary, and it even shows you above it that it's called a theory of. Like, the word evolution has nothing to do with the biological theory. The word of definition means the development over time, the gradual process or development via intelligence. Actually always evolution requires intelligence. The theory of is something else. It says right here, medical encyclopedic dictionary, Duke Nukem, the theory that all plants and animals are related, through gradual process. See, natural selection. That sends you somewhere else, right? Because it can't give you the real meaning. It's no claim. See, by the way, you got to talk to natural selection now. I can't really give you a definition. So the dictionary admits this and says, go see somebody else. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you, buddy. Be right back.
Yo. What's that, Haps?
Hey, I went on Nathan Oakley this morning again.
Oh, that's never a good idea. What'd you do that for?
Probably right. I don't know.
Should I go and listen to the stream or?
So once upon a time he did a review of one of my videos, then I responded, and I finally made a 24-minute response video, and then 3 days ago he went through that, and then today I went on the stream to try and defend myself a little bit.
Did he yell at you and not allow you to speak?
No, he was very kind and generous, and
Bullshit.
oh, I can't even say it with a straight face. Why? Yes, he did yell at me. Now come to think of it,
Yeah,
he called for me to be fired from my job.
So. Of course he did.
But I wear his insults as a badge of honor. My favorite was that I was talking over him, and he says, "Stupid man, you will be quiet while I berate you." I'm like, "Oh, my apologies. I was over talking. You're berating me."
Yeah. That's his strategy is to not allow you to speak. Like, it's so pathetically transparent.
I think that me being there and just sort of keeping my cool and being calm and letting him yell will be obvious to some of his audience and some people, although probably most of his audience is there to watch him do that.
Yeah, it's his audience are so primally stupid that they just want to see him yell at people. Like, it's pretty embarrassing. What he's been doing the last, how long? Is he'll pick a video of someone with more subs than him and just pause every 5 seconds and yell shit. Like, it's so bad. Like, I can't. Oh, so bad.
Yeah. That's what happened 3 days ago with my response video.
Okay, I'll check it out. Hopefully, I don't know, today or tomorrow. But lordy. I still speak to Adam Meakin occasionally.
Oh yeah.
Let's have a look when I last speak to Meakin. I last spoke to Adam Meakin on the 3rd of June. And I said, I wrote some stuff about curve calculator and distance to horizon stuff. And he just doesn't, they never respond with any substance. Right? So he goes, I gave him all this mathematical stuff. He goes, "Oh, so is this a compliment for me? And is that all you boys have nowadays?" And I'm like, you say that like you've actually addressed any single point I've made or question that I've asked. Like, it's such ridiculous. It's silly engaging them. It's silly.
Much of the time, Oakley was trying to describe in really excruciating detail celestial navigation using a right triangle, and
Right.
I said, and I realized he said, all you have to do is take the angle elevation to a star, subtract that from 90, multiply by 60 nautical miles to find the distance. And I said,
which
that's
they've
right.
never done.
Right. And that's right. However, that algorithm, that formula is linear, and trigonometric functions are not linear. So it can't be a right triangle.
Exactly. Yeah. He keeps claiming that it's a right triangle between the observer, the GP, and the star, and the geometry of celestial navigation doesn't work. That's the case. Like, it just like you said, the linear relationship between distance and angle.
The other interesting
is not a right triangle.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is that you could either derive the distance to the star, or you would need it in order to figure out that 60. Where does that 60 come from? The distance to a star. Because if you can figure out the hypotenuse, I mean the adjacent side, then you can certainly figure out the opposite side and figure out how high that.
They have this. They'll say, "Show me where the height of the star is used in celestial navigation," And we keep saying, no, it's not, but it's because they are infinitely far away, or effectively infinitely far away.
Right.
If it's a triangle, then yes, we would be able to work out the height of the star. But he's just a rhetoric. He's good at knowing where his issues are, knowing where his weaknesses are, and he immediately he'll yellow you as soon as you get close to a weakness. He knows what they are. Like that's why I think he's not really a flat earther.
Yeah, and he said, "Do you admit that in order to have a right triangle, you have to have a flat baseline?" And I said, "Yes," because you
Yeah,
do.
they equate that with the Earth, though, right? It's not the
And
Earth.
I was like, that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. It just means that doing the incorrect calculation with the incorrect shape requires a flat baseline. Doesn't mean anything about reality.
Yeah, I will definitely watch it. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, I gathered some of the best bits from my previous interaction with him and did like a 20-minute
Okay,
response. Let me.
well.
That's harder to find. Let me get you the link.
Oh, Matthew Loans, deceitful educator. Jeez.
Yeah, so maybe from the title you might have a guess as his attitude towards my idea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's yeah. All he's done over the last year is try and clout chase, and it's pathetic. All right, Jesus, 4 hours 6 days ago.
more sense. Like I said, there's one thing that you can't deny is that there's all these cycles going on. Like I said, we all about to wake up and probably do the same shit we did today. I know I'm about to, wake up and go to work and do the same shit I did today, you know, uh, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? So you can't deny the cycles going on. So why shouldn't I think that life is a cycle, on some
Yeah.
level? You know?
Well, and what's fascinating, so whatever one's belief may or may not be about it, let's say like reincarnation and, the idea of even karma that could be going beyond this lifetime, like things happening to you from previous action in other lifetimes, like that whole perspective and kind of viewpoint on things, and that's a case, whether someone thinks it is or isn't. What's interesting is that when people have very vivid experiences that are connected to a previous lifetime of theirs, where in often cases, it's often the death of that lifetime that is the sticking point for them. Maybe, if they died in some really painful way, like drowning or, having a boulder fall on you, who knows, all the different falling off a cliff, like people that have fear of heights. I mean, that's a very common one, to fall off a mountainside and die. I mean, especially back in times where, we're, just on the earth. I mean, that's definitely happened many times throughout human history. Humans, especially in like the Andes, big mountainous, very, very mountainous regions, you slip and boom, you die from falling off a cliff. And then in this lifetime, somebody has like a fear of heights, like a really paranoid level fear of heights, things like that. So the thing is, when people access these memories and they have like an experiential release in a way, and like a memory experiential connection to it, and a release of that death in that life, it has like very profound therapeutic results in their actual life. Like lifelong depression is totally lifted. Lifelong anxiety disorders or paranoia or things like that can be completely resolved, meaning, they used to have a fear of heights, and then once they relive a past life, or maybe they did fall off a cliff, or sometimes they even get more information, like maybe like their brother in that lifetime like pushed them off the cliff, so there's even like a connection to their brother in this lifetime. Like it can even go pretty deep in terms of that component as well, where there can be like other components of it. There's usually like a scenario of often like a painful death, and it seems to like carry through. So what I'm basically just saying, like I'm partly sharing that, but then also saying that whether someone believes it, that they really were that past life or not, and that past life was real or not, whether you believe it is or isn't, the actual therapeutic results of these people like having these memory recalls and having those healing experiences is like incredible, and is very like clinically, statistically observable, like even from a clinical psychology type level, like they're actually completely coming out of like entire areas of like psychological disorders, if you want to call it that, or some kind of issues that are being healed and resolved for the first time in their life. So it's pretty fascinating that the actual healing effects are very like very profound for people.
Well, that's something I've never done. To be brutally honest, like that shit, like the stuff that you be talking about, like you've had these, like you tapping into somebody, like that shit scares the hell out of me. Maybe I'll get there one day. I'm not there yet. I know I've had some strong deja vu happen, like where it's just like, hold on, I gotta stop, like drop something or do something crazy. 'Cause this is definitely happened. I feel like it's kind of weird for me. So that's happened a few times. That stuff you talking about, like tapping in and having these, memories of past lifetimes. That's great. That scares the shit out of me. So shout out to you for that. But I'm not there. I'm not there yet. I ain't gonna lie. So,
Well,
but it's
for some
I
in
feel you
some
on no,
cases, like, oh, go ahead.
good.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, if used in like a therapeutic way with like the tools that are utilized to access these memories that are like very healing and even cathartic and therapeutic in that way, it seems to be It depends on which method of access one is using. There's several different ways to access these memories. So it depends on which one is used. But if in many cases, it seems to be the case that it's almost like the perspective that each of us has our own like inner healer or like our own inner guide that seems to like facilitate the experience for us in a way. Like there's like this innate inner healing intelligence that it seems like every human has. Like I don't think in all the work I've seen in these fields over the years, I don't think there's anyone that has ever been found that doesn't have this. So it's like 100% of people have this like innate healing intelligence. And if you utilize the tools and the techniques to kind of activate the experience, as it were, to activate your psyche and all the different methods that can be used, it's like it just flows in its own regard. And the experiential component of it is like, I mean, people experience it differently. Some people feel like they're kind of almost watching a movie of it. Some people feel like they're in it. Some people, it's just more of like the memory in their mind where it's like they can see the kind of the environment or even what they look like in their mind's eye. Other people actually have like vivid, like almost like you're in a body level of vivid recall. So there's in those cases where it's like that level of where they're literally in that physical reality, in that experience. So that's on the other kind of side of the extreme of it. But it seems like we all have our own like inner healer that kind of facilitates the experience for us. And so it seems to like orchestrate it for people so that they can kind of access whatever it was, because otherwise, how would they know? Like if it was a particular past life or they slipped off a cliff and they fell to their death, or their brother pushed them off a cliff, like that example I said, and then they're in this life and they have like severe fear of heights, like crippling levels, fear of heights or something. Mainstream medicine would just say, oh, you have mental disease. We're just going to give you a bunch of drugs. So they just try to numb the symptoms, just to alter your brain so that you're not getting that particular neurons firing from that memory system. But that's never a solution. It never solves it. It just drugs you out more and more. And then they just give you more drugs. It's terrible. So in my understanding, like there is ways to heal these things, but you do have to know the tools and techniques to do it. And in that case, like, let's say that person was then having an experience where they're reliving that life. They don't know yet that they fell off a cliff or whatever it may be. So there has to be some kind of like orchestrating intelligence that orchestrates that experience in a way for them, and that they can re-access it and kind of have that component of it. So in my experience, when I've had these experiences and in many others as well, it's really like a gift in a lot of ways. And it feels that way. Like it feels like a healing gift of something very positive. So like if you were saying that like scares the shit out of you kind of thing, I hear you that it could feel that way, but I'm saying when people like actually have these experiences, it's actually like very cathartic. And even though it can be challenging to go through because it is reconnecting with that, it depending on which method is used to like activate these experiences, like there's always like a higher spirit that carries everybody through and helps the process along. So it's.
Oh, I would, if I did it, like, I would go to, like, I'm going to see the guru. I'm going to have him watch, like, I'm not just going to sit in my house and do it by myself type of thing. Or, I need somebody watching to make sure no crazy stuff happen. But they do definitely be like hinting at some of this in like some movies and stuff. Like, so I think there's something to it. I don't know. I mean, there was something I wanted to say. I forgot it. Must be getting late, man. Damn it. Maybe it'll come back to me. I didn't forget.
Okay, can I jump into the conversation, guys?
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Thanks. What you were just talking about, Gio, sounded like the concept of Vanilla Sky. I don't know if you've seen the movie, but he was in a simulation of a similar thing. Tom Cruise in the movie. A virtual reality buffer.
Yeah, I'm trying to rack my brain if I've seen that one or not. I know about it. I'm just trying to remember if I've seen it. Maybe I have not, but I have heard people mention it. Yeah, I just forget. Yeah, I think I've maybe only seen the preview for it or the trailer.
Yeah, I think if you like conceptually, the story of the movie was interesting. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the actors or like Tom Cruise or whatever, but I did enjoy that film because of that the concept of the film was similar to what you were talking about. It wasn't reincarnation, but it was just a similar concept.
I know what I wanted to ask you, Gene. What you know how they say like we only use part of our brains or whatever? Do you think that has anything to do with what you're talking about? How we only access part of our brain? I forget what the percentage is they claim, but I know in my youth I've done, for the most part, I haven't done no crazy type of drug or what you call it. Uh, I did do some things where I remember saying like the first thing after doing this drug, it's like I feel like another part of my brain just clicked on. I remember saying that. So I just wanted to pick your brain about that. Do you think that you know just a sober mind, maybe they're telling the truth about we're not accessing part of our brain or something like that, or what? But,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's a whole thing because like they're claiming that. I mean, I think ultimately they just don't know fully what the brain's even doing. I think they're just so there might be that. And I know what you mean. They were saying like, oh, there's that claim that we only use a small percentage of our brain. Wherever that claim comes from is, I don't know. Like we'd have to go into a little more detail to kind of hash through like why they're saying that in terms of that claim. But if you're kind of linking it to like the idea of reincarnation, what I would say in my experience for myself is when I've accessed these memories of previous lifetimes, it really didn't feel like it was in my brain. It felt like it was like beyond my brain in a sense. Like it was into my soul throughout time and space, even like the concept of the Akashic records. Like it was at a level that is not even on the level of a human brain in my mind in terms of how a brain works. Cause like our brain does do a lot of things. It helps with like logical processing and for speaking and all the motor functions in our body. But I kind of see the brain more as just like it's like a biological triggering machine that kind of helps the whole body move so we can move our limbs around and do all the things we do and all the functions in the body. And of course, I do think there's a component of memory in our brain for this lifetime because we've lived this lifetime. So there's also a unique way in which like our childhood memories, things like that are stored in the brain and can be accessed. But for myself, when I think of when I've accessed memories of other lifetimes and my like life in the spirit worlds and in that way, it feels like those are contained. I mean, if I were just to put it simply, like in my soul, let's say, putting it that way, just to use that term, like they're contained in like a layer of ether that seems transcendent to this realm. Like it isn't something that's in my physical brain or even in this realm, and it's more of an accessing that layer of it, which seems like it was always there. I just previously like didn't until I connected with it. I previously just didn't have access to it, directly until I was able to tap into that.
Yeah, it's a cool thought. I kind of felt like that with dreams sometimes. Like, how the hell did I, even? I've never met these people. You know what I'm saying? I don't even recall them at all. And whatever TV show, movie, or whatever. It's like I just kind of think it's small or have a dream about some off the wall stuff. It's just like I kind of wake up thinking like, where did that come from? You know, that's been the only time I think is like during a dream. But I think there's credence to what you're saying. I just like I said, that stuff kind of. I would need somebody watching over me. I feel like type of thing. I've never done nothing, you know, that like that. But I think there's something to it because a lot of that stuff is just like naturally growing out of the ground. So I think there's something to it. Just maybe I'll get around to it.
Well, there's a lot of different ways of accessing like that people use for these memories. So yeah, there are definitely like the plant medicines like mushrooms, ayahuasca, peyote, etc., iboga as well. So there's all those plants. LSD at high doses, definitely people can have powerful past life memory connections and experiences. Also, breath work. So that's not using any substance, just using the breath, but you have to use it in a way that is accelerated and really gets you into that mind state. So you can just use breath. Technically, meditation as well. If you're good enough, if you really can get your brain into that brainwave state, you can access it with meditation in very deep meditation states. The key is getting the brainwave state to the states where you can actually get there with meditation, which is, in my view, a bit more of an advanced thing to be able to do, and is kind of the whole practice of meditation that many people spend entire lifetimes practicing, to get down. So that's a pretty advanced technique, but it can be done that way with just meditation. Then the other way, which is interesting and is very gentle, is essentially using trance. It could be called hypnosis, and it is called that, like hypnotherapy. But this is not the type of hypnosis where someone's like inputting ideas in your mind. What it is, it's like there's like past life regression, past life hypnotherapy, all these terms, but it's often referred to as past life regression. And there's entire training programs that you can get certified as a past life regressionist under certain, institutes and so on. And many that have written books about it, and it's a field within the kind of psychiatry and therapy realms and all that. But with that, you basically just, in a nutshell, you just close your eyes and lay back, and then the facilitator, like if you want to call it a hypnotherapist, a past life regression hypnotherapist, but it's really, I just don't prefer that term, hypnotherapist. What you're really doing is you're putting your brain into a slightly like lowered brainwave state, and they do use like relaxation techniques in order to kind of guide you through it, basically, in a nutshell. So you might like sit down, close your eyes, and then the facilitator will say, okay, imagine you're at a beach, a beautiful beach, and it's a sunny day. And it's just very simple things like that. It's not like imprinting any ideas. It's just, having you kind of imagine, sort of, and just getting into a very, very relaxed brainwave state.
I see what you're saying. Let me say this, because if you just think about it, like when you fall asleep, like you're relaxed, you're going to sleep, you have these dreams, you have these vivid dreams or whatever. A lot of times when I wake up, I forget the dreams, but I think it's because when I wake up, I'm automatically thinking about my work day, like what I got to do for that day. So it makes me forget, the state that I was in or whatever really quickly. And I think that happens to a lot of people. It's like, man, I can't remember my dreams right now. I think it's because when you wake up, you're got all this crap you got to think about. I got kids, like my kids are either waking me up or, I got, work I'm thinking about, like, oh, I'm late or something like that, and it just kind of knocks it right out. That's like, I can't even remember what dream. I know I dreamed, but I can't even remember what it was about. And I think that's kind of crazy that, but when you're when you're laying down and you're relaxed like that, like you're going through, you're basically playing a movie in your damn mind. And so
Yeah.
I think there's something to what you're saying, for sure.
Yeah. So like in these past life regressions, I mean, it's even been somewhat mainstream. Like I think it was even on Oprah, like, dude, back in the 90s or whatever, like Oprah had like an episode that was like past life regressionist. And I think in that clip, like in that Oprah show, I believe it was like from the 90s, like Oprah did her own past life regression. She did like, a session and everything. And she came back, she had an experience too of like a past life. Because the way it works, it's a very interesting way to do it, because it's basically like, yeah, so like you just, the facilitator just kind of walks you through various relaxation, kind of things just to get into a very relaxed state. And then once you're in that relaxed state, you're just kind of in the zone. And they just use very kind of simple, like, imagery and things like that, just to, so you're in a really chill state. And then they'll do like a process where they'll kind of like, it's almost like, in my viewpoint, it's almost like tapping into the ether and actually like vocalizing a journey. So the facilitator, they're just sitting next to you, very quiet and just calmly speaking, and it's like, sort of call upon, the higher spirits to kind of bring through, the healing experience that, this person needs. And there's all kinds of different ways to do it. But ultimately, like, sort of verbally walking them through accessing the previous lifetime, a specific previous lifetime that, and then ideally too, like the person can set an intention before the session. So they could say, I'm having trouble with my business, or I'm having trouble with my wife, or, my kids' relationships, whatever it is. They can come in with an intention of something they want to work on. And then when they do the past life regression, they're kind of guided into a lifetime, but they're not told what that lifetime is. They're just guided sort of to quote unquote, imagine, if you want to call it that way, a previous lifetime, but it's connected in a particular way, and depending on how it's facilitated. And what's amazing is that people will have recall. Like, you don't have to be like very skilled at this. You don't have to be some very advanced like spirit world navigator or anything like that. Like I said, even Oprah like had a regression. Now, sometimes for people, it feels like they're making it up. That is a thing, actually. Some people kind of do feel like, in that way. But at the same time, like that's how it's coming to them, and they have deep resonance with it. Other people don't necessarily feel like they're making it up. They feel like it comes to them. So there is kind of like a variation in that way, because you're in a pretty sober state. Like you're not like, tripping. You're not on some high dose of mushrooms and anything like that. You are just in a very sober state. You're just in a very relaxed state. And so it's interesting the way the whole spectrum of it. But yeah, I mean, people will have recall. And sometimes they'll have some emotions involved. I mean, usually they're like very chill. They're not like shaking, doing too much, but there could be some like emotional release. Some people even cry a little bit if there's like something that is involved with that. But yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, it's a whole modality, and people can have profound healing from it. Like, lifelong challenges can be totally reversed, that they've been going through in a lot of different ways. And then, yeah, I mean, some people do come out of it and they're not sure whether that was a real lifetime of theirs or not. Other people come out of it and feel like absolutely it was. So there's like kind of different, maybe like depths that people go, or different experiences. But it is interesting that like everybody does have recall, and it's very like specific recall of a particular, lifetime.
Yeah, I can see that. I was trying to leave it if anybody else wanted to hop in, but uh, yeah,
Hey,
see,
Gio,
that's yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
is my mic okay? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's a really interesting topic. I just a slight branch away. I'd wondered what your views are on sins of the forefathers, like not so much in the biblical sense, but also a little bit in that sense that that it's a line through, obviously your father, your father's father, your father's father's father, and the behavior in which and the way in which they lived their lives and then brought up their children and imparted themselves at a certain age to produce you this sort of unique version of a human. How that psychologically affects us, and that the reconciliation with the father from a male point of view, and the mother to a certain extent as well, but psychologically it feels like there's a key somehow that needs to be possibly, I say, with the idea of sins of the forefathers, like there's a problem or there's something, a mistake, that karmic value that their actions, whether they were good or bad, and I don't see karma as good or bad, whether they need reconciliation, and that until you reconcile your father and then perhaps your father's father and then whoever you came from. Just wondered your thoughts on that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's all layers as well. Like tapping into like basically like previous lifetimes within your family line, because there's past life regression where people are actually feel like they're having an experience of one of their lifetimes. Then there's also like family lineage types of regressions or experiences that people have where they actually are experiencing another life or some kind of conflict or some kind of scenario, something that's kind of bound up in the energy of a kind of a previous time, as it were, but it's not necessarily, they don't feel like it's necessarily their lifetime. It seems to be like, in some cases, like a lifetime in their family line, like one of their great grandparents or, great aunts or whatever that may be in their family line, or even great, going way back. So yeah, those are very real experiences. And when people have those and they have healings from those, like there's like deep resolutions that happen like in the family system. So like somebody could just go off and do this therapy on their own. And let's say maybe their father and brother haven't talked in 20 years. They're just totally fractured, literally haven't spoken in 20 years. And if this other person in the family, let's say they're the sister, just to what, you know, the sister, as it were, she does this therapy, as it were, this therapeutic experiential thing where she connects with like something in her family line, in her previous family line's lineage, of like her a father figure in the family line going down the line, and she has a whole experience related to that. And then like when her experience has happened, the father and the son like call each other and just have a reconnection after 20 years or something like that. And it's not like she went and told them all about the experience and told them to call each other. Like it just happens. So yeah, like there's actual like very real things that happen in the family system when people, if that's what
Yeah,
you're kind of thinking about.
Yeah, I'd completely respond to that. I think that happens a lot where it's like when the body's healing itself. There's that idea of the body always keeps score of trauma and also, you know, of physical trauma, and that like the family has that similar thing. So if you imagine your family is like the roots of a tree, sort of a poor analogy, but that you're not gonna. There's a blockage within that family. And until that major trauma has been dealt with first, like then it doesn't allow smaller traumas to be dealt with next. Like the body will always deal with the biggest trauma first. And then when it's in a relaxed state, it will start to go through the older hurts that need to be undone. So I think I completely understand what you're saying there about it's like it seems strange, but like there's some simpatico, like there's just this unsaid reason for why whatever chakrically or karmically there's something unblocked which then allows them to move on and to heal that thing where you don't know why those emotions have such a hold on you or for somebody else, or why somebody else is like they are, or why you don't like somebody for no reason. I think that psychology, I don't think people tap into it enough, that family psychology. I think the part of whatever we're going through is a way of destroying, you know, your lineage from your family, and those healings can't happen. But I think that's a fascinating topic. I really do. For me, more so than me having a past life, because if I've lived one life, I must have, you know, we've all lived an equal amount of life. So whether I've never felt the need to come back, because I don't think you ever leave. But that's just a bit of speculation. I don't know on that. I just think there's a lot missed that I think for me, my first piece of advice for most men is: have you reconciled your father? You know, if he's still alive, are you even able to talk to him, and how are you able to talk to him? And then how much can you learn from that to then learn about whatever they knew about their father? And that often you're undoing their misdeeds or good deeds quite often. You know, if you've had a father trying to do a lot of good things in their lives, they've often neglected the woman in their life, and that trauma has run down, and you're having to deal with that side of the issue.
Yeah, the only thing that gets deep on that though is like, how much are we responsible for our family's wrongdoings? You know, like people that lived in the past. So that's kind of a deep question. And then one would think, well, from that perspective, it's like, are we just kind of cursed? Like, oh, you're just born into this family, and there's got, you know, there were these wrongdoings or whatever it may be. But I actually think that there's an actual deeper layer in which, like, the karma that a particular soul has that they're working through and that they have, they may choose to or be guided to. I mean, I think we all choose our lives, but we also not everybody designs their entire life, because that's a bit of something that usually souls learn to do later after finishing this, as I see it, like completing this whole earth realm. Then you can be a spirit guide and help others to help plan their lives and orchestrate all these lifetimes. But we do still accept, you know, choose to go into it. So my point was to say that, let's say somebody has their own personal karma with, let's just say, cheating on a lover, you know, having a lover and then, you know, cheating on them, as it were, you know, unfaithfulness in a romantic relationship. Let's say they have that issue from their own previous lifetimes. Maybe they incarnate in a family that has a lot of that in it, a lot of unfaithful relationships in the parents or the grandparents or whatever it may be. So that person's soul is like, in a way, like they have their karma with it. So they're in a way choosing to incarnate in that life where they're not necessarily a victim to that karma, like you were saying, of their forefathers and so on. Like they're not necessarily a victim to it. It's part of their own karmic thing, but they also are placed in it as well, that it's connected to that family line. So it's kind of both. It can be both, in that way, in my mind. So like, instead of just being like a victim to, oh, you're born in this family, you have this terrible thing, but that there actually is some layer of karma that's being processed on all those levels. And it's all like, I don't think we're a victim to any of it. I think it's all intentionally created.
It's like a thing that needs to be experienced on a moral level somehow. Like if everything's trying to find its equilibrium, the moral laws of this realm are trying to find an equilibrium as well. So it's never that cut and dry. You can never quite work out, what your place is. For me, I think, like you say, that's an extra level that not everyone needs to experience. And then some people are just trying to deal with or trying to see who they even are, and whether that relates to their parentage. But that is a really interesting idea, that you that you almost selected to live a life which teaches the soul a different element of moral law in a way, or to see how that really felt.
Yeah.
So I think it must be tapped in, like, with experience as much as anything.
Yeah, like, and there's so many scenarios that we see, like, let's say just like misogyny, or like men mistreating women. Like that's a whole thing. And then there's women that mistreat men. I mean, there's all kinds of those scenarios. And you could just take any of those one scenarios and it could be mapped out over like so many different scenarios that would be replicating the very thing that, I mean, I guess the way I see it, like on a deep level, is that there's like these clusters or these like archetypal karmic layers. And they're archetypal, meaning that there is a certain commonality, but then they're expressed in a myriad of different ways. So like, let's say like, yeah, like misogyny, like I said, like men mistreating women, something like that. Like that's a thing that has happened through time. But there's a myriad of different expressions of it, but that thing is still a thing, like that, and then there's like the off branches of like spousal abuse. Of course, that can happen back. A woman can do that to a man as well. There's the emotional abuse levels. There's the physical abuse levels if it goes to that level. There's other kinds of slander or, other stuff people get into, lawsuits even, when it comes. So there's like all those different layers and there's all those different expressions of it. But the way I see it is that there's like these clusters of kind of processes that we're all going through in one way or another. And if we do the thing that is like the impulse, like giving into the sin or whatever it may be, then okay, we kind of experience that. We see what it's like, whatever that may be. But little do we know sometimes that we're actually, you reap what you sow, that you're literally attracting that exact same thing to happen to you, except you're going to be on the other side of it. You're going to be on the receiving side rather than the side doing it. And then, like you were saying, kind of feel what it's like to be on the other side of it. And that would make sense that it would that there would be like a learning process through that, because everyone's always said, walk a day in someone else's shoes. If you rob someone, okay, yeah, you get the thing or whatever, you stole their computer. Now you have a computer, but you probably have guilt and whatever else with it. But then that other person doesn't have a computer and they just got stolen from. So they're like, oh man, like, so whatever it may be, like in whatever example, or a man beating a wife or a wife beating a man. I mean, think about being a man in a life that's like beating his wife. And then in the next lifetime, she's like a feeble woman being beaten by a man. It's like, wow, like the karmic replay, until that lesson is fully learned, is so deep.
Until you stop doing the naughty things you're not supposed to be doing.
It'll just keep happening. It'll keep on the wheel, the karmic wheel. Yeah, if you keep doing it. But that's the thing. But then what I love about it though is that the concept that grace supersedes karma. So even if you learn the lesson, you can dissolve all the karma in an instant. That's the coolest part about it. Like grace supersedes karma. So you'll be giving grace that will supersede the actual like karmic, repercussions or the. Now it's not to say that people don't have karmic repercussions, but in my viewpoint, the key of it is to learn the lesson. So if you learn the lesson, then it just literally like grace can supersede that, or can kind of transcend that. Of course, if someone's already gotten themselves in trouble, they're in prison or something. Yeah, they might not just let you out of prison. So depending on in those cases, the modern system kind of got them. But in general, like in my viewpoint, yeah, like if you like, let's say like the stealing thing, you've been stolen from, whatever. And if you finally just make a commitment to yourself, like that's it. I'll never steal from anyone again. It's wrong, the reasons it's wrong, all those things. And from that point forward, like in my mind, even if you have hundreds of lifetimes of stealing from others, that can all be transcended. Like great grace will come because you've learned the lesson and that you've actually made the change.
Like there's something in you've probably seen Quantum Leap. There's that thing, but it's like if a soul's hung up on something, it's like the next soul can't move on until that's been itched, so to speak. Like it's not been dealt with. So until that point, it's been dealt with, and it's that thing about attention. So your body will and your mind will pay attention to the thing that it can't quite deal with or can't quite scratch, or the thing that it wants to do, and you might not even know why, what your motivations are for doing something. There's that thing. Is it Sam Beckett in Quantum Leap, where like he seems to be like this all-rounder who has this, he always knows what's good for each individual that he's trying to help, and that Ziggy is helping him through by sort of giving him the best moral judgment. So like the study and the knowledge of all these religious texts would all be available. We all seem to be researching a multitude of them, not just sort of sticking to one, getting a wider understanding of moral law and just good ways of living. But it's that thing of when you notice a friend who's hung up on something, but we hardly ever talk about it or justify it, or like say, why do you keep repeating those same actions? Whether it's presumptuous to try to help someone in that way, or whether I don't know, maybe I don't in my life, still hang up on my own problems. But I feel like a life that's been examined, as Socrates would say, would have dealt with a lot of those issues, regardless, because thankfully we have this thing called an ego, which makes us think about ourselves and try to hopefully better ourselves. But I love that quantum leap idea. I think that's still an interesting, is a way of speeding up past lives and helping others in those. So it gives it a whole quest mentality. Makes it a bit more fun than just stealing a lot. You'd hope you get past stealing, wouldn't you? But we're still hung up on it as souls. It's still an interesting thing to do, like play with the idea of possessions. Like what makes that yours? I've just walked through a woods and somebody owns that woods, and me and my wife will always scoff, like, you can't own woods. You're going to be dead in 50 years. Those woods will be there for forever. You can't own things.
I know what you mean there. I mean, it could be argued that we really shouldn't be owning land at all. Like that whole thing is just against like a natural law in a way. I think it makes sense to live on land, but I think if humans are sovereign on the earth, and if we have the plants and all the medicines and the practices and tools to keep us psychologically and physically healthy, there really isn't like there aren't any conflicts. Like some of these tribal cultures down in the Amazon, I mean, now a lot of them have been invaded by the Western world and all this other stuff, you know, poisoning their lands and their waterways. But a lot of these tribes and stuff before that all happened, like the ones that use ayahuasca, they use ayahuasca regularly. And they don't have like any crime or conflict or any of that. They're just like peaceful living on the land. And there's so much land on earth that we don't really need to fight for land. Like there's plenty for everyone. And if you don't want to be on land with those people, then like just go over there on your own land or go to some land with some other people, you know, like it's really that straightforward in a way. So I don't think we need to really own land ultimately.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's amazing, like you say, those cultures where everything is organized, but the structure of the tribe is organized, that everyone knows their place within it and knows where, you know, they kind of understand the experiences they're going to go through. So they've reached an equilibrium in a way where there's still, you know, there's still all the tensions and emotions in life. And you still have, but everyone knows their task, right? Everyone knows their place, which means nobody feels insecure. Like there's always a security. But then often they're land-based, so their security is within the land, which just all seems to make a lot of sense. But for our minds, we've been taken away from that. So we're going to have to deal with a different type of landscape. I completely agree with you. There's plenty of land. There's so much friggin' land, it's unbelievable. Our brains aren't able to conceive the magnitude of this plane that we've found ourselves on. It's absolutely vast. And you just don't need that much space in reality. But I think that's fascinating, like you say, there's those cultures who have been like that, I mean, who knows how long for, but they reached an equilibrium a long time ago, and they were just able to move land, which beautiful. We're certainly trapping ourselves, like whether the mind's doing it intentionally, whether we're doing it to ourselves, or whether it's just subjugation by others. We're definitely trapping ourselves, which makes for interesting subjects.
Well, check out how about this idea that karma is not only between lifetimes, multiple lifetimes, but is even interdimensional. So from that perspective, there's an idea where our souls, you know, like, so I'll lay this idea out. Like our souls, when we die from here, we see, I would say we already exist in the spirit world. We're already there, but we're just extending ourselves. We just split off a part of ourselves to be here as well simultaneously. And then we temporarily forget about that, the rest of ourselves usually, or at least somewhat, but it still comes through. But you know, like a lot of those memories. So there's the idea that when you die, you kind of go more fully back to that, like whatever you are now, like this identity gets incorporated into the totality of one's soul in that sense. And I'm not talking about the creator at that point. I'm still kind of talking about an individual soul, as it were. And then from that spirit world, you could like see all your past lifetimes. You could decide if you're going to incarnate again. You know all of your karma, all of your everything that's occurring, and so on. And then there's the idea that from that spirit realm, you can go to other spirit worlds that have other worlds to incarnate into. So just like viewing this whole realm as like a realm that you can incarnate into, and it has a spirit world attached to it or connected to it, there's the idea that there's many other realms and many other spirit worlds that are all out there as well, that your soul could, basically take a break from the earth realm for a while, from this earth, this earth. Be like, I've lived like 100 lifetimes. I'm good for a while. I'm going to put this on hold, and go shoot off somewhere else. But then there's even the idea that from that perspective, that the karma that one has accrued or been involved in those other realms can interdimensionally transfer here as well, even with some of the same other souls that stuff has worked out. So that karma even goes to that level. And the thing about I'll finish on this current time that we're in, we all incarnated when there's this like weird group of entities that are in control of the earth, it's weird. Like the globalists, like heliocentrism, whatever the whole thing is, the NASA, all the the crazy stuff that's been going on. JP Morgan, I mean, we know all of it, you know, all this whole thing. We incarnated to be born into it. We got to like make these dollars. So then is there some level at which all of us that have chosen to incarnate during this time on earth have some kind of karma that's related to this, like the subjugation, like you said, because it's like default subjugation. Like we are under, you know, a form of tyranny where they're controlling the money. So anyways, sorry for being long-winded, but I'm just I'm enjoying that thought.
I like that a lot. It's strange, isn't it? Because your mind goes into all those ideas. It's tricky because you want to be able to articulate them because your mind thinks about them quicker than you can actually say them. And then you sort of weird this social etiquette that we have to sort of have a conversation, which is always tricky. But I really appreciate it because I've not done this for a while. But I love that idea. And then it's sort of like, well, where do animals fit into that and the spirit of animals and where they, you know, there's sort of these lesser base levels to play. I presume that's why the idea of animals in reincarnation often comes up. When you're a kid and you learn about reincarnation, it's like, oh, you know, if you're an arsehole, you're going to come back as a fly or whatever. You know, if you're really cool, you know, nice to people, you might come back as a dolphin or a horse or something. But like you say that it's horses. Sorry, I'm just looking at a horse right now, so that's why I said that. But animals, you know, have a completely, you know, there's a completely different nature to them. So whether they you know, but they still think of themselves as humans. They're still the center of their, you know, completely different world. The landscape to them is completely different, and there's sort of seemingly thousands of them. But no, I think that's such an interesting idea that we've chosen to come back at this really shitty time, you know, which is also a really incredible, amazing time. And that, you know, like you say, those men were able to not only, you know, cause problems to one or two people in their lives, but to millions of people in their lives. It's just, you know, how did you deal with that sort of karma?
Oh, I know. Those guys are really in for it. Can you imagine being like, you know, even that term Illuminati, which is such a funny term, but like, you know, just to use that just to kind of be funny, but like, can you imagine being like in, you know, that whole network and just having that karma? Speak about, we were talking earlier about our like family line karma, like our ancestors or like in our family. You know what else there is there's racial karma. That's an interesting one of actual races that have these certain conflicts, and people can actually tap into that and actually have like healing experiences on that level. It's pretty interesting in terms of like there's the racial, there's the family, like the immediate family. Then there's like one's own soul's memories that people seem to have experiences of as well. So, but yeah, like, oh, I was just saying, imagine being born into one of these like Illuminati family line things, you know, or one of these family lines. Like now they have all that family karma and they're doing all that. That's dark. And see, I think those guys are like, you talk about, like I was saying, the interdimensional. I think that like these kind of controllers, if you want to call it that, of this realm, they're deeply involved in that level. It's like an interdimensional level thing where I do think there's even like a demonic entity that's behind it as well. But like it knows what it's doing, and because it's just like subjugating the whole earth right now, or at least the known lands that we're aware of. There's like just a mass subjugation. I mean, it's like, yeah, they could lock down the whole world in a week, you know. I mean, it's, and seeing what they're doing in like North Korea, I mean, it's crazy, like what they can get away with with people let them. So yeah, we definitely chose. So yeah, I think it is an interdimensional thing, and it's only for this cycle though, because these entities are not going to be in control of this earth forever. That's for sure, and not even for very much longer. But they've had quite a reign for at least, call it 150 years.
Yeah, and they think they're the good guys, right? You know, we all think we're the good guys.
Well, you think at that level, I think they know they're pretty evil.
There's always a way of justifying it from their point of view. Like you say, like that thing, like sins of the forefathers. Like, can you imagine being, what's it, Brandon Biden, whatever his name is. Is it Brandon Biden? That's his name? Is it Brandon? Joe Biden's son. Like, just to be the shit show that's Joe Biden, you know, like he's kind of like a satirical pastiche of himself. Like, it's so ridiculous. And then to have to be his son, but like the one that didn't die, like, how do you reconcile that mess? And to be part of that huge media circus at the same time, just mind blowing. But that thing about, like you say, families, the family lines, that seems to be a big part of, well, you know, how, because there's power struggles at every level, right? So then those bloodline families are kind of probably aware of a lot of all this, you know, because there'll be information about it, but they're that way of protecting their family at this high level, you know, and this idea of control. The Kennedys and the Rothschilds and, you know, like you say, JP Morgan and the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, what are they even involved in when you think about it? Could you imagine being a part of some huge group of families that are doing this to an entire realm? I mean, every country can be locked down, like the militaries, the world wars. I mean, I guess it depends on how much one would attribute to them, you know, quote unquote, the they, or what, you know, they even are. But just even from the idea that, let's say it's like 15 families, and those could be pretty large families, you know. That's about all it would take, you know, in addition to other entities. No, it would take more than just that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, it only takes a table of, you know, it's usually 6 or 7 people. So always a board, just takes a few people. They can, you know, become corporate, you know, dead entity that doesn't have a singular consequential feeling. And yeah, you can rule the world with enough clever, you know, instincts.
I mean, my sense of it is that they were actually vying for power back in the 1800s, because I think back then they didn't have full control over the financial system yet. Is my sense of it. Like, they didn't have full control over that yet, and so they were still kind of vying to be the wealthiest and to start to get more and more power and influence over different regions and things. And I think they were doing a lot of that, a lot of takeover as it already was happening, at least since like 1850 or even before. But I think that once the Titanic was sunk, because it had gotten to a point at that point where there were several of the wealthiest men in the world, but they were still kind of not, they weren't really all one though. Like, they were still different people. And then you have like Tesla and how Tesla connects with that and his lineage and his connections with the JP Morgan and the big oil, everything that was going on at that time. There was like still the good guys. And I think Tesla was connected to that. And then there was this whole other like thing going on that they were, you know, the JP Morgan crew basically. And the Titanic, when the Titanic sunk, that was such a huge psyop, because it's like, it seemed like they hyped it up. Like, oh, the most unsinkable ship, the biggest, all they hyped it up. And JP Morgan was the financier for the Titanic to be built. He actually financed all 3 of the ships, the 3 sister ships that are, you know, the Olympic, Britannic, and the Titanic. And so JP Morgan paid to have all of those things built. So he literally is behind them, and they hyped him up with so much marketing and advertising. Oh, the biggest ship, and it's going to, you know, unsinkable and all this stuff, which was such a psyop, because JP Morgan pulled out of going on the Titanic the morning of. He decided not to get on the Titanic, and it obviously sunk. And several of the other wealthiest people in the world that were opposing the Federal Reserve died on the Titanic when it sunk. So right after that, they were able to establish the Federal Reserve. And right after they established the Federal Reserve, because those other wealthy men, they were the ones that died in the Titanic. They were the ones opposing the Federal Reserve. And obviously, once those people were dead, it allowed them to fully roll it over and get it to where basically they're printing all the money in the whole world and everyone's borrowing from them. And once that happened, it's kind of been lights out for humans in a way. Like, we've just been mauled. I mean, World War I, the 1920s, the Great Depression, World War II, NASA, the whole thing has just been, they've just been dominating. Let's be real. I mean, we're still strong souls and we're still making it and all this. It's all good. I'm not saying we're weak or anything. I'm just saying, like, on that front, they really got a hold.
It was the ultimate power move, right? The Titanic. I completely agree. It's the original 9/11. It's kind of more. It's more subtle in some ways, but it is that sort of Game of Thrones final game where, like you say, you kill your enemy and take everything over. It's such a bizarre thing because they even to this day glorify it, like in this weird fake how history went. You know, it's essentially it was just an accident. Like there's no such thing as just an accident when it then has the consequences that it had. And I think we don't realize sometimes, you know, how much we're playing with fire with our decisions. Each decision matters. I mean, obviously at that level, it's a huge decision, a massive conspiracy from their point of view to make those things happen. I think that those things are still applicable in our lives. They seem smaller, like small fry, and yeah, we're still dealing with that huge ramifications of what happened then. I still think in our own lives that we have, the ability to undo good and bad. And I agree, like you say, we can be good souls, and it's difficult in a world that's sort of rigged. But it's still fascinating in a way. It's still like an interesting story. It's not like it's dull. It's great talking to you, Gio. I've got to go have breakfast. Yeah, go well.
Yeah, you as well. Yeah, for sure. A lot of interesting points, and yeah, I agree with that last part you said there too. But yeah, cheers.
Just lastly on that, there's an English guy who made a really good documentary called "Everything's a Rich Man's Trick." I don't know if you've seen that one. You probably might have done. But he goes through about 3 hours explaining all of that, and it never gets any airtime at all. He got taught it all by his parents, and he then sort of does this kind of low budget documentary. But he's a good sort of historian, and I'd like to know your thoughts on it. But I'll post a link in the chat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, link it. I'll check it. I have heard of it. I'm trying to think if I've seen it or not. I have seen a couple things that have titles kind of close to that. I'm trying to. So yeah, I'll check it out when you see it and or when you post it.
Cool. See ya.
Because that's in a quote as well, I think. That quote. But yeah,
Is it?
everything's well, like with the moon landing. Yeah, there's been a couple. Like that outer space is like a rich man's,
Trick.
basically. Yeah. Essentially. But
All right, mate. Cool.
yeah, bro. Yeah, cheers. Yep. Have a good one.
What's up, you guys?
Because it was but dude, absolutely, man. I know it's so what about this idea that in a way, now this is going to even be a bit metaphysical, but I'll just use the words that I want to use to describe it. That in the ether, like that the ether has receptors for truth. Like the ether has natural receptors for truth, and it has like a rejection of deception. So in that way, like deceptions can linger and they can grab a hold of someone, but ultimately within the ether, within our own interaction with it, there's like these default, as it were, components where like truth, there's always receptors for truth, meaning for like when I mean receptors, I'm not even necessarily saying in the brain. I'm kind of using it more in like a metaphysical sense. That if you offer truth to someone, there's always some level of them that is receptive as well. Like it has an organic kind of dynamic like that to it.
Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting down, dude. Truth is like water. It'll always find a way. If you've ever gone camping in the rain,
it always finds its level. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, it always finds its level. It'll find every little crack, every little seam, and it'll just permeate. And
or like that phrase, karma always finds its level.
Yeah, it does. You reap what you sow. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, dude, I think in the coming weeks and months, it's just going to be like watching all these people wake up. I mean, they're going to have to address this stuff. Oh, actually, I have some interesting news. So the young man that called the police in Las Vegas when he said that there was like some aliens that landed in his front yard has been posting to social media. And he's like, look, guys, you've already like, he's like, you heard the police call. You've heard what I said. Everybody's like harassing my family. If there's one thing I've learned from this, it's like you cannot believe anything that you see on the TV. The media is like all lying. They took everything that my family said out of context. The media is saying that my family disappeared. Like that's not true. We're right here. It's crazy. Like, I couldn't find all of his videos because it's like people re-uploading them. So like, and they come in parts. But from what I've gleaned, this dude definitely saw something very creepy. He wants his life to go back to normal, and the only things that he's learned is that there are things happening that cannot be explained purely through our like physical reality, and that the media lies like all the time.
Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's a young kid too. He looks maybe like 18 or 19. He's got braces. And I feel for him, dude. That must be so heavy. Can you imagine being 19 years old and you saw a fucking alien in your yard and like the news is like telling lies about you? Nuts.
That is intense. Yeah, makes you think if you see one, just maybe don't report it. Just kind of chill.
Yeah, like
I mean that's like an actual thing to consider. I mean there's all kinds of ideas. You've got like the alien thing and the heliocentric. There's other ideas, but what do you even think about like, dude, do you think they're like growing some weird creatures like in like underground labs, you know, in like Area 51 and God knows what? Like, you know, do you think they can actually like grow like other types of beings, like other creatures that actually could look alien to us, but they're actually just like a different thing that we don't know about that they've like made in labs?
oh, dude, I have a whole
chimeras.
whole long thing, dude.
The chimeras. I mean, dude, who knows what they're messing around with? Like Monsanto's insane. We know what they're doing with that's just with corn and shit. So what are these guys doing at the deepest levels? You know, I mean, one could only speculate.
Well, I started making a video recently actually about clones that I was going to put up. And I got some really good clips of George Bush talking about Dolly the sheep. And like, he's like, and in the future, we could be cloning ourselves. And like, you know, that's in the 90s. That's the president of the United States talking about cloning people in the 90s. When was the last time you heard the president of the United States talking about clones? But okay, Gio, check this out. So,
like, you know, last weekend before never.
what? Sorry, you cut out. I just heard before never.
I was trying to make a joke. I said, well, you said, when have you heard a president? And I said, probably like last week before never.
Yeah. Got it.
I don't know. It doesn't even make sense, but it sounded funny in my mind, so I said it.
No, it works.
That's not a thing that, yeah, exactly. So I know, dude, that's the thing that's so crazy now. Like, they're talking about, I mean, dude, in the 90s, like, if you had said to, I mean, what do you think? If someone had said to you, dude, there's going to be a real news thing that's like someone found an alien in the backyard, would you have even believed that that would have even been mainstream news?
Yes. What I would not have believed is that nobody would bat an eye.
Yeah.
You know, we just live in such a bizarro realm. But okay, my whole thing with aliens, especially recently, is that aliens are basically demons. But when I say demons, I don't mean some like black figure with like horns or something. I'm talking about beings that were originally made of pure spirit, angels who came down to earth and had sex with women, and their offspring, who are now halfway between beings of pure spirit, then made into flesh by procreating with man. Right? They were referred to as the gods. Right? They were the Hercules. They were the Greek gods of old. And then God floods the world and takes all of them out. Okay? But because they were part beings of like pure spirit, they found a way to survive. Now, 90% of all UFO sightings happen above or near extremely large bodies of water or the ocean. In the Bible, every time a demon comes into the world, it comes from the water. It comes from the sea. It comes from the rivers. It comes from the depths. When Jesus Christ casts a legion of demons out of a man, the legion flees into a flock of pigs. The pigs then run themselves off of a cliff into the ocean and commit suicide, returning to the depths. They say that we know more about the moon than we do about what's going on in the ocean. I feel like, okay, yeah, if you can get behind me that like they're lying about going to the moon and that the earth is flat, that's great. But now we got to talk about the misdirection, because if you're facing one direction and that direction is looking at the sky and thinking that it's, you know, oh, we're on a ball and blah, 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 blah. What's the opposite of that? It's looking directly beneath your feet, right? It's, oh, okay, so if we're not supposed to be looking up, okay, well, where can we, like, it's kind of hard to explore beneath your feet. Like, we're not, like, really good at digging tunnels unless you're the military building dumbs. So, like, where else are we supposed to be looking? And it's the oceans. Everything we know about the oceans, you learned from Morgan Freeman or fucking that other old British dude. I can't remember his name. Who's just like, the waters are calm, whatever. I think there's something going on with the oceans. I think that's where the aliens are at. I think that there's human beings that wanted to reconnect with these dark spirits, because originally, when these angels came down, they were the ones who taught mankind how to do metallurgy, alchemy, build instruments of war, etc., etc. They were the original bringers of technology. And I think humans today, with a lot of power and resources, know that they still exist underwater, and they've either made contact with them, and they're trading. There's like commerce between them, or there's some sort of contract. I don't know. Probably a contract, I would assume. But yeah, what do you think about that, Gio?
Yeah, no, dude, I appreciated all that. Yeah, I'm open to hear more. Yeah,
That's all I got for now. It's kind of one of those things where like I don't want to be like tripped out about going to the ocean, but it is weird. It is weird. There's something strange about it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
think about like the Bermuda Triangle.
Well, what about also like other species that could live under the earth?
Well, that's the whole thing. It was genetic miscegenation. See, I mean, from my perspective, God got so pissed off because he made angels and he made humans, and then angels and humans went ahead and made something else. That was not his plan, right? And I'm guessing that's why it pissed him off so much. I don't know. I wouldn't presume to know. But as far as like, yeah, it is another species. It's another species that like, I don't know, they survived the flood somehow. I mean, they obviously did. You hear about like David and Goliath, that happened after the flood. You've heard about like, I'm sure you've heard of the Kandahar giant in Afghanistan that like took out a bunch of US soldiers. And just the idea that like all these cavern systems and like subterranean deep underground military bases, stuff like that, could be connected to aquifers. And I've been told that you can take a submarine through the aquifers from one side of the United States to the other. I have no way to verify that, obviously, but my source is good. I trust the source. He's ex-military, well, ex-government. He was in the CIA in the 80s. Super old cat now. He's obsessed with like freeze drying all of his food. He thinks there's going to be a solar flare.
Damn. Yeah.
Well, he worked inside of Cheyenne Mountain for a number of years, and he was basically like, yeah, like there's tunnels that go from Cheyenne Mountain to I want to say the Ugalala Aquifer, but I can't remember. And he was just saying how they've got these subterranean craft that are like submarines that just take these aquifer waterways. Like it's quicker to take the waterways across America than it is to take a jet, because there's like these insane currents that take you really fast. It's pretty wild. And he said, okay, he actually did say there was a way to verify this. Shit, I should have remembered this other guy's name. He said there was a guy who was releasing these radiated dyes into spring water in like Florida, and he said that he was then flying over to like the West Coast and like going to where like there's all these springs that lead out into the ocean, and he said he was picking up that radioactive dye, so like it had made it from one side of the country to the other. And he said you can look that up, but I just took his word for it because he was hella cool, and it made sense to me.
Wow. Springs on one side of the country that would end up in the water, and like in Florida that would end up in the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
All underground?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, I know this for a fact because I've talked to my friend who's like a scuba diver, and like he knew somebody who knew this guy, but this guy was scuba diving in a spring in Florida and drowned, and his body showed up off the coast of Mexico. Like, that's pretty crazy. Because you'd think like if it went like through the ocean all the way across, like in some current, a human body that's decomposing, that would be eaten by fish. You know what I mean?
Well, I've heard, I'm aware of like Jacques Cousteau as well. He used to put dyes and colors into blue holes in the ocean when the tide is going in to where everything's being sucked into the blue hole, which are like these deep, like thousands of feet, who knows how deep they go, like holes in the ocean. I've actually been in one before, scuba diving, but you have to scuba dive when the tide's coming out, so you're always getting pushed out of it, because if you're scuba diving when the tide's coming in, you can get sucked in and you could potentially never make it out. So it's intense. But he put these dyes in those blue holes, and when the water was going in, you know, like the tides were sucking in, and then the dye would come out like many, many miles out in the middle of the ocean. It would come out of another blue hole. So like they were connected.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, and just like kind of gets credence to what I already think.
So, dude, if just that potential of underground tunnels is existing, you know, that's a huge network. Can you imagine, like, oh my goodness? I mean, the network must be, you know, like almost like the blood, like the veins in our blood. Like there must be just a myriad of different tunnels and caves, and I think there's even like others. There's like hidden land underneath that they're hiding from us as well.
Oh, you're thinking it's a bit hollow? Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Like the hidden land also includes hidden underland, underground land.
Yeah, I think there's like breakaway civilizations.
Like, what do they have in Antarctica? You know, like under the ice. There's got to be some like ancient cities there.
Well, I don't know if you saw it, but they just built a new research station, and there's like conspiracy videos that are claiming it does all this nefarious stuff. Have you seen about this? Heard about this?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so
don't think so.
The 1912 expedition. Admiral Robert something.
Wait, which one?
Like, I think it was like 1912. And they showed like statues and like temples and pyramids.
Nice. What's up, percentage?
Yo. Platypus, your audio was coming in like mumbled there.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. I think sounds like percentage knows what you're talking about, but I don't think I quite heard what you had said, because I was like,
no worries,
didn't quite hear it. So yeah.
Basically, there's like some new Antarctic research station that's been created that I believe measures like neutrino activity, and people are saying that it's like a control tower for what we would consider like UFOs, basically craft with no visible signs of propulsion that are using some other way of levitating.
Wow.
That's what I got from it, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think just by what they stole from Tesla, they could have had ways to levitate things. And John Hutchinson had seemed to like he was tapping into that, it seemed like.
One thing that I am doing is I'm trying to respond to DMs as much as I can with people that seem genuinely interested. And I got this one cat who's been DMing me for over a month now, challenging me on like everything that I'm saying, but being extremely respectful. The most like, I would love for this person to come onto Discord someday, because they are very respectful. But I finally hit him with one of the Joe Rogan videos. He just got in my DMs and he's like, out of all the things you've posted, them missing the telemetry data is actually the weirdest thing to me. And I was like, well, that's the weirdest thing to you, not the bubbles, not any, not the CGI, not any of that stuff. Okay, hey, I'll take it. This guy he's worried, he's concerned about the data. He's like, wait, if I traveled to the moon and I came back and I lost the data that got me there, that would be so embarrassing. That doesn't even make sense. But yeah,
highly sus. Highly sus.
Dude.
Like, you're like, dude, I just went to the moon. And you're like, oh my God, like, how did you get there? Like, where's the data that shows you went there? And you're like, oh, we lost it all. We don't have it.
Gio, you want to know what their name is on Instagram? It's highly suspect. I'm not even kidding. I just screenshotted it so I can send it to you. That's fucking nuts. Because I was like, while you were saying that, I was like, shit, I don't even know what this person's name is. Like, I don't even know what to call them. And you're just like, highly sus. And I'm like, oh, wait, I think that's their name. Little synchronicity there for you.
I heard someone say recently that they're now claiming that they found the telemetry data. Did you hear that?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course they found it. Just like it turns out that the moon rock isn't actually petrified wood. It was just a prank, right? I mean,
dude, if you lose your keys, you just find your keys eventually, I guess. The thing about that telemetry data, like, have you ever thought about why they even had to do that? Like, there had to be some reason. Like, I don't know that I've gotten to the full bottom of it, but I'll tell you, like, where my mind's thinking right now, like, on the most conspiratorial level. So they're obviously not going. They're running simulations. So they're giving people these simulations. Or everyone in the mission control, everyone that works at NASA, they're giving those people simulations where they're sending all this data, which claims the telemetry data, like, oh, this position, that position. Oh, yeah, dial it in, whatever they're giving them. It's all a simulation. Now, if the one thought would be, if they want to claim they did it for real, why not just release the fake data from that simulation that they claim is the real one and just say, here it is, we went there. But there must be some other reasons, such as like maybe the timing or some other factors that they maybe like couldn't have synced up correctly in a way that would have actually shown that it was just like that. It could have even revealed that it was not any different than the simulations.
Dude, what if they were just playing a video game?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever read Ender's Game by Orson Scott Wells?
No.
Okay. Well, you mind if I tell you what happens to me? Oh, Card. Thank you. I said Wells. Thank you. It was Card. Do you mind if I ruin the ending for you?
Oh, dude, just go for it for sure, man. I'm kind of in like a listening mode. I'm gonna be listening, but I also have to be doing some things as well. But I'm enjoying very much listening. So yeah, just keep rolling with it for sure.
No worries. It's short. The ending is basically like the big battle that decides the fate of the universe. Everybody thinks it's actually a training exercise. Like the main character doesn't realize that the ships that he's commanding, sending into battle are full of other people. He thinks he's just doing a training exercise. And at the end, he's a hero. And he doesn't even realize that he was like fighting the main battle, what he's been training for his whole life. And I think and the whole book is like a space book. It takes place with like fighting aliens and all like spaceships and all that stuff. And I just flip it. And it's like, yeah, the whole real thing, the thing that everybody thought was like the greatest achievement in mankind, it was literally just a training exercise on a simulator. All those people who were staring at like, whatever the 64-bit, loops on a fucking screen back in the 60s, it was just a big video game. All they had to do was get a bunch of people in a room to play a video game, shoot a rocket at the sky, have it fall in the Bermuda Triangle, film some stuff in a basement in Hollywood, and call it a day.
Not that it's relevant to your point, but in Ender's Game, that training exercise, he also made like the enemy go extinct almost, right? Basically made them extinct without realizing it because he thought it was just a simulation.
Well, I didn't even want to touch that because So throughout the book, he's having these psychic experiences with the aliens when he plays that video game, and he's like empathizing with them. He's empathizing with them more than he's empathizing with the people that he's fighting to save. And that, to me, is like, okay, so when he goes into his dreams, he's being remade in the image of the alien, right? So like, what are they trying to remake us in the image of with these moon landings, with this fakery? There's a lot of themes in that book that are very like space is fake, flat Earth adjacent.
Yeah, it's a good book.
Yeah, I read that when I was way young. Probably like 5th grade or something.
So Platypus, I've kind of been catching bits of it on and off for a few days. You're putting out Insta posts that are getting tons of views. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
Excellent. Okay. Just something that came to mind, if for ideas. I reckon something that would get traction with the average Joe in 2023. And I'm assuming there's lots of footage you could grab or whatever to make a short video. Is around, was it Nixon that had a live telephone conversation with them on the moon?
I literally made that video today. I'll send it to you. I made it like
did you, bro? Well, there's a weird connection. I'm driving along thinking, yeah, man. In this day and age, people would go, "Oh, that's bullshit. You can't get cell coverage in a shopping centre. So how on earth would they speak literally live? I play video games around the world, and you can have a third of a second latency just from one country to another. So to go to the moon live is just so ludicrous, and I think people would get that, particularly young kids who are internet savvy and understand latency more than my generation would. I think you get a lot of traction with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just saying, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was telling Gio, but I think one of the reasons why these videos are getting millions of hits is because the moon is above your head almost every night. It's right there. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Did we actually go there? If we didn't, what is that? And where am I?
What is that thing? Yeah.
In the same vein, like I saw this story about how in the newspapers they published the pictures of like the lunar landing the same day that it supposedly happened. Like, and this is like the Hasselbeck film camera. The film would have to have been developed and like everything like that.
That's at a time, man. I was alive.
June
I was alive
21st,
then. Percentage. If you took some photography, we used to take it down to the local pharmacy, and they'd send it off to get developed, and you'd pick it up like a week later. So as you say, they could just instantly broadcast it straight away. I doubt it.
Yeah, June 21st, same day of lunar landing. That it was in the papers.
All right, guys. I'm gonna try and get this dude to come into Discord right now. He says he's on Discord. I'm gonna send him the invite. So be nice. This will be the first person that I'm bringing over cross-platform. We're transplanting. Yo, mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
Did you hear what I just said before that, though? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Flat. We're always nice, man.
Fuck is going on?
We're nice to everybody.
Guys, every time I click the invite link on Earth Awakenings, it crashes my Discord. 3 times in a row.
Which one? The / Earth Awakenings one?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna try one more time. Okay, so yeah, Gio, every time I try to invite somebody to your server, it crashes my Discord. Is that happening to anybody else?
I haven't tried inviting anyone in a while, so.
Just try and copy the invite link. That's all I'm trying to do.
All right.
You mean just copy it and post it to someone, or what? Is that what you mean?
Like, all right, I'm in the VC right now. Now I'm like looking at my list of servers. I click on Earth
Oh, that works
Awakenings.
for me, no problem.
Weird. I see the invite where it's got the little person and the plus, and I click it. And if I were to click it right now, I'm almost positive. Let's find out here. Hold on.
I just DM'd it to you.
Yeah, you can actually. Oh, he dropped. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
You can actually just. That is a way to do it if you kind of try to click on their name in that way, but you also can just send them the actual link.
I just DM'd it to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, maybe just try the straight link. But yeah, man, I mean, if you're reaching this many people, and if thing is, you're kind of on a roll right now. You're on a flow to where, like, as far as I can tell, even though I'm not really necessarily a consumer of tons of this social media, but I do know how it works in terms of, like, people get on like a flow of watching certain content, every day. Like, oh, I'm going to check this guy's stuff or this one, and they, I do think people kind of, like the icon, the name of the channel, they kind of keep in their heads. So the fact that you're getting like this many views this quickly on a lot of the videos, what I mean by this quickly, I just mean meaning that it happens quickly, like within hours. It sounds like it's like, because you'll tell me, you're like, oh yeah, this is at 500,000, and then you'll come back the next day, you're like, yeah, it's at 1.6 million. So that's happening pretty quick, and I'm just saying, like, people kind of get in a rhythm of that. They're like, oh, what is the new one he had? Oh, I liked his last one. I'm going to see what his new one is. It starts coming up on people's feeds and all that. So yeah, it's cool to be able to for you to be able to reach that many people. You could get a lot of. And like Effie was saying, dude, because there's so many little things, like little nuggets that we know about that a lot of people haven't heard of yet, So yeah, like the phone call to the moon is a total just does not even fit.
Here,
It's
I'm gonna
crazy,
actually.
and I think like when you particularly focus on the, the IT facet of it, the technology facet. I mean, Insta is a social media that's appeals to young people, not old farts like me. So they're much more tech savvy, and they're much more aware of what's real and what's not in the tech world. So I think there's a lot of that from back there that you can poke holes with that will resonate with young people. They'll go, yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, that couldn't happen. That can barely happen today, let alone in 1968. So I think those little nuggets are the ones that would probably prick their ears up a fair bit.
Yeah, I just posted the video I made in the chat. Let me know what you think, like how it's presented and whatnot. One of the cool things about making videos that are so short is I don't feel bad at all asking somebody to watch it. I'm not asking you to spend more than like 40 seconds of your time. because I've made videos in the past, like years ago. I used to make like Mandela effect videos that were like way too long.
Yeah, dude. So wait, that second part is like the actual call that Nixon claimed to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I
And
have heard
that's,
that, but yeah.
yeah. It's just,
That's
when
cool.
you,
Yeah, dude. Joe Rogan was very like that first part with Joe Rogan, dude. Yeah, he sounds so much younger there, but he was like he was on it, you know. He knew it was bullshit.
he was heated.
You could just hear in his voice that he was like, "Oh man."
No, that was good Joe Rogan, dude. Like, there was a Joe Rogan at a time who was on this topic and he hadn't taken the deal yet. You know, have you seen his interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Which one?
There's an interview that he does with Neil deGrasse Tyson where he's like, so Neil deGrasse is like, so you were kind of a moon guy for a while, huh?
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan's just like stutter, like, it's just gross. It's just gross to watch. You watch a guy who's getting paid to say something that he doesn't believe. 100%.
Yeah. I do remember seeing clips of that. Yeah. And Joe Rogan's like, "Oh, I didn't know, man. I didn't really know. I hadn't really been educated." He's like, but I think he even still kind of said at one point, he's like, what kind of I feel like a couple times in his voice, like he was still, like, you know what I mean? He wasn't really like saying that they went, he did reverse it, but like, does he actually say he believes it?
I think he's like on the fence. He's like, I don't know what to believe or something. And I guess that's within his contract. He's like allowed to say that much or something, but
he's sitting there just like practically lying while he's just watching like money signs in his mind of how much money he's going to make by just restricting it.
Yeah, but I watched the thing with Joe yesterday, and you're right, exactly. He's you call him a shill or whatever. He's getting buckets of money to stick to the narrative, but he lets Eddie Bravo get on there, and he just gives him like a lot of the time pretty free rein to drop his bombs, and they make fun of him a bit, but he doesn't shut him down. Like Eddie gets to say everything he wants to say most of the time. And there's a lot of people watch that show, so there'd be a lot of people that some of it would get some penetration, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, Joe's a smart guy. He's being paid, but I agree. I don't think he's on board with the main narrative, but he kind of, it's like a ventriloquist, and he lets Eddie just have his say so he can get the information out there.
yeah, that's true. That is true. I wonder about Eddie Bravo. I'm only removed from him by like 1 degree.
Yeah, right.
I know people who know him. I've heard good things about him, but people say all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, they kind of poke fun at him a little bit, and that they put up some tacit level of resistance to what he says, but they don't ever shit can him. Well, not that I've seen anyway, and just really run him down. In what he's saying. So he's kind of like the comical voice of truth in the background. That because we poke fun at him, we get away with it. But Eddie, like I said, Eddie gets to say everything he wants to.
Yeah, I guess I can't knock Joe for that.
He may not care as like Joe Rogan. He may not care as much about what the truth is, more than like just the money, basically. Meaning, it seems like he kind of went more of that route. Like, he wasn't necessarily going to hold to the truth if it meant he wasn't going to get the money. So it's like he's willing to kind of, and I mean, one could see like the lack of integrity in doing that. However, how many others would? I'm not making a case for doing that or anything. I'm just saying how many others would do that. Same thing for as much money, to have like one of the biggest podcasts in the world. I guess is that what it is? Is his like one of the? It's got to be like top 5 or whatever.
No, I think it's the biggest in the world.
Really? It really is?
I'll Google it. I'm doing it right now.
To me, it's like he's kind of bland these days. I don't know. I don't find he's not very invigorating. He's just kind of, I don't know. I guess I've never been a fan of his kind of modern work. The stuff he did back in the early days when he was talking about more truth topics, and he was talking about DMT and moon landing and all that stuff. Like that was more interesting to me. I mean, it was actually a little bit cutting edge stuff at the time compared to. But he does bring a lot of people on, obviously. So there's obviously like that part of it, the content that's interesting. But I just don't really find him that good of an interviewer. And I guess I personally don't really find him very entertaining.
Well, dude, when you can't talk about the truth, like all he can do is be like, "Oh, did you see that shark attack video with the guy in the kayak?" And it's like, that's not why people want to listen to him. I mean, I just looked it up, by the way. It is the largest podcast in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I was actually listening to him today. I listened to his most recent episode with my buddy, and my buddy was driving, so he put it on. Otherwise, I wouldn't have listened to it. But they were talking about the V stuff, and a lot of good points were being made. And it was a 2 hour and 37-minute long podcast. We didn't finish it. The car ride wasn't that long. It was like a 2 hour ride, so I listened to most of it. But I asked my friend, I'm like, do people listen to these like all the way through? And he's like, oh yeah. I'm like, damn, that's a long time to just be sitting there listening to Joe Rogan talk to this guy about that specific topic today, like within the last 48 hours, whenever that was posted. Because they were talking about how, like, who Theo Von, the comedian, is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about some stuff and got one of his videos taken off YouTube. And now Theo Von is like getting like woken up. Like, he's like, whoa, dude, there's some crazy stuff going on. Like, I'm just a comedian, but now I'm getting censored just because I made fun of something. And it's like, first of all, I find Theo Von incredibly creative, and I respect him as a comedian. His stuff is really vulgar. He talks about some really gross stuff sometimes that I don't like it. And I'll like fast forward through him sometimes, but he's funny. He's definitely funny. And one thing I've learned just from watching Owen Benjamin, who is also incredibly funny, is you don't want to piss off a comedian and turn them into a truther.
Yeah,
that's like the
absolutely.
last thing you want to do, dude. Comedians are way too smart for those fucking games, and they will just find a way to not only make you look so bad, prove that you're wrong, and get people to laugh at you. It's not good.
I do think Joe does have some affinity with the truth. I've spent a fair bit of the last 6 months or so looking into ancient civilizations and ancient technology and cataclysms and all this sort of thing. And over the last 10 years, Joe's had Graham Hancock and I can't think of the name of the other guy, and a number of times on there just talking about megalithic structures and ancient civilizations and cosmology and whatever. And he is completely on board with it. Like, he's going against mainstream archaeology and the bullshit narrative we've been fed about the 6,000 year timeline of the world and all of this thing. So I do think I agree with you. He's got the bag of gold in his back pocket as well, and obviously he doesn't want to give that away. But I do think he has some attachment to the truth, and that's why I think he lets Eddie on to say his bits and pieces. But yeah, I mean, he's kind of half sold out. I'm not sure. Yeah, I kind of love him and hate him at the same time.
Yeah, no, he's good. I mean, he's not completely evil. The bag of money thing, though, that's like you said, buckets. So I just got fact checked on Instagram on one of my posts. It now has a fact check on it. It's pretty interesting.
Joe Rogan does have a lot of guests on, that's for sure. A lot of different arenas, and yeah, like and that is pretty cool that they do that. So, because he's had a lot of really good guests on over the years. That's one thing I can give him some props on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the fact checkers say that this is the rolling shutter effect, and it is not a direct energy Do they not understand that the fact check means it's real? Like, that's how people see that now? This is going to make this video this video already has 500,000 views, and then they decide to fact check it? What are they thinking? Dude, these guys are monkeys. Ooh, that's good. I wish they'd fact check all my videos. Like, that would be so awesome. Yeah.
Keep it up. They might start.
I hope so. I hope they do. I hope they fact check every single one of them, because my Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go to the moon video is fact checked, and the comments are hilarious. It's just, wow, it's real when it's fact checked ad infinitum, like over and over and over again. How many comments does that friggin' video have? Yeah, 1,930. Majority of them just dying that it's fact checked. Well, I can open up the comments on it now. If it's fact checked, it's definitely shadow banned. So you just allow people to talk about it.
Yeah, why not? Just get back to Joe Rogan quickly. The other good thing I like about his format, I don't watch him a lot, but when you, like you said, Gio, gets lots of interesting people from all different interesting areas of life, and when you got an interview format that rolls for 2.5, 3.5 hours, particularly when sometimes they're sitting around smoking a joint and drinking red wine, the conversation meanders into all sorts of interesting areas, which can also give you more insight into that, whoever that person is, where ordinarily you might see them in an interview format, where there's 10 predetermined questions laid out with scripted answers, but in his format, you maybe get to see a bit more of the real person behind the answer.
Yeah, and in a way, like I was saying before, that I don't really find him to be that ironically, like in terms of like him as an interviewer, like there's others I can think of that are sort of more naturally inclined to that. But I think Joe Rogan does it in a way where he's kind of more just like just kind of just talking with them, and just by doing that, he in a way it ends up being, like he does have a unique way that people tend to be able to open up and share their life's work, even though he's not necessarily like asking them all the tough questions necessarily, but because that can be a very skilled way to do things as well. But if you know what I mean, like the right poignant question, but he doesn't. I don't know if I'm kind of delineating what I'm trying to say. It's kind of like a two-sided thing. On the one hand, I'm trying to say he's not like doesn't seem to really be focused on like that part of it, the interview like potency part of it, but he kind of by just having a conversation with them, it ends up being a scenario like an environment that the people can kind of share a lot about their own life's work basically and get a lot of information out.
Yeah, I think so. And also, people where they have information that they, as you said, they couldn't get out. They wouldn't be allowed to get out through, a more controlled version of media or what have you. Whereas for him, he's got 1 million people watch every podcast, and he kind of has a bit of leverage because Sony or whoever own him. They don't want to lose that revenue stream. So, yeah, he gets a bit of license to let people talk about things that they probably couldn't talk about on the 7 o'clock news or, a local interview situation.
Yeah. Remember Howard Stern? Is he still doing shows or?
Yeah, I don't know.
So maybe not like this Howard Stern show is not a thing anymore. I just looked it up. It says 2020, 2015. Anyways, Joe Rogan reminds me a little bit of Howard Stern in a way, even though they're pretty different, but they're pretty different in a lot of ways, but they're a little bit similar in the interview capacity.
Howard Stern was a great interviewer. Also very raunchy. Definitely a lot of stuff he said that I didn't want to hear or don't care to hear. But no, he's a great interviewer. Interviewing is really hard. I've been
see, I would say he is very skilled at it. He really, his way of asking, like, do you kind of see what? I'm sorry if I was being long-winded about it, but I was trying to explain what I meant by like with. Do you agree with that at all? Like in the idea that like that Howard Stern really had that like interview talent in a way, where Joe Rogan in a way maybe doesn't have that same talent, but he has kind of another way that he does have those conversations that ends up kind of allowing for a similar type of thing.
Dude, 100%. The reason why Joe Rogan sucks at interviewing is because deep down, Joe Rogan is an Eddie Bravo. He's an Eddie Bravo type who wants to go, whoa, what the fuck? That's so weird. I don't fucking believe that. No, I don't believe it. Like, that's what he wants to do, but he can't do it. And so he's just like some
tempered.
subpar. Yeah, he's very bad at what he does.
He's like tempered, and he's just kind of act like kind of like a frat guy or something, or like
yeah.
He's trying to like adapt by just being like, yeah, almost more of like his frat guy side of him instead of the more like cosmically mind blown kind of.
Yeah, dude. He used to be all about expanding your consciousness, and it's like, I mean, I don't know. People are gonna wake up. I'll just say that. Once NASA starts being like really pushing, like, oh yeah, we're sending Caitlyn Jenner to the moon, and Steve Aoki, and everybody's gonna have a big gay party up there because that's what going to the moon's all about. I mean, I wish they would do that. That would be so cool. That would be so much fun to have the Globers. Any Glober that comes in here just has to defend that NASA isn't fake and gay. Because we know they're gay. Now we just got him with the fake, and we've done that every day for years.
Dude, that video you made on that, oh my gosh, man, that was poignant. Wow.
Dude, it's like, join us
That's-
going to the
oh my
moon.
God.
We're not going anywhere. And then it's just freaking YMCA. Dude, yeah. I just, somebody else made that video, but I cut it up so that it said, because like for some reason they made it so that it says we're going nowhere at the end of the video. And I was like, no. You got to have say we're not going anywhere at the very beginning of the video and then just get the whole I'm gay compilation. And it's powerful, dude. Isn't that powerful? Do you see the comments? All these people saying space is fake and gay. Oh, dude.
I mean, I will say, like, I didn't even know that really existed. Like, what even was that from? It's like a bunch of clips of like people who work from NASA, like doing like a gay pride like PSA.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know what they were thinking. They're like high on coke or something, and they're like, "All right, this is a great idea. This is how we're really going to get people to like." I don't know, maybe because maybe people didn't care about NASA anymore. Like NASA just wasn't getting as much love, and so they had to like what's trending right now? Oh, being a trans. Let's do that. Yeah, let's run with it. I don't know. They probably hired, dude. It was probably a diversity hire that had that idea. God bless them.
I bet they're working on how to project a rainbow flag onto the moon so that we all see a rainbow flag one night on the moon.
Dude, that was a like 5,000 IQ statement. Seriously, that because what they could do is they could hologram it and they could say that it's like a projection on the moon, but it's not. It's just like a hologram over the moon.
if they really could go to the moon, they could actually set up like a huge light array on it. If it was what they say, obviously, like in their whole heliocentric concept, like you could set up a light array and then you could like you could have messages on the moon, like a billboard. They could broadcast the new 1984 lockdown rules or lockdown restrictions on the moon. I'm just kidding. That's like a sci-fi movie idea.
No, that was just like the opposite side of the coin. Because like both ideas are very dark. Like, you know, they're both insane psyops, but like the rainbow flag is just like, I don't know what's darker actually. I really don't know what's darker. Because they already got people looking at the moon thinking, oh, I could go there. That could be me. I could be driving the lunar rover. And that in itself is just like, wow, a person just wasted so much of their life thinking about something that's a complete fabrication.
Yep. I know, dude. Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to like capture your imagination and then like steal your energy. Capture your imagination and something that's fake and then just continue just stealing people's energy from that. Because I think they figured out that if you believe something that is completely false, but you think it's real, like there is an actual weakening of your energy state by doing that. Like if I were like an example, like if I were just to convince you right now of just something totally false and I was to get you like emotionally invested in it, I'm not saying me, I'm just using obviously a random example. If somebody does that where they create a concept or something that's totally false and then get others to be completely convinced of that idea, like I would say that like it's almost like a form of a trauma where like that other person that is believing that lie, as it were, their energy is like weakened in a fundamental way. I even think that it's like a psychic energy thing is ultimately what they're after. Like I know it's kind of cliche, but it's like they're after our souls. And like the more we're disconnected from ourselves, the more our body is like disconnected from the soul even. And then there's more like possession that can happen. And then they do that with the GMO foods. And it's, I know it almost sounds like a sci-fi movie, but it's like, I really do think that's how they're functioning, what they're doing. It's like, that whole concept of dumbing someone down there's something very real to that. Like it weakens your energy to believe in lies, and they know that, and they're just using that to their advantage. And that's why they propel it so much. And that's why they don't want people to know what the truth is, because then we're liberated from that. And then their tricks they're ineffective. If you don't believe their lies, then it's actually ineffective, and then they lose power. The power they have over people now is it has an expiry date, like it's expiring.
Oh yeah, and we get to watch it. The revolution is not going to be live streamed, or no, it's not going to be televised. It's going to be live streamed.
Yeah, I remember, dude. That was like back in the day. We used to say that, or yeah, that was the thing. It's like the revolution will be live streamed. Yeah, or not though. I don't know. Maybe at some point, just no live streams. But it's cool that we can be able to connect from all over the world. That's for sure.
Well, let's play a little thought experiment. You've got all the resources in the world, and despite that, and all your best efforts to hide the truth, everything you do seems to be used against you. All the fake footage that you used to create the illusion of a moon landing is now being used against you to dispel it. All the social media platforms that you created to scrape people's data and monitor them 24/7 is now being used to dispel the lie, and more people are like leaving these platforms. Like, okay, I've got a lot of money, all the money, I make the money. I can start wars, but it seems like no matter what I do is going to be used against me. So what do I do? Like they're stuck. They're in this horrible predicament where they have to continue using the methods they've been using to keep power. But the more they do that, the more power they lose.
But that's why the creation and release of new distractions and new lies is perpetual. We've all seen the things the last 20 years, but from global warming to Y2K to ozone layer to the most recent one, they have to continually release new trauma, new psyops, new psychological distress on people, because eventually, like all of these things have a life cycle. It's like a news cycle. After a year or two, everyone wakes up that the threat's not real. It's not. And we all kind of get on with life. So then there's another one, and then another one, and then another one. And I think that's the trap that they're stuck in. They can't create anything which has longevity enough to captivate us long enough to maintain ongoing control. They have to continually invent something new for us. And as technology increases and information gets disseminated more quickly, like the internet and socials and whatever, their own technology actually works against them, because the falsehoods of the last trauma get around quicker and people wake up quicker and get back to normal quicker. Then they have to traumatize us again.
Oh, dude, I was muted. I was like trying to respond to you. My bad. Yeah, dude. I'm always saying, like, it's been a little. I find myself every couple months saying, yeah, it's been a little quiet in the news lately. We need a new psyop. So probably any day now, gonna have something new to talk about. They put aliens on the news in Las Vegas. Nobody cared. I guess they have to like push it a little harder.
Also, like Gio, what you were saying about it, kind of bleeding our energy out of us, or however you put it. I think that's true, because, if people were connected to the truth of God and nature and creation and this place we live in, and they weren't distracted with all these lies and nonsense, then imagine if everyone on Earth was actually connected to that reality and that truth, that there is a creator and there is a consciousness and a soul, and this Earth is what it is. And if everyone was focused on that and spending their time and their energy and for example, world hunger wouldn't exist, because everybody would know there's enough of everything. We need to look after one another. Therefore, the people who were struggling would get fed. But instead, everyone's distracted by the lies. And there's so many of them. Pick one, pick 50. That then has us spending our time and energy and brain power and soul and spirit on things which are lies. Therefore, they're meaningless. So all that energy and time and spirit and brain power kind of just gets sucked into a void that is meaningless as well. So this is how they hold us back as a species, as a creation, by just having us spend our time throwing ourselves into a void. I don't think I really explained that properly, but hopefully you got the gist of it.
No, I'm tracking with you 100%.
Yeah, as I did as well. Yeah, for sure.
So it literally does vacuum the energy and the soul, call it whatever you like. It does vacuum that out of us, like a vacuum cleaner, because it goes out of all of it. Whatever we do goes out of us. Our effort, our energy, our brain power goes out of us, literally to nothing, because it's a falsehood. It's a lie. It has no impact. It doesn't do anything meaningful. It just goes from us and it's gone.
Yeah, it's like a self-replicating void that really has no actual like life force or sustenance to it. It's just like the machination of some other idea that is like almost implanted, and then people accept it, and then by accepting it, it's like life detracting, whereas the truth is life enhancing, while deception is like life detracting. So like truth, like in that idea would have like give like actual like vigor and like that
Yeah, and
energy
we're
of
helping
like,
one another, and yeah, exactly. Yep.
there's like fire and nature, this like the spark of, and that like that energy is actually life-giving in my view, in my mind, versus like a lie or deception is just sort of like, it's just like a little void that is there until you release that. Do you think lies always get exposed eventually? Or do you think any lie could last indefinitely?
Oh no, Johnny Cash has a great line about that. You can throw a rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow man, but as sure as God made black and white, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light. And I think that's probably one of the most badass lines in any song, isn't it? Because it's so true. Like, even if you like lie to somebody and you take it to the grave, there's some way for someone to find out. There's always a loose end, you know? And like, I'm going to use a term that I don't even know what this means, but I feel like lies are like written down in like the record, like of all collective human consciousness. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. It's like they're written to that like hard drive.
Yeah, I was going to say Akashic record, but I have no idea what that means. I just the words just came into my head. Does that mean like collective unconsciousness?
Well, the Akashic Records is essentially like there's a lot of different ways to describe it. It could be described as like a substrate background medium realm that essentially it's like a repository of like everything that has ever happened in. There's different forms of them though, but if we're talking about the one just to the earth realm, it basically contains like every memory, every timeline, every life of every being that has ever lived, and every like happenings on this plane. So it's like a repository of like all information, as it were, on that level.
Well, then I guess it was the right word because, like, yeah, I feel like the lies would definitely get recorded.
I'll just read this little thing here. The Akashic records are a compendium of all universal events, thoughts, words, emotions, and intent ever to have occurred in the past, present, or future in terms of all entities and life forms, not just human. And then it goes on. Like, are you familiar with theosophy?
No.
Like Rudolf Steiner and Edgar Cayce? Do you know about them?
I don't know about those guys.
Oh, so then it says they are believed by theosophists to be encoded in a non-physical plane of existence known as the mental plane. Because it is believed that the records are encoded vibrationally into the inherent fabric of space, some have likened the mechanism as similar to how holograms are created. And the word Akashic comes from Sanskrit, which is, the word is Akasha in Sanskrit, and it basically is the word for ether, also like for sky. But yeah, it's like a term for ether. So yeah, the Akashic records being like this, like, yeah, like ultimate library of sorts that has all of these components, all of this information stored there. And then from there, the thing with it is that not only does it exist eternally, but many, claim and their life's work has been focused to access those Akashic records and actually pull information from it, that may be needed information for someone here on Earth. And so there are many who, work on trying to access it, and with, either to help people to heal or to bringing in knowledge or something that, that they are like journeying there to navigate, to actually access in that way.
Gio, I wanted to add something to what you said earlier regarding believing in a lie has like a physical effect on reality, and in your soul. It's like a piece of you is being drained because you believe in a lie.
Yeah, like you're giving your life force to that lie, and that lie is just like a deadening, kind of sucking energy. Like it's not giving anything of. Yeah, whereas like in my mind, truth is the opposite. Truth is like always life-giving, and it's like a spring coming out of the earth. It's like always flowing. And even though it can be challenging, there's always like a life-giving energy to it. But yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. And there's more to mentalism. Like the occult, the Luciferians, we're talking about like the upper echelon that actually practice this stuff. There's more to transmutation than alchemical processes of turning metal into gold. Like they believe in something called mentalism. I'm pretty sure it's a Hermetic principle, but basically you can affect reality, right? The universe is a mental projection. We've all heard this about and it's funny because it leaks into like the mainstream, and then like you got everybody's talking about the simulation, right? Projections, and everything's a projection. Like there might be truth to that. I who knows? But all I'm saying is that this is ancient knowledge that's been passed down through the occult, right? That the universe is a mental projection. and that if you can through magic, right, through magic powers like symbolism and just repeatedly saying a lie over and over and over again, and just getting it drilled into your brain, like on the media, on TV, on the radio, everywhere you go, the more you get to believe something, they can steer they can steer humanity through consciousness, and they can manipulate the masses and then actually have it affect reality itself in some fashion. I'm doing a poor job of trying to convey this, but like, I'll come back to you. I gotta gather my thoughts.
I'm just looking at this page right here, and looks like an interesting quote. It says the Akashic record is like an immense photographic film, registering all the desires and earth experiences of our planet. Those who perceive it will see pictured thereon the life experiences of every human being since time began, the reactions to experience of the entire animal kingdom, the aggregation of the thought forms of a karmic nature based on desire of every human unit throughout time. Only a trained occultist can distinguish between actual experience and those astral pictures created by imagination and keen desire. But I don't think they're using occultist in some of the ways that others are. They're using it in a different format, but a slightly different definition. But yeah, I just saw that quote. That's pretty. That was Alice Bailey.
Is she supposedly a Luciferian?
Let's see.
Did she write that
She was.
Lucifer or something, or Lucifer book? What's some sort of publishing company? Lucius or Lucifer or something like that.
That quote I just. This is Alice Ann Bailey. I just posted a thing. You may be thinking of someone different. She's like. She's
the one. Alice Bailey.
Okay, and then you're saying what?
Didn't she that the publishing company? I'll look it up right now.
She does like Tibetan and like yoga and I mean that book is from that quote I read. The name of the book is Light of the Soul on the Yoga Sutras of Patana.
Yeah, okay. She formed the Lucifer Publishing Company in 1920. She are a leading discipline of Russian German occultist theosophist, Madame. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, I see it right here. Yeah, Lucas Trust.
Yeah, but it started as a publishing. It's a trust now, but it started as a publishing company. And these guys, this woman and some other woman, at I guess the turn of the last century, so not this century, but the beginning of last century, a bunch of these guys got together, and their whole thing was bringing like occult esotericism, right? Whereas like this woman brought a bunch of stuff from a bunch of different cultures over, I guess, yeah. There's a whole thing. People make like whole long ass documentaries on this and stuff. How it's supposed to be some sort of like Luciferian conspiracy, something like that.
Well, so what are the claims that of that part of it, like that last part you just said? Because I mean, the word Lucifer comes from like the word Lucius, which means light.
Yeah, that's the whole conspiracy, is to set up Lucifer as the good guy, and I guess God as the bad guy. And so, like, in all these other cultures or whatever, they have a bunch. They I guess Lucifer's kind of a deity. I don't know. I would say deify or venerate Lucifer. That's like the
But are you
definition of.
sure what she was involved in? Just because she's using the word Lucifer, are you sure that what she's involved in is the same as like the conspiratorial? Like, are you talking about like Jesuits and Freemasons and they worship
No, I'm
Lucifer?
talking
Talk
specifically
that.
about this. I'm talking specific. I'm not talking about Jesuits or Freemasons. Although I think she is involved with some sort of Freemasonry or whatever, Oriental, something. I don't know. It's just when you just mentioned her name, I remembered her from researching her before. So I'm not talking about any other organization. I'm talking about specifically her and the publishing company she was involved in, and the trust she was involved in.
I remember her name. Her name rings bells. I just don't. Yeah, it's been a while since I researched her, but I think, yeah, if you just look at her history and what she did, you know, judge them by the fruits of their works.
Well, she's into
Yeah.
theosophy. These are like theosophists, and I'll just read this thing. It says Theosophy teaches that there is an ancient and secretive brotherhood of spiritual adepts known as the Masters, who, although found around the world, are centered in Tibet. These masters are allegedly by Blavatsky to have cultivated great wisdom and supernatural powers, and Theosophists believe that it was they who initiating the modern theosophical movement through disseminating their teachings via Blavatsky. They believe that these masters are attempting to revive knowledge of an ancient religion once found around the world and which will again come to eclipse the existing world religions. Theosophy groups nevertheless do not refer to their system as a religion. Theosophy teaches the existence of a single divine absolute. It promotes an emanationalist cosmology in which the universe is perceived as outward reflections from the absolute. Theosophy teaches that the purpose of human life is spiritual emancipation and says that the human soul undergoes reincarnation upon bodily death according to the process of karma. It promotes values of universal brotherhood and social improvement, although it does not stipulate particular ethical codes. Is that the same thing you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's deeper than that. Because that's. Sorry, go ahead.
I would make mine in 5 seconds. Yeah, the
No, it's all
Theosophical Society. This is precisely what I'm speaking about. I've researched it before. So yeah, I'm not speaking. Although it's very similar to Freemasonry in its tenets and practices, I'm not really conflating it with those groups. But it is Luciferian, like Masonry is.
It has the duality principle. Like, it goes back to Hermeticism, bro. All these Hermetic teachings, it goes back to the occult. The idea that you have this duality, but it's part of one absolute, so that good and evil can't exist without each other. Like, it's like the battery. You have a negative charge and a positive charge. You can't have the battery work without negative and positive. And their idea is that Lucifer or Satan is just a tool, right? And he's a evil necessity, right? Or darkness is needed, and you can choose whether you want to go down the dark path or the light path. But the light path, it's like white magic, right? They try to make it seem like, oh yeah, well, you can choose the white side, right? But it's not actually, it's a false light, just like Lucifer, the light bearer. It's a false light. It's not the true light.
All right,
Though
well,
it
where are you
was
getting this from, though? Like what you're referring to now? Are you just kind of like, is this from like, are you talking about theosophy? Like, or could you show any writings that say what you're talking about?
These guys are the ones who created the New Age movement.
Yeah, it's the New Age movement.
Because I know that like Rudolf Steiner, who I studied thoroughly at my grad school. I mean, dude, the thing is so there's, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting conversation, but because there's a lot of layers to it. But I mean,
I'm done. I'm almost done. I'm just gonna sum it up.
There's the real ancient knowledge, and then there's the co-opted one. So I'm just trying to, delineate between, because there's a lot of co-opted concepts and out there that are being have been done to the actual real knowledge and information. I'm not saying all these people are 100% legit or anything. I don't know their full lives. I don't know that much about the Alice Bailey. I know a bit, and I know a bit about Blavatsky and, you know, and these different characters. But I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of what they're talking about is like spiritual transformation and healing, and they're not really doing like any Freemasonry, satanic, you know, that type of concept stuff, like, or like conspiracies. They were actually just trying to like distill the ancient knowledge and try to, you know, in different ways, like actually bring that information through, and it got, you know, slammed over basically by the kind of modern,
So
you know, world that
so
co-opted everything and took it all over.
I'm almost done. I'm gonna sum it up and then because I gotta go to work. So like basically the thing is like you need the white and black checkerboard. You need this left and right paradigm to manipulate the masses, right? And the enemy will you know at times he can flip flop. It's being double minded, right? You can flip flop to basically accomplish your goals, your objective, right? And the government does this, the enemy does this, right? And whether you're being used on the white side to promote yourself as some sort of savior or some sort of you know positive figure for humanity, at the end of the day you're really only um accomplishing the objective, right? You're being used, like Trump, for example. He's being used. Like a lot of people think he's a savior. It's part of the agenda. It's part of the manipulation of the masses.
All right,
But the
but
idea,
you're
so
riffing
real
on
quick,
all this, but how does this connect to theosophy? Because that's
well,
not
here
what
I
they're
got you.
teaching. That's
Well, I
not what
got
they're
you.
teaching or doing. So I'm
I'm
just
going to sum it up. I'm going to wrap it up right here. So there's something called apotheosis, right? The idea that through works or through righteousness, right, or through light, right, and if you're playing this role in light, you can reach a point, right, as that you will ascend, right? You'll become an ascended master, and there's a whole list of ascended masters in history going back thousands of years who have allegedly ascended into a place that's either, you know, the Hindus might call it nirvana, others, you know, think that you know you get abducted, or like Jesus Christ, who he's considered to be an ascended master. There's like I don't, you know, there's a whole list of these people, and they think that it's you can reach this state even if you have to reincarnate 100 times. Eventually, you can become an ascended master. And there's also this interesting fellow called Saint Germain, who the Masons, you know, the G in Masonry and the compass. It might be Saint Germain, and he's considered to be an ascended master that has descended and ascended many times before. But yeah, that's it, bro. I mean, you can. That's enough for now, I guess.
I'll just add in real quick. Um, the knowledge that these occultists like Bailey and Blavatsky are channeling come from what would you classify as like a quote unquote fallen angel, and that's why they reference this worldwide civilization in the past where the wisdom used to be widespread, because that's actually what happened. The wisdom of the fallen angels was widespread in a worldwide civilization in the past.
Yo, are you still there? No, or I think I dropped out for a bit.
I'm here.
What's up, Gio? How you doing?
Yo, yeah, I think I dropped out and but
Bro,
what do you
is it not late nights we get into the meat of the subjects? Like,
yeah.
but yeah, how you doing?
So what do you good, man? So what do you think of anthroposophy that Rudolf Steiner developed? Do you
I'm
know
not,
about Rudolf
I have
Steiner? And
no, I have no opinion on that. I'm ignorant to that, so you could tell me about it.
I'm familiar with this school system he set up, Gio. Some friends of mine's kids went to a Steiner school. They're more about kind of learn by play rather than the usual school structure.
yeah, yeah, he the Waldorf schools.
Yeah, I think they
Yo,
call that. Yeah.
they have one over here. I know about that. I know about that shit. Well, I don't know too much about it. I just know that it's like a private school with different type of schooling or some shit. And you go there it's just kind of like, I guess, different. I don't know.
It's pretty awesome, actually. Like if you consider like what a school could be like that actually would be really like nourishing to children, that they can like find their own creativity and be themselves and like explore topics in a way that's like creative and fun, and it's actually pretty incredible. Like a lot of the tenets of it. And I know some people that like are like my age that went through like the whole Waldorf school like their whole lives, and they're just very different in a lot of ways, and they're much more. Anyways, there's a lot of. I won't go into a whole long thing on it, but and I know people who also teach. Some people that teach in that school system as well, in the Waldorf schools. And from everything I've heard, like I don't know everything about how their whole thing, or their whole protocol, as it were, their whole like system, but I do know a decent amount about how it's set up through Rudolf Steiner's work, because it's kind of based on Rudolf Steiner's work. And like they don't do like rigorous like testing. Like they're not just like indoctrinating you with information and making you pump out information. Like it's not that at all. Like they actually allow the kids to like do their own projects and to like learn in really unique ways. And they don't like drill the kids to like have to like perform in any like memorization or anything like that. So it's actually like a much more natural way of like learning and sharing information. And it's like whatever that like component, the way the modern day school system is almost like a trauma in a way, the way that it kind of impacts us, like just that a lot of the components of it. It seems like, as far as I know, with the Waldorf, like those kids just don't have that same trauma. Like they're just way more like wide-eyed and open to the world, and like just grounded and like stable, instead of like the rat race kind of chasing and testing and all that like high stress thing. So from what I kind of know about it, it definitely seems like very, very positive for children, and children are like way happier going through that, than like modern day public school systems.
I'm gonna be honest. The kids I met from there, seem pretty normal to me. But in my opinion, I don't even think like kids need to go to fucking school. Like, watching this fucking thing on like early America, like not even that early, but like before electricity, like in the 1800s or whatever. And all the people would just get into this big room, and then like the older, I guess, kids would just teach the younger kids. And yeah, but also a lot of the people are like related to each other, and it was like just like a kind of like a group of families of whatever. But I was just thinking, like, okay, wait. So there's no teachers, no whatever, and it's just like whenever I think about school and stuff, it's like almost like this like pre-communization almost, where it's like, yeah, no, sorry, we're taking you away from mom and dad, and you're gonna sit in some room, and there's gonna be some authority, and then you're gonna be surrounded by your peers, but the authority is gonna manage your relationship with your peers and manage you and your behavior. And it's just like, yeah, I wasn't even really thinking about school, but like more like daycare specifically for like little kids, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. And I was kind of like getting mind fucked because I was like, at a certain point, like, if you don't know the people who are running it, you're kind of like essentially just kind of giving your kid to a stranger. I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
if
for
that's
sure, dude. Yeah, no, I totally hear what you're saying. There's a lot of
yeah,
components
because
to
I don't
that.
know if that's off topic to the Waldorf thing, because it's like, I guess if there's a different style of learning, I know my sister had that dyslexia, so she had to go to a school that like teaches you how to read differently. So I know that there's like different forms of learning and stuff, obviously, but it's just like the way we do it nowadays, where it's like it has to be some sort of standardized curriculum where everyone has to go chill with a bunch of strangers, like mandatory. It's just kind of weird. Like it kind of feels like they're just preemptively trying to break up you from your family.
Well, yeah, in the modern day, like militaristically influenced system for sure. Because yeah, the modern day school system is all influenced by the military, which is the whole training and testing and monitoring and testing and indoctrinating, monitoring, testing. That's what they do in the military. Like they indoctrinate you how to use a gun and how to shoot it and exactly what to do, and they indoctrinate you how to follow orders and how to obey exactly what you're told, no matter what. How to never question authority, how to always know your place and know that you're subjugated and subordinate to someone else that has like power over you. It's insane, really. It's total like psychopathy. It's like psychopath like type of training. Especially to train people to be killers is absolutely the most psychopathic thing someone could train someone else to do, is to literally kill other humans. Especially for like political wars that are just insane and fake anyways. So that's like the peak, the highest level of it. But that whole level of like training and testing and indoctrinating, it's like it seems like it filtered down into the current school system, the way that it's set up. Really, like after World War II is when there's a lot of this main kind of system all got established, to where like we're being tested and teaching our kids with that same militaristic mindset of like indoctrination and study, and you got to do this much homework every night, like in a very rigid fashion. Then you have to like memorize all this shit and take the test, and you have to make sure you get the good enough grade on the test or they don't pass you, and if they don't pass you, then you won't get a job or a career. It's just insane, like how they've set all of that up. Whereas like the Waldorf schools is like a totally separate, different approach where they like engender like creativity and individuality, and you don't have to like take some rigid test. You actually just kind of learn and create things as you go. Yeah, the militaristic influence of the modern education system is pretty deep.
Well, that's the thing, dude, is like I understand what you're saying about the military influence on the school and stuff. But like fuck, that's what it's been doing. Like not specifically that, but like it's kind of been that way throughout all of time. Whoever's the empire, which is the guy with like the United States is nowadays, just kind of pulls up and just kind of like regulates everyone else, basically. Like I was just thinking, like I have short hair, right? But that was a thing because Romans would cut their soldiers' hair so they couldn't get pulled on the battlefield and shit. So it's like, am I not following like 1,000-year-old trend of how I do my hair because some fat military empire pulled up and just made it a regulation, and it carried on to my nowadays where I fucking learned it myself, you know?
Right. No, I know totally, dude. And that's funny with the hair. It makes me think about that too. Cause like, yeah, because I've always had a bit of a rebelliousness in that way when I was younger. Like I did grow my hair out when I like in high school, like I had pretty long hair at one point and in part of college as well. I haven't always had long hair though. I do have short hair as well. I've gone through different phases, but anyway, it's just funny how you're saying that. Yeah, like because the military component of that does seem like growing up, like I always had, times where I did have longer hair to kind of, I'm not saying outwardly to rebel against that in any direct way, but it was just kind of like the social groups and people I hung out with and stuff. Like we just, yeah, like, people had longer hair at different times and whatnot. And that whole thing of like, a lot of the like, young men, as it were, in our current day, or even in the 90s and 2000s, whatever, of having that like buzz cut be like the default, like with a militaristic buzz cut is kind of like the default for a lot of the young boys in these years. And I feel like that kind of comes from the military as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like the military kind of just say, like there was just someone was talking about trauma or whatever. Yeah, what's more traumatizing than like a bunch of guys with swords or guns pulling up and telling you to do this or die? Like you and everyone for the next couple of generations is just gonna do that automatically.
On this apotheosis page on Wikipedia, it says that instead of the word apotheosis in Christian theology, uses the English words deification and divinization, or the Greek word theosis. So I know it's kind of a shift back to that topic, but I just still had it pulled up here. It was on my screen.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's like becoming a god, basically. Becoming immortal.
It says pre-Reformation and mainstream theology in both East and West views Jesus Christ as the pre-existing God who undertook mortal existence, not as a mortal being who attained divinity. It holds that he has made it possible for human beings to be raised to the level of sharing the divine nature, as 2 Peter 1:4 states, he became human to make humans, partakers of the divine nature. In John 10:34, Jesus referenced Psalm 82:6 when he stated, "It is not written in your law, I have said you are gods." Other authors stated, "For this is why the word became man." Sorry. For this is why the word became man, and the Son of God became the Son of Man, so that man, by entering into communion in the Word and thus receiving divine sonship, might become a son of God. For he, this is a quote. For he was made man that we might be made God, the only begotten Son of God, wanting to make us sharers of his divinity, assuming our nature, so that he made man might make men gods. So what do you think of that? Do you agree or disagree? Or
I partially agree. I just strongly I have a strong critique for his interpretation of Psalms 82 that a lot of people, Messiah did quote in the Gospels, but it's misinterpreted. They don't understand the scene that's going on in Psalms 82. They don't have a good foundation of that scene.
This is only one little part. It says, "It is not written in your law, I have said you are gods," with a question mark. I have said you are gods. I guess I should say it like that. It is not written in your law, I have said you are gods.
Yeah,
That's how.
he's quoting David. Messiah's quoting David, but Messiah was when he was speaking there, he was actually speaking to in Psalms 82. He was speaking to divine principalities that were or that we're technically already immortal, but will be destroyed like mortal men. Will be that's what it says in Psalms 82. So they're not. It's not men he's speaking to, and a lot of people assume that he's talking about that he's talking to the Pharisees like that, but he's simply just quoting this. There were other sons of God, right? The Bnei Elohim, and he himself being a son of God, they tried to persecute him just for simply calling himself a son of God. It's a pretty big difference, but it's subtle.
So do you think we're all one?
I mean, it depends. What do you mean by that?
On like the ultimate level, is everything one? Are we all one being, as it were? Is like the highest level of God, the lowest level, like what one would call God or the creator, that highest level of like creative intelligence on that level, all the way down to, every bit of creation. Is it all one in your mind?
So I've meditated on this for years, right? This idea of oneness, because that's what I used to believe. Before I started really getting serious with the scriptures, I believed in the idea of oneness and that we were all just this one giant consciousness. And though we have what seems to be a sense of identity or a sense of self, right, in reference to perspective, we can all I'm Lion, you're Geo, right? And we have this sense of self, and our individualities exist with our memories collected since we were children. But that could just be an illusion, and really we're just part of this organism that's considered to be God in himself, right? And we're all part of God, and we are God, right? This idea. Little did I know that I was very wrong. Though it seems theologically sound, there are so many things that just didn't vibe with that idea.
Like
one,
what? Because if we're all one, then it's everything. We are it is us. All is it's all parts of itself. Now, if you're saying it's not that, and there's not a like holographic connection between all these layers within consciousness, then how could things be? Then you have to explain what that is. So you're saying like things actually are separate eternally, or like how would that even work?
Sure. So, in my understanding of this, the Creator, the Most High, he's actually separate. He's not part of this creation. Reason why he's the Creator, and he existed outside of our space-time continuum, right? If you believe in the fabric of space and time, which I don't, but he exists outside of this specific fabric of space and time. Not to say that he's not made of some sort of substance and he's just wispy energy, because he's not. He's not just wispy air. He actually has a physicality and a physical presence. He has a singularity, but he exists outside of this space and time. And he being outside of space and time was able to launch this this existence in the beginning. Like it connects with the second law of thermodynamics, or the second law of Newtonian motion regarding inertia, that an object at rest must remain at rest until an external force acts upon it. And that's what this external force is Elohim. So he can't be creation itself and the creator.
So what led you to believe that? What led you to believe that right there?
Can I
so real quick. So both theologically, scripturally, and
well, can we keep it a quicker conversation, because it gets into monologue territory and it's really hard to be able to keep it kind of flowing?
Sure. So I need to unpack it though. So real quick though. So both theologically, scripturally, and Newtonian physics, it adds up this idea that the creator exists outside of this creation, right? Making him the creator, not the creation. And then second to that is like, how do you explain like this unified consciousness? Well, there's part of creation. One of the cooperative workers in creation was wisdom, right? Nobody knows what consciousness is. Nobody knows what wisdom is. right? This idea, everything has a certain amount of wisdom, including plants, but wisdom is essentially a part of the Godhead, right? And is also part of the creation itself. And everything has a certain amount of wisdom. Now, some beings, some people have more wisdom than others, and wisdom can be attained. And you can have different, you can astral project, you can have remote viewing, you can see through somebody else's eyes, but it's consciousness, it's wisdom giving you that ability. And wisdom is the ether that's basically through all in all things, but it's not, and essentially it can be considered part of God, but it's not the only part of God, if that makes any sense. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I kind of disagree. I'm more with
Sure.
Gio on this one.
Sure, it's all good.
Like for me, this world would come through the word of God, would be created through the word of God, including wisdom, would all be a creation through the word of God. And so the word of God is part of God. So basically, if you would have the unchanging, ever existent thing, which would be like God, and then part of him would be his word, and everything is contained in that word, like all information about what this reality is from beginning to end, everything that has occurred, will occur, or will occur is part of creation, right? And so essentially it's one system. Yeah, we're kind of relegated to one smaller part of it, and then even that smaller part we're relegated to even smaller part of it, basically. But essentially we're, I guess, part of that overarching system, from what I understand.
Yeah, my thing is wisdom came first, actually, according to Solomon. And it sounds, because you think that Messiah came first, but Messiah was the firstborn of all creation for the foundations of the earth. But through wisdom, Messiah came forth. And it makes sense, even logically speaking. Before you can have sound, before you can have a word, you need breath. You need air, the exertion of air through your throat to be able to vocalize anything. You need to be able to breathe. And the Holy Spirit is likened to the breath of Yah, right? And within his breath, there's a set apart spirit, or there's a specific spirit called the Ruach Hakma, the spirit of wisdom, that predated Messiah, according to Solomon. Which this was profound when I found out too. Yeah, wisdom actually says that the light that comes from her, right, the light that came from her shall never go out. And who's the light? But that wisdom is consciousness. And some people are blessed to have more of it than others. Awareness, conscious awareness. And it's a blessing from the creator himself. And you can ask for it, you can pray for it, and he will give you wisdom.
So you think wisdom is not a creation, or is a creation of Yahweh, the ever present? Because Yahweh would be the first thing and the only thing, essentially, the thing
Yeah,
set apart, right? So wisdom would have to come after that.
yeah, so
So
the
I'm
the
trying to,
most high, yeah.
understand. Yeah, could you explain more in
Yeah,
depth
sure,
what
because I literally have like not even 2 minutes. So basically, you have the Most High Yah, right? He has no beginning. He was never created. All things come forth from him. He has no causality. Both wisdom and his only begotten Son both have a causality, meaning they both had a begotten time. They both had a beginning. The Father, the Most High Father God, he never had a beginning, right? But it was surprising to me when I read in Solomon, in the Wisdom of Solomon, that Solomon himself said that, because I thought wisdom was God. I thought wisdom was part of God, and then I found out that even wisdom had a nativity. even wisdom had a beginning. And it's, I mean, this isn't uncommon because in Proverbs 8, it talks about wisdom having a beginning, you know.
How
And
is
then
God's wisdom not eternal?
that's what I'm saying. Like, I always thought that, you know, wisdom was basically God, so wisdom is eternal. But apparently, wisdom had a nativity, had a beginning, which is counterintuitive. But that's what the scriptures say. I rather trust the scriptures than my own judgment.
That don't make no sense. The scripture's probably wrong.
I know, man, but through wisdom, who had a nativity, came the Messiah.
What verse is that? Or where?
So, if you just read the book called Wisdom of Solomon and read Proverbs, and there's many other books that talk about wisdom, but those two books right there will hit it home.
But wisdom is connected to knowledge, and God's knowledge was
Exactly.
eternal. But his wisdom isn't. That just don't make sense, man.
Well, I know, bro. I know, but just read Wisdom of Solomon, bro.
But is that your interpretation of it, or where are you getting that interpretation from it?
The book was Wisdom of Solomon. It's all about Lady Wisdom. It's all about the spirit of wisdom. And the thing is, wisdom in every single instance in the Tanakh is always mentioned with feminine attributes, with feminine pronouns. And Solomon even goes as far to call wisdom the mother of us, the mother of all things. And if that is the father, now is the father now androgynous? Is he gender fluid? Especially in a time like today, like that's almost. I'd rather
I wouldn't see it as that, man. I would see it as like the womb. It's like the eternal womb that has. These are symbols. It's not doesn't necessarily mean like a physical gender. In that case, it sounds like to me.
No, yeah, it's definitely has nothing to do with gender, but just figuratively alone, you will never hear the prophets refer to wisdom in a male with a male pronoun. And actually,
But,
you know, go ahead.
Is wisdom eternal? Does it exist in the creation?
Yes. Now it's eternal.
Now it's eternal.
Like it's the same thing with Messiah. This is something kind of, you know, controversial because people think that Messiah is also eternal, even though scriptures show that he did have a beginning. But if you bring this up to a Christian or if you talk to Paul about it, he's gonna get real uncomfortable with that idea. And I had to study this myself because I always thought that wisdom and Messiah were eternal, just like the Father's eternal. But apparently that's not the case. And it was new to me and it was profound to me, but I had to side with the scriptures over my own understanding. And you could say, well, it's probably your interpretation, but that's why I say read it for yourself.
Is it possible the scriptures are wrong?
But that's like the last case scenario, bro. To sow seeds of doubt regarding the scriptures, and you have no foundation to stand on. That is my only foundation.
Well, what is exactly being said here about wisdom? Like what are you saying that it says about it? Is this the idea that we're not all, is this connected to like we're not all one, or like wisdom is outside of us and we have to get it? Or what's the underlying thing here?
So wisdom to me is the scriptural word for consciousness, right? And consciousness, it might have existed since forever, right? Eternally. But the Father, he actually took a portion of his own consciousness and brought it out of him, brought it forth, right? And it's separate from him, right? That's what the scriptures are saying. So maybe in a sense, consciousness existed in some form, in some fashion within the bosom of the Father. But it
there's
wasn't
definitely like a separation. Yeah, there's like a partitioning or like a separation process that we go through without a doubt. But I mean, that's like in a lot of the ancient traditions and concepts that, you know, the Creator kind of partitions and separates parts of itself. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's ultimately separate from itself. Because if you're like, if there's like a creator, like omnipotent, omnipresent, all of that, just to the peak level, if it then creates whatever it creates, like that creation is by definition part of itself because it created it. Like it exists on the eternal level that is there on all levels all the time. And it would have to create it within its own capacity.
True.
and therefore would be like part and parcel to it in that way. Like,
you got a point. I mean,
agree with that.
the thing is,
you came from your parents, right? You had the DNA of your parents in you. Does that mean your parents, that you're one and the same? No. You can have the essence of someone but be different.
yeah, no, I hear what you're saying there. That's on I hear what you're saying. To me, that was like a slightly different plane of thought as to what I was thinking about, but I do hear what you're saying with that. Yeah, there is uniqueness. Well, yeah, because we're all unique. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, like, well, here's what I would say. Okay, like, let's just say you and I percentage. Like, we're obviously not the same. We're different people, you know, etc. On one level, and we could talk about all of our differences, and you know, and then we could talk about certain things that are similar. But the question would be on the ultimate level. Like, that's why the question I brought up originally, like, you know, like, are we all one? Because if we're one, then the creator and the creation is all part of the one. It's all one and the same. It's like holographically creating within itself, but in the capacity to create within itself, it isn't just creating clones of itself. It still is at like the highest level. It's like still at the ultimate level, but it's creating all of these separate units in order to experience like different facets of itself, like perhaps even holographically. Because like
definitely
in a hologram, like in a hologram, the part and the whole is one and the same. You know, like holographic images work.
Like fractals. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so that would be maybe could be said that like on the ultimate level, you know, all is one, but in all of the differentiated levels, it's all very separate. Like there's no doubt. And because what I was going to say about wisdom in my thought on it, like I do think there's like all wisdom exists eternally, but we don't all have access to it eternally. You know, we may gain access to wisdom, in time, and then integrate that into our being. And now, whether we could get to a point where we've integrated all wisdom, that's a much deeper question. Or whether we could go back to that state and reach that state of all wisdom. But I do think it's separate in a way. Like, I'm not saying I have all wisdom right now, and probably none of us could say that we have all of it. But I do think it exists eternally, to where I can and will access it as my experience keeps unfolding, and we all do. Like, but I think it exists eternally, and it's more of a matter of us like either remembering or like reaccessing it. It's like temporally separate, but not transcendentally separate.
Yeah, there's definitely a unified spirit within all things. But like, this is why it gets a little controversial, only because like the creator in the scriptures, at least, he's set apart. Like he's like holy beyond all things. Like he's literally, that's what holy means. It means set apart. And he's like set apart from all creation. Like literally, like not figuratively, but literally. But yeah, he still has connections to all creations through wisdom, through that Holy Spirit that is omnipresent.
So how would that work? How would a creator create a thing, a realm? Like what is he doing? Is he creating soil and dirt and water and rivers and mountains? Like how does one create that from one's own mind, and somehow manifest that and then be separate from it? How would that even be possible? Like, how could it create it and then just let it, and then now it has to connect through a Holy Spirit thing, and then only to people that believe in it? It just doesn't resonate with me.
Yeah, no, I guess it's just the nature of things. Literally, like he for him to be the creator, he has to exist outside of his creation, and he still has a connection.
And then you have to have these scriptures, and then you have to have these scriptures to get to him, or whatever. Is that the idea?
This is where it gets interesting, because like the idea of echad, to be echad with the Father and the Son, we're not at that point right now. That the point is, we're living right now in a fallen world, which we are distant from the creator. We're actually very far from him in some fashion, in some form. but that in the restoration of the heaven and the earth, that we will once again be echad. We will be unified with the Creator and His Son. But right now we are not unified, and it kind
So
of makes sense.
your whole quest. So you're trying to get unified with what a creator and a son, and then you have to do it in this way. Is that your path, or is that what you're saying?
Well, so basically, what I'm saying is that there's no sin in Him. There's no unrighteousness in Him, and if He was part of the creation itself, the creation is flawed, and He's not flawed. And like, if you go to Main Street in the city at 2:30 in the morning, you're gonna find prostitutes, right? And if He's the creation itself, then those prostitutes are part of Him, and that would mean that there's blemishes in Him. You know what I'm saying? And that's just not possible.
Okay, I guess I would see that differently. Like, I would say that the prostitutes are the creator. Yeah, for sure. That's the creator in the form of a prostitute, and it's creating that, like,
yeah,
because it wants to create that for various reasons. Like, it's all different facets of the totality.
Yeah. So this is the moral dilemma that I have to face.
That doesn't mean that that's a high level of integrity, though. It doesn't mean that. Okay, see, I would even separate. I would say there are different hierarchies and levels. Like, on the ultimate highest level, the creator is not, okay, I guess this is interesting. Yeah, it's kind of exciting to talk about, to think about. But yeah, I guess to me it's like there's different levels. Like, the creator has oh man, there's so many kind of directions my mind is going. Like, okay, I would say this. On the ultimate level, in my viewpoint, we are all one. It is all one ultimate being, if you want to call it a being, intelligence, light, sound, all the different explanations of what creation, creator, etc. at that highest level. And it's so creative that it can create all these different worlds and all these seemingly separate consciousnesses and physical worlds and spiritual planes and souls and all of these components. So on that level, it is like a massive, in a sense, like, like a unified consciousness that is manifesting all of it. And therefore it is all of those things. It's the prostitutes, it's the people being bombed, it's the world wars, it's the horrible stuff, but it's also the beauty and all the positives as well. However, even with that being said, there's still, like, in my view, like a very high octave of, like, integrity when it comes to, like, the creator being good, the part of the creator that is good. And so, like, in that sense, prostituting or doing, criminal things, even though those are the creator on some ultimate level, at the same time, they're still wrong actions and they still have negative consequences. And there's still something that person eventually will work through. Like, they're not going to be evil forever, I don't think, but they're going through a journey in that way. So it's sort of like, I do think that, like, the idea that the creator is, not evil on that part of it, like, I do think there's like an integrity level of goodness. And ultimately, I do think the creator is absolutely ultimately good. It's all bliss and love. But even out of all that goodness, it seems to choose to, in my viewpoint, it's like it creates the dark side, as it were, in order to, I don't know if you call it like fuel the fire, or just, create the creation, I guess, to create these two different sides, and then these, like, processes of, like, healing and, like, transforming and, like, that as well. So sorry for being so long-winded, but, like, I do know what you mean about, like, the part of the creator being like all good and loving and perfect in those ways, to where it's not like a prostitute in that way, because that is kind of out of line with that integrity. But like I was saying, on the ultimate level, I do think we're all one. And so that is God playing the role of a prostitute, or, a thief, or a Illuminati, Jesuit, Freemason, whatever it is. Like, and at that level, like, it's all one, and the creator is creating all the dark and the light.
Yeah, man. I mean, I appreciate your input, and we're all trying to figure this life out together. So, I'm not gonna debate you on this. It's just more of I like having philosophical conversations. It's not really about who's right or who's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. No, dude, it's very so yeah, like, it's very interesting for sure. So then, from what I said, like, how do you either see it similarly or different? because I'm still trying to grok my head around how there could be a creator that could create something and then just let it go and not be connected to it at all, and then have these other beings just doing like all this free will stuff that it has no idea or that it's not connected to. And then you were saying there has to be the scriptures and the Holy Spirit to connect them. Is that what you're saying? So like from that perspective, we actually are separate from God, as it were, and God's like a dude that we need to like get on the phone and like get with, kind of in that way. And that we're separate from it, and that we have free will separate from it, and that God then speaks to you and interacts. And is that the idea?
Yeah. So you know what pantheism is?
Yeah.
The idea that existence itself, nature, is God, right? Consciousness is God. That used to be me, bro, before I realized what pantheism was. And it kind of sounds like that's what you are too. Existence itself, right? All unified creation is God. And that God doesn't actually have like a singularity. He doesn't have a single point of reference. Like he can't manifest to you as a man, right? It's not possible. That's more of like a Christian thing, right? But then when you look at the Christians actually think the same thing. They think that God is invisible because there's one verse in Paul that says that Jesus is the expressed image of the invisible God. So they think because of that verse that God must be like this wispy, immaterial substance that can't be like contained. But when you really start researching the scriptures, and the Jews actually believe in that too. They believe because the Kabbalah talks about like energy, reducing the creator to just like energy, right? And like a force, but not like nothing that you can actually have a personal relationship with, like face to face. But the thing with that's why I rather rely on the scriptures than my own understanding, because the scriptures are clear that the Father does have a physical manifestation. He has, and it resembles that of a human being. So he's bipedal. He has legs. He has arms. He has a head, a torso, and he has lips, nose. He can breathe. He can speak. He can see, and he literally has hands. Like we have hands. Like you can call him an ape, right? Because you're scientific minded, and he would have an ape like physicality to him. And this might sound crazy, but he has a literal throne that he sits on. And he's more real and actually more personified than you could ever believe. Like I didn't think that it was possible for the creator to be personified. I think it was just like it was just a poetic language. But no, like
well, have you experienced this entity or this thing you're describing?
No.
Then what are you going off of to believe it's the case then?
Just the multitudes of scriptures like that describe him having a beard, having like actual clothing on, a belt, legs. Yeah.
Okay, and then my next question is: those scriptures, communicated that to you. What would then be your reason for believing them?
Yeah, then we would have to talk about the authenticity of the scriptures, and that's a long topic, bro.
So, okay, so because the book comes from some sort of a divine origin, is the idea in a nutshell?
Yeah.
But do you have? Okay, well then, how much of it would you say for yourself is a belief versus fact for yourself?
Well, everything that I told you right now, I read it as fact, like it was scripturally conveyed to me. Like it wasn't something that I made up. Like I could show you like in Daniel 7, in Revelation, in Enoch, where the Father is personified. There's many scriptures where he's personified. He has a physical presence. Even in when Moses was on the mountain, he requested to see the Father in any way he could, and he only got a glimpse of his backside. And the rock, which is Messiah, covered him. So the sun covered Moshe just so he could get a glimpse of the Father. And if the sun, it was only possible because the sun shielded him from his Father's glory. But that shows you that the Father actually has like a backside. Like he's a singularity. He can be a singularity. He doesn't have to be like this wispy energized thing, like of abstract understanding, like with no substance. he has a literal manifestation.
All right. So how did this well, I guess I have like two questions. One of them was, I guess I don't know which one to do first, but like, so all right, let me just ask this then. How would that God that you're describing, how would it have created this entire realm? Like, is it making rocks and water and stones and earth out of its mind? Is it forming consciousness? Is it vibrating light and sound? Is it like, does it have a, like, where is it? How does it create an entire physical world and then just walk away and go hang out on a throne somewhere? And then it's not connected to that whole. How do you just make the entire physical world? How would it do that?
So it has something to do with vibration, right? With the word, with the breath. So it's something about breath, something about air and sound. That's what we get from Bereshit, right? Now, beyond that, I'm not exactly entirely sure, but we know that air, the exertion of air, breath, ruach, and sound, something that's basically the basis of all creation is air and sound, right? But then why did he separate himself, or why is he separated? Well, the thing is, if you understand the scriptures, right, like this reality that we're living right now, when he first created it, had a potentiality, right? It was encoded into the creation itself. There was a potentiality or an inertial state that, if taken advantage of, right, would lead to the downfall of creation. But this was already encoded into the creation by the creator himself. This potentiality for corruption. And the first one to take advantage of this potentiality was Hasatan, right? And then we see later in the line that Adam and Eve then also took advantage of this potentiality and corrupted themselves and allowed corruption and entropy and atrophy to enter into our existence. But before Adam and before Hasatan, their entropy and atrophy were not a thing, and we can't even comprehend an existence without decay, without decomposition, right? Apparently there was a time in history where there was no such thing as decay and death and decomposition. It just didn't exist.
See,
Until
like that right
sin
there, like what? How could you, like, what led you to believe that?
The scriptures,
like right there.
I'd have to show you in the scriptures, and I'd have to read it to you.
I guess I'm still wondering, how did these scriptures get, like, it sounds like, would you describe it like they have an authority to you? Like they're your authority, you have to go by what they say?
Yes.
How did they get that authority over you, as it were? What did those, like, writings or ideas or narratives do to convince you to let that be your authority?
I mean, that's more of a philosophical question. Just the amount of wisdom that's inside the scriptures that continue to prove themselves correct over and over and over again. Things that are counterintuitive, things that would make no sense using our own logic, right? With time, are proven to be correct. And just my own relationship with the Creator and Him showing me things within the scriptures that line up with His will. It's just, I can't really answer that, bro. But what I just want to finish my train of thought originally, though, regarding why do we live in a fallen state, right? Well, why did he include this potentiality into the fabric of space and time, right? Or why did he encode it? It's because he wanted this potentiality in place to be able to test not only us but the angels in heaven, right? To see if they will be obedient and loyal to him, and truly, like, it's all about loyalty and true love. And he could have easily just created robots, automatic programs that just are continuously obedient with no free will. But he wanted to create creation with free will, and not AI robots that just continually, because that's not a real relationship. And the creator, even though he lacks nothing, the scriptures are clear that he was lonely. He wanted a relationship, and the creation is how he fulfills that void. Not that he lacks anything, but he was lonely, and he wanted a relationship. So he created things with free will, and this potentiality in creation allows people to either deny him or accept him. Right? You have a free choice to do that. Now, this choice that we have is how he's able to filter out the souls of angels and beings and humans, right? Because right now there's a filtering that's going on. There's a sifting of sorts that's going on, and he's looking for the cream of the crop for his family. So right now, what's going on? This is a trial. This is everybody's on trial right now and being tested.
Wait, he's got a
to see if they're
family?
worthy. Well, not yet. He's building his family. But so, long story short, I'm going to end it right here. So
are you sure? I mean, do you ever question whether like this is kind of like a cult narrative belief and it's not necessarily the truth? I'm just saying, have you considered it? I'm not saying it is or isn't that. I'm just wondering because it's a lot of narrative that involves a lot of like history and ideas that it sounds like you haven't like directly experienced. So have you considered that it could actually be like just kind of like a machination of someone's kind of concepts of a creator?
Yeah, like Essie would tell me that I'm just following a Jew, right? That I'm following the Jews, and that they're, and part about being wise is having retrospective abilities and being able to reflect in front of the mirror about the beliefs that you hold dearly, right? And every couple years I do this. Everybody does this where they reflect on their ideas and their beliefs to see if they just try them out again, test them out again, or are they matching up with reality? I do that. I do reflect, and I do shift my stance depending when new evidence arises or new scriptures arise.
Yeah.
I just want to chime in because I've been listening. I had Jesus appear to me in a dream, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't look at his face. And I was raised in the Christian church. I was baptized as a child. And I left the church, and I was very atheistic and kind of like my own God or whatever, making up my own rules. But I would agree that there is like a human form. I think that's probably like the easiest way for a God to communicate with his creation is to kind of like appear in a likened image. And it would kind of also make sense to me that a creator would make his most beloved creation in his image and likeness. But I also hear what you're saying, Gio, with like using the book as like 100% doctrine when a book can be changed by man and words can be edited. I don't believe that there's like a supernatural divine protection, spell of protection over the Bible. I think that it can. I mean, if you look at the history of how the Bible got so the way it is today, from when it was written and copied person to person to when there was the councils of Nicaea to when the press was created, it's just it can be, I don't want to use the word corrupted, but that's really the best word that I have. I'm not saying that the Bible is corrupt. I'm just saying it can be corrupted. That being said, I will say that it seems that every time the devil tries to use something against man to hurt God, it ends up being used by man to get other men to see that God is real. So there's like this weird backfire effect when they do try to corrupt things. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Well, what about this concept? Like, do you feel for yourself like does there need to be a book that was, written by a man? Like, why the connection of words another man wrote having to do with one, like someone's like. Okay, I'm not putting that into words very well.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, check it out.
What is it about requiring the words of some other person that wrote them? Whether they were divinely inspired, I guess maybe it's the belief that it was God that talked to that person who then wrote it down, and then now, but why like would one feel the need that it has to be those books written by those people and those narratives that would have to be believed as being like the whole spirituality for them, or like the whole kit and caboodle for what their path is or creation, and why those scriptures have that authority?
They have that authority because those scriptures that have let me just say one quick thing about how much they're able to corrupt the Bible. The reason they weren't able to just like delete the Bible completely is because of the way that it was being passed on from person to person in a very secretive way. And then once the press came out, like the printing press, the reason why they couldn't outright change things in the Bible is because people had been buried with their Bibles, and then they were being unearthed by archaeologists, and then they were finding Bibles. So it's like it's really hard to fake. It's really hard
But
to
how
corrupt.
do you know? How do you know it's really the word of God in the first place?
Well, let me just finish my point.
All right, sorry.
Sorry, Joe. Can you ask your question one more time? I just lost my train of thought.
I could. I mean, I was curious to what your response to what Flatty said as well. But I think what was it? What I was saying.
I remember now. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so this book that was written called the Bible changed the status quo for all of Earth. The most powerful empire at the time was the Roman Empire, and it was being literally destroyed by barbarians who were coming out of the woods of Germany that worshipped Christ. A lot of people don't know that. They think that, oh, the barbarians, they came and they were just wearing like animal skins and just like tearing people's heads off. No, that's actually not true. They worshipped Christ. They carried images of him into battle, depicting him holding a sword. They actually, when they sacked Rome, they left the Christian churches untouched. And anyone that was able to get into it was still barbaric. Don't get me wrong. They were still slaughtering people like crazy. But anyone that was able to get into the Christian churches were spared. When you write a book that changes the status quo and challenges the quote unquote supreme authority of Earth as far as man is concerned, which at the time was the Roman Empire, you either get ahead of it or you co-opt it. Like, Jesus didn't come to start a religion. He didn't come down and say, I'm starting a religion. We're going to go to church. You're going to pass around the collection plate. By the way, I'm going to be crucified, so make a bunch of necklaces with, the cross on it. He didn't say any of that. That was all shit that people did after it happened. Christianity is how people reacted to the script being flipped. And I think a lot of people get it twisted where they think Christianity is a religion, and it is. There is Christianity, the religion, and then there's what Jesus came down and told people to do, which is to love your neighbor, and that he is the truth, that he is the way, and he is the life. And I would not be here right now without my walk with God. Like, I had Christ appear to me in a dream, and I couldn't see his face because I don't know why, but I couldn't see his face. But I can tell you he appeared to me in a white robe with a gold sash around his waist, super tall. He wasn't a black guy, I'll tell you that much. I didn't really, I wasn't like focused on like, the thing that I was focused on was that I had to offer something to him. So I went to my refrigerator in the dream, and I got a plate of chicken out, and I said, Jesus, would you like some chicken? And he said, no, I don't want that. I want your bread. And if you look in the Bible as to what bread represents, it represents the body and the spirit. It represents devotion. To make bread, it takes time. To grow the yeast, you have to take care of it every day and feed it. To get flour, you have to tend crops. I mean, it was, the way I interpret the dream now is just basically like, I was at a point in my life where I didn't really have a reason to like stick around. I was like trying to figure out if I had cancer and stuff. and I was just basically instructed. I received some special instruction to put the work in.
I hear you. I mean, yeah, that fits. I mean, there's like there's this practice of using breath work to access like these heightened states of consciousness. Also, you know, using things like mushrooms or ayahuasca, different medicines like that as well. But people have experiences with those, and even just with the breath work where there's no substance involved at all, where they'll connect with like certain like transcendental figures, like either Christ or Buddha, Muhammad, you know, different Shiva, you know, from the tradition, where they'll have this like experience where like Shiva comes to them and they like, there's this whole transformation. There's actually this whole like group, they call them, they're the Shaivites, and these Shaivites, like they like worship Shiva and they have like a connection with Shiva. They like experience direct connections with Shiva, in a completely different tradition and in a very different way. Like the ayahuasca, for example, is like a plant spirit that people connect with and in a sense like communicate with. Very, very different than Shiva or even like a Christ figure. These are all different things. And in a way, the ayahuasca is even kind of a separate category because it's like a plant spirit and it has its own entire kind of thing. But it's kind of different than like an archetypal experience, actually. I'm kind of weaving several ideas together there. But I guess what I'm saying is that people do have like spiritual or mystical experiences connected with a particular figure in a particular tradition, whatever that may be, in all different forms. So, like, do you think that you had an experience that is because Christ is the only way and the way kind of thing? Or do you think it could be like one of many ways that the creator brings wisdom or an experience or some kind of a resonance pattern?
Okay, I'm so happy that you asked that, because what about the people who are born on an island that have never been discovered by Western man, that have never heard the words Jesus Christ and have no idea what a Bible is? They don't even know what a book is. How do they get to heaven, right? Well, Jesus said he was the truth and the way and the light.
Did he say that though? Like a dude said he was the way and the light? Was that? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. I'll look it up.
mean,
What,
he just,
what I'm
like in human form, just telling people he's the way and the light.
Well, he's God in human form, telling people that God is the truth, the way, and the light. So, what I would say is, if you worship truth, you're worshiping God. God loves truth. God hates lies. They call Satan the father of lies in the Bible. He's like, that's one of the words. Satan doesn't actually appear that often. Like they use different words, but father of lies is definitely one of them. So I would say that if whatever you're doing is having you love your neighbor and worship the truth, I think God will read your heart and know what you're doing, you know? And that's why I think when you look at all the different religions, you'll have people who will have very profound, powerful spiritual experiences across the board. But if you look at Christianity and you look at the countries that have been a product of a Christian mindset, if you look about the legislation that changed the world, like the ending of slavery, the ending of kingdoms, the introduction to like voting and liberty and freedom of speech, all of these things come from Christianity. They didn't come from the Muslims. They didn't come from the Buddhists. They didn't, you know, and in the countries where those other religions existed, you had some of the harshest, most intolerant governments that we know about.
I feel like you're definitely coming into this with a bias.
Yeah, I am. I mean, that's why
I had an experience with what I believe was the sun. I can't prove it to you guys, but it was after a month-long streak of night terrors and sleep paralysis, and I was basically up to my wits. And I I remember subconsciously telling myself like, well, how come I keep getting like attacked, and how come I've never experienced anything benevolent or like that I remember? And then literally that day, I went to sleep. In the morning, I took a nap, and as I was waking up, I heard a vocalization that resonated through my brain, like it was telepathically, and I heard it clear. And he told me, I will come for those that fast and keep my commandments. And that's all I heard. That's all I heard.
Dude, that's super dope. I was having to like ponder on like what the heck I want your bread means for like 2 years. Like that was super straightforward. I wish mine was more like
it wasn't straightforward because I like fast. Like, what do you mean fast? I mean, like
dude.
what? Since when do we have to fast to enter the kingdom? Right? That was new to me, bro. And it still doesn't make any sense. Like I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Like, what do you mean fast?
Can I give you my insight on that? Because I fast, and I'm not fasting right now, because I've eaten. But I pretty much fast every day, and like 5 or 6 days a week. I'll fast until sundown. When you fast, you're not supposed to tell anybody that you're fasting. First of all, it's supposed to be a personal commitment between you and God. You get up in the morning, and you're like, you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm gonna fast today, Lord. I want you to use me. I want to glorify you in what I do, and I'm not gonna lose faith. I'm not gonna give into despair. And before you eat your meal that day, which will be at the end of the day, preferably after sundown, give yourself a good long fast. Maybe even wait till like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Say a prayer. It doesn't have to be anything super profound or like thought out. Just go with it. Just go with your heart. And I've seen some pretty good results. So if you go online and you just look up quotes in the Bible about fasting, there is instruction, and it's basically what I just told you. Don't tell anybody you're doing it, and use that as a source of power to have to get closer to God. So when you're praying, the connection is strong.
So yeah.
You say you fast 6 days a week?
Maybe more. Maybe sometimes 7 days a week. Yeah.
Basically every day, almost.
Yeah. I'll get up. I'll take some methylene blue and some a little bit of raw milk and some coffee, like just a little splash of raw milk in my coffee, and then a little glob of butter, and then I'll just go all day, and I won't eat. I'll have a big old like steak, or like I'll.
But
when do you get up?
Yo, hold on, real quick. Let me just.
Yeah, sure.
No, I just want to, because I don't think when I heard that, I don't think it necessarily meant like fasting from food, though that is a contributing factor. I don't think that's a salvational issue. I think when he said fasting, I had I've been meditating on this for years, right? Since I heard it. I think that it meant fasting from sin, because we all have to try our best to abstain from sin, knowing that we're still corruptible. We still sin probably on a daily basis. Most of us, but we have to try our best to abstain from sinning. That's what I think he meant.
Is it possible that they meant both?
Both, yeah.
As someone that fasts, like it is connected. When you're fasting, when you're withholding from food, and you have that patience that goes along with it, you'll notice that spiritually you withhold from sinning more as well. They are connected.
It's a life hack, dude. I think that's all God was trying to tell you, is just like, here's a little life hack,
Other than that, that was the only good thing I received from, I think, the Son, and I also I've received strong rebuke. One time, he manifested to me in my dream, and he rebuked me to my face. He told I wasn't able to see his face. It's a long story, bro, but basically, this was like the beginning of 2020 when things were getting crazy with the disease. I I started prepping. I started storing ammunition. I had like 1,000 rounds. I still have it. I started building rifles and, you know, doomsday prepping, bro, because I didn't know how bad things were gonna get, and I was living in fear. Mind you, at this time, I had already came to the knowledge of the truth. I started keeping Shabbat. I was keeping the commandments, but I was living in fear, right? And then, basically, in one of my dreams, he came to me. But the dream started out like this: like I was in a bathroom where the mirror it was dark, and I was looking in the mirror, and I see myself, and then what looked like to be a tumor started growing out of my neck, and it started swelling up. Like the tumor was literally swelling up. And then I started freaking out, like, oh no, like I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I ran outside the bathroom, and I had friends outside, like, what's going on? What's going on? I'm like, call an ambulance, call an ambulance. I think I'm gonna die. And then I ran outside, and it's dark, and I remember feeling myself about to faint, like literally about to faint. And then
Bro, it's just a goiter.
dude, I seen that everything started getting cloudy and colorful, and I fainted, bro. I passed out in the grass, and like I could feel the grass was all wet. Mind you, it's all my dream, but it was so vivid and lucid. Then somebody showed up. I seen his feet. He showed up next to me while I was on the grass, like passed out, literally about to die. Like I literally thought I was gonna die or say my last goodbyes. In my head, I'm like, God, please protect me. I hope I'm worthy to enter the kingdom. I'm sorry for my sins. I started like literally making supplications, thinking I was really about to die. And then when I see these feet show up, and I see this figure there, and this figure tells me like, stop acting like that. Like he was like, stop acting like that. Look at you. Look at you. He's like, stop acting like that. Is this how you should be acting? And then like I can't remember exactly, but it's something like that. And then I could tell it was the Messiah, bro. And then I woke up, dude, and I realized like he was mad that I was acting all frantic and all fearful and worrisome, and that's not how I should be acting. And I literally that day I stopped collecting food and ammo and all that, bro. And I live day by day. I don't care. But then again, that could just be a product of my imagination, my subconscious. You know, you could just reduce it to it was just a dream. Who knows?
Have you studied? Have either of you studied like fasting in Islam? The meaning of fasting in Islam?
No, I haven't.
I'd urge you to do it, especially like Islam is very kind of like specific about fasting, the reasons for it, the manner of how to do it, and everything. And a lot of what you said, like coincides with the teachings in Islam.
Oh, dude, Islam got a lot of things right. They just don't recognize Jesus as being God. That's all.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think? You think is that what you're saying, Platypus? Do you think Jesus is God?
I think it was God in the form of man. Yeah, I think it was like it seems absurd, right? Like God could just proverbially snap his fingers and solve any issues with his creation. Or you could say, like, if God is so perfect, how come his creation had issues in the first place? The thing is, you're dealing with beings of spirit that have free will, that were created for the purpose of love. But love means nothing. Nothing if you have no free will. If you're forced to love, love means nothing. Right? That's what it's all about. This is all about love. God wants you to love him, but he doesn't want you to love him because he forced you to love him. And so things were not going right. They built the Tower of Babel. They were worshiping children of Moloch. The Nephilim were fucking around. God had to flood everything and try to reset it. And, he was making laws about things like slavery and the fabrics that you wear and the food that you eat. Because back then, things were way different than they are now. Right? Like, we can't even imagine. They're so different that those laws would have made sense back then if you were a God-fearing person.
But now the law has changed. The way that he changed the law, it seems absurd. I get it. I totally get it. I feel like I get it very, very well because I was there for a long time. But just hear me out. This is about a connection between us and him. And since right now in a human form, we cannot walk with God. We are mortal. But in our spirit form, we absolutely will be able to. That was what we were designed to do. And so God came down in a human form to have a human experience with us and leave behind something. It was the most logical conclusion to the person that created you, you know, that knew you before you were born. So I would just say, if you are curious as to like, could that be the truth? Think about that, you know? It's a human experience and it's about love.
Flatty, do you remember what your question was a few minutes ago? I don't know if, because I wanted to hear like what these guys' thoughts were on that.
How do you know that the Bible is the true word of God? How do you know that? Or is it just belief?
Oh, it's belief.
Yeah.
It's a belief.
So then it might not be?
Well, you cannot believe something without having first doubted it. Otherwise, there's no reason to believe it. Or like there's no prerequisite for belief. The prerequisite for belief is doubt.
What if you came upon something that resonated in a way that this didn't for you? That was like more true to whatever degree you can call it true. You know, like how would you know if like would you be unable to see it because you're decided that you believe this? You know,
Look, man,
I mean, that's the one thing that belief is kind of like is one of those things. Like, you know, it's like if you don't have full commitment, then how true were you to the belief, right? And maybe you won't get the full experience if you're never truly in that, you know, state of complete commitment. But at the same time, you know, you may miss what the truth is if you possibly chosen the wrong belief, right? So it's weird. It's like it's one of those mind trips that, you know, that people go through. And it's like if the dream. I was appreciating what Lion was saying about his dream. At least he said at the end, like it could just be my imagination. He's open to that idea, right? But there's others that, you know, are very zealotry. The zealotry can be like so overwhelming that they have to say, this is what it was. God definitely talked to me in my dream, and that's what it was. And they have to like believe it so hard that like it makes them seem irrational, because you have to consider that the mind is a very complex thing that maybe, you know, isn't explainable or isn't necessarily what you interpret it as always. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you 100%. And I totally went through all of that in my own mind while trying to process what happened. The circumstances for my brain providing me the most believable thing that was going to keep me going into the next day. Yeah, there was absolutely the possibility of that. My best rebuttal to that, however, would be I wasn't ready. I wanted to keep fucking chicks and doing drugs and fucking just working just enough to continue my lifestyle as it was. I wanted to, you know, I was dealing with like a serious fucking illness that like the doctors were like, yeah, we're probably gonna have to take your leg below the knee.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like we think you have Hodgkin's lymphoma. Let's start testing you. Then COVID hits and I can't get any of my cancer appointments through because my medical status is non-emergent while we're in COVID. And I'm trying to figure out why the fuck I'm even sticking around. And I'm like, not reading the Bible. I'm pissed at God.
I'm fucking mad. Why me? Why? I'm in the prime of my life, and you're gonna fucking give me a horrible disfigurement that's probably gonna lead to me having my leg amputated. And they're telling it, and then the only way that I can find out if I have cancer has just been delayed for months. It ended up being 6 months that I waited until I got a fucking appointment in during COVID. Like, I didn't want that message. I wasn't ready for it. That's why it took me years to even figure out what the fuck it meant. And I'm still struggling with it, you know? I'm like, "Oh, I think the fucking creator of the universe visited me in a dream and I'm still fucking around." Like, "Oh yeah." Like, I'm not perfect. I fuck up every day. Dude, it's hard to swallow, you know? But if you're going to go down the route and say like, "Oh yeah, your brain just created that for you so that, like, you know, homeostasis could be maintained." Well, it obviously wasn't very good, because it's like I'm still
I'm not
struggling
trying to
with
say.
it.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't. I'm not judging or
Dude, I'm
trying to
sorry.
say.
Yeah, if I sounded
Yeah.
like sharp-tongued towards you, that was actually towards me, towards
No, I hear you.
myself, because
Right.
I'm struggling, you know, with the human experience, dude. I
Well,
don't want to
yeah.
believe that I deserve God's love because I've done all these bad things. I'm
Well,
just gonna be forgiven for all the things that I've done, just like that, just because all I have to do is believe that you love me and I am forgiven. What? That's like, you don't get anything out of that except for my love, you know? And that's where it makes sense to me. That's where I break down, and I'm no longer an atheist, and I have to say, you guys, he loves us a lot.
yeah, that's great. I mean, I think that anything that works for anybody is a good thing. I don't know. I guess there's this whole like with AA. I know that people go through AA. They have these 12 steps that they take, you know, and it's kind of related that they say the chanting at the end of it where they're God grant me the serenity and all that. But the way that the AA works is that that you have to keep going back, or you're going to be like falling back into your old ways and all this kind of thing, and it becomes kind of like cultish like type thing, I guess. And so what I my biggest criticism of that whole thing, which is actually a whole nother psyop, I think, in a way, but and it helps people. That's a good thing, but it makes it so that the first thing they have to do is give up all self-will. Like there's no, like they just say they cannot do it on their own, right? They need, like, they have to give up completely ever thinking that they are able to do anything for themselves, right? And then that's like they have to just like relinquish that, and maybe that's where the point a lot of people get to, right? Where they feel like there's nothing inside of them that's going to ever help them. It has to come from the outer God or the outer group or whatever it is that they, are dependent on. And then it becomes just like a codependency. And I think that the one drawback from that is if anyone goes into that program that might have some self-will and might actually be strong enough to do it on their own, they'll never find that out, because they're then just completely dependent on this group that is going to save them, or the God that's going to save them, and then they can't go back on that, because and it's like, I don't know, it's disempowering but empowering at the same time, and it's a strange thing. It's a mind fuck in a lot of ways for a lot of people.
And are you coming from that as from a neutral perspective? That idea, what you just said, are you coming at that from a totally neutral perspective?
Neutral? What do you mean neutral?
Like where there's no, like, in between will and God.
There should be. That's what I'm saying. I think that there's a balance that it should be, right? I mean, I don't think that there's. Well, I mean, my philosophy is, that there. If I had to guess at what God is, I would guess that God is the essence of everything, that connects everything, and I think maybe part of what the powers that be would like us to think is that God is completely separate from us, right? And it's not to say like percentage.
And I agree completely.
Yeah.
I think if anything in this is paganistic, but God must be a reflection. Because I used to be an atheist. and now I'm not, and God must be a reflection, much like the ideas of the stars. If you're a flat earther, but I think that there has to be some kind of symbiosis, some kind of balance, some kind of level mirroring, a template for one and the all. And
Yeah, but it's sacrilege for a lot of people to hear that. And like earlier when that was mentioned, like or Gio was asking, are we all one? And then the discussion kind of went to, maybe God is within everything, and even the Bible will say that. But I think that gets kind of misinterpreted as people saying that they are God. It's not necessarily equating yourself to
no,
God, but
that's
if God's at the essence of everything that exists, then that makes more sense
I
rather
hear
than
what
an
you're
outside
saying.
being.
Yeah,
For me, at least.
I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, but
No,
I'm
no, I
not
know.
afraid of
I'm not saying
offending
you are.
anybody by
Not at all.
doing that. This is just an idea. How can you be sacrilegious by going against the word of man? I mean, like that's a weird idea.
No, it wasn't
And
about
so
going. It was about saying that God is within all things. Like God might not be separate from us. God might just be all, like everything that is. Like
I did
everything
hear that. I
together,
did hear that.
accumulated. The bad, the good, all of it is God. And the idea that God has to be perfect is kind of strange. Like the whole idea that I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense that there would be like like there would have to be a perfectness, and that you have to start ruling things out, because then God can't be associated with something that's not perfect, because that's a subjective opinion anyway about what perfect is and all that.
It's
It's
subjective
yeah,
onto an individual level.
yeah,
I mean, that dude said that he almost lost his leg just now.
yeah.
And
Platypus.
yeah, and I have a really good life, but I struggle. We struggle. So it is subjective. It is individual. So where's God at? Like, are we creating the mythos of this? And we're talking about the Abrahamic pantheon here. We're not talking about the old pantheons, which I would like much rather subscribe to, where you could just go to a temple on like the god of war or the god of love or something like that and pray there. But we don't have that anymore. We just have the Abrahamic religion, which is one God, and that's what we have to subscribe to, and that's what the Bibles are all about, and that's where the Christ figure comes from, and that's what we talk about now with the flat Earth or whatever. Let's stop saying that. Let's say just like the Earth cosmology. We're not talking about the ancients when we talk about this stuff. We're only talking about these modern, like basically, forgive me, terroristic religions of the Abrahamic, the Holy Trinity, if you want, where we persecute one another for not believing in the one true God, and there's three, and if we could go back to paganistic times, we still did the same thing, but there was like 1,000 other gods. And so where are we at? Dude almost had his leg removed, and he is searching for God. I have a nice, happy life, and I'm still searching for a God. We're all still here talking on a platform, talking about the shape of the earth and religion and spirituality and faith. Where is he? Is it a he? Is it a pantheon? Is it a high council? Or is it us? Is it down here? Is it up there? Or is it below?
Well, it all that all depends on your interpretation. If you think Scripture is actually the Word of God and all that to begin with, but also I would say at least even atheists or even people that have no idea about the Bible or anything, that we could all maybe
I used
agree
to
on
be
the
an
essence.
atheist. I'm not an atheist
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, everything might be at the essence at least a little bit of God, right? Like that makes sense. I think to most
But what?
people, that
But
regardless, to say
if
everything is
something's a little bit of God, what is that little bit of God?
well, as a whole, that would be all of God, right? So we're all one little piece of God. That makes sense.
I disagree with that.
At the very least. At the very least.
Well, no, I agree with the idea that you could have like the essence of God, and like kind of like the God's blueprint is in all of His creation. He designed all of us
Yeah.
and everything like that. So like
That
there's an
essence
essence
of
of Him.
intelligence.
But that doesn't mean that if you add all of the creation together, that's the totality of God, right?
Not necessarily, but it could be that.
I don't think so, because that means like every time you're basically like how can I say this? You're basically treating him as like this thing that gets spent. Like every time he puts his essence in something, it takes away from himself. Right?
I like
he
that
can't create.
concept. That's cool.
Like energy is neither created nor destroyed, so it has to be transferred. But that's not. God is energy. He creates. So I wouldn't automatically say that he's being consumed whenever he creates something. That is
No, so like just as a
Which is
thought
what it sounds like
project,
you were
apply
saying.
that to the Big Bang. Because there needs to be a creation, right? No matter what model you believe in. Apply what you just said to the Big Bang as a thought project.
What are you
If you expend a little to I'm hearing an echo on myself. I'm sorry if that's happening to you.
Yeah. You're getting an echo percentage. I don't know if you got.
My bad.
All right, I'm muting myself.
Yeah, we carry on.
You want me to carry on?
Yeah.
Oh, I was the guy interrupting you. So if God expends a little bit of himself to create, apply that to the philosophy of,
No, I
or
was
the
saying-
theory of the Big Bang, and how does that track? Because it can't. Because you have to have a venue in order for that Big Bang to have happened. So something had to have already existed in order for our universe to explode and expand and develop. And so there's an expenditure of energy,
Okay.
and the energy apparently never died in that heliocentric model. But in the God model, time is not a thing that you can test or manipulate, but
One second,
we can
one second.
record
So this
growth
doesn't turn
and
into like a
decay.
monologue thing. You said
Okay,
if
I'll
God
shut
is
up.
consumed. I said I don't think he's consumed. It doesn't make sense to me to say he's consumed, right? Because he is the essence of life, the creation. He's everything. So I'd say that this thing that existed eternally gets like spent like some human kind of like resource. It doesn't make sense to me, right?
Yeah, but everything lives on after like, I mean, our energy doesn't get created or destroyed. Whatever our energy or our essence is, it continues on some form or another, indefinitely.
True, I wouldn't call it energy, but that's neither here nor there. But that doesn't mean that. So you're saying that basically God is everything. This pantheistic approach to it.
Well, I'm saying that, but that
That's a
makes
step
sense. At least that. I don't know if there's something beyond that, but at least that.
No,
I can't know for sure if there's something more, but it does seem like everything's connected. That's all.
I hear you, but I don't think it's right to say at least that, because I was agreeing with you before when it was at least there's the design of God, the essence of God within all of us, but you don't have to go to the step where God is spent in that regard, that like that all of everything in totality equals God. It's possible that God is his unique being, and then he just like put his essence without consuming from himself, because he is he creates, right? He just created us without taking away from himself, and so like the totality of us does not equal God. I would say at least we can agree that there's that amount of design, that minimal amount of design, that need not necessarily assume that God is the totality of his creation. I think you're taking another step further when you're saying that, pantheistically, that everything that exists is God in totality.
Well, the creation keeps recreating itself.
Okay.
Right. So, and that's eternal, maybe. Right. That's indefinitely going to happen. So, and be that's how it always has been. Maybe there was no beginning. Maybe there's no end. Right.
No, there had to be a.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying maybe. I'm not saying I think
like
that.
that theory just
That
because
just makes sense.
it's cyclical and everything else is cyclical. I'll shut up.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. There has to be 0 plus 0 plus 0 can never equal 1. You have to have
Everyone
at some
wants
point
a beginning.
trigger, a starting point. There has to be this initial, the
Percentage.
prime mover. It has to
Percentage. So if there was nothing before, then God was nothing. But what was God? Where did that God exist to create all this? And then God created man in the image of himself. That means he was man-shaped. So there's this man-shaped essence floating in nothingness, but there can be no nothingness. So what was there first, and who made him? It's like that regress.
That was my point with the Big Bang Theory, is there had to have been a venue in order for that to have happened. So something had to have existed.
The Big Bang
or the
Big Bang and the word of Big Bang and the word of God are the same thing. It's
Can I just
exactly the
respond
same
to what you said
concept.
real quick?
Yeah,
You
go.
made some unnecessary assumptions, about God being in human form and whatever else. It's possible, that God existed and creation didn't exist. And when I say 0 plus 0 plus 0, I'm talking about the creation, right? You can't have creation coming from nothing. It just doesn't make sense, especially considering that which is created observes the laws of causality, that it's created and then its creation, its existence ends. It comes into existence and ends. And sure, the energy might be recycled or transferred or whatever, the homie was saying, but New Perspective saying, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was eternal. So there has to be this initial thing. And in terms of the environment of this initial thing, it doesn't make sense to append a created place or direction or something to this thing, because it created all of the volume that you see. It created the spaces that you see. So to assume that it requires it doesn't make sense, because it obviously existed in a manner before it created those directions or places or environments or whatever you're saying are required. I don't know if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense.
You're right. The concept of nothing is ridiculous. You can't have something from nothing. And that was my whole argument, and what you said was accurate. I'll shut up.
You don't have to end everything you say with "I'll shut up." But
I'm
on
going
the
to
topic of
bed,
the Big
dude.
Bang,
It's late as fuck, and I've been drinking. So I somebody told me that I was
Yeah,
monologuing.
I've got to hang up.
Somebody told me I was monologuing, so that tells me that I need.
yeah, that was me.
get off the phone.
I told it to you when you were, but when you're short and concise with it, it's appreciated, and you have been. So, but you mentioned Big Bang. Big Bang, first of all, is a theory, okay? So I wouldn't state it like some sort of fact or anything like that. And then, as a theory, it's a weak one, because the Big Bang requires that a singularity happened, and a singularity requires a zero-dimensional point, which is a mathematical point. It doesn't exist in reality. In reality, there's nothing short of 3 dimensions. There's nothing that's even 2-dimensional in reality. But the Big Bang requires a singularity that has a zero-dimensional point, which has infinite density, which means it has infinite mass and infinitesimally small volume. All this nonsense that can never and will never be proven. So I wouldn't kind of
But
I
isn't
wouldn't
that
bring
the
that up
same place as?
Go ahead.
Isn't that where God exists then, before the creation? Is in a singularity of nothing.
Who said that?
well, it seems the same thing to me. You're saying
that was exactly my point.
yeah, there's no difference
because
to the
God would have
A
concept.
creator God and the Big Bang. And like, I am no fan of the Big Bang, never have been since I was a little kid. I was like, that's bullshit. And also, boats don't hang off the bottom of a planet. That's all I was saying in the argument of a creator God. But it's the same thing. We all need a creator God, but there needs to be a venue. We all need a starting point, but the venue, what is the venue? What is space? What are we in? There needs to be something to fill from that starting point, from that 0 point of energy. What are we in for that to
Why
have
can't you just
been
have
filled?
nothingness? Why can't something be
There's
created in nothingness?
okay, define for me the concept of nothingness.
Void of anything.
What is
something that's void? There's nothing. I mean, it's nothing.
You cannot scientifically prove nothingness. There's
Of course
no
you
such
can't.
thing as no. Okay, so if you go and say, I'm going to go dig for gold bars in the desert, and you dig for days, and you say nothing, we didn't get anything. No, you got a bunch of dirt, shovels, lots of sweat.
Yeah.
Like, there's still something.
Of course.
That's
not what I'm saying.
no, the concept of nothing doesn't exist. Like, you can't
Of course
have
it does.
nothing.
That's what a concept
No, okay.
is. It's an idea. So the idea of something that's void of everything exists. That's why we
Give
have
me
the word.
your idea of nothing before any creation, any of us, anything, any Big Bang, any God. Give me your idea of what nothing could be.
It's not rocket science. It's literally nothing. Void of anything. Not void of gold, and so there's dirt or whatever.
No, but you have to have
void of anything.
This has to be in a venue.
No,
because you're talking about gold and dirt, so it has to be
that you were
within
talking
a
about it. And I'm
platform.
saying it was a false analogy, because with that you're being very specific as to what you're searching for. You're searching for gold, and when you say nothing is contextual, nothing as in no gold, but there was other stuff. I'm saying nothing in essence. True nothing is void of everything, gold, dirt, or whatever. So that's why it's a false analogy.
That doesn't track for me, dude.
I don't know what to tell you. It's a fairly simple concept.
No,
Privation,
there has
where
to
nothing
be
exists. That's nothingness. It's not hard.
Nothingness can't exist.
Yes, it can.
Where?
It doesn't need a place, bro. That's a
what I'm
malformed
talking about.
question. If it's nothing, there's no place. And it exists as a concept. In actuality, it doesn't. It can't exist now because
as a
everything is
concept,
volume,
as an
right?
idea, sure, yeah, but
What's
we're
that?
in physical reality, so you
In
can't
physical
have
reality,
nothing.
we can't reproduce nothingness. Of course we can't, because nothingness requires like a perfect vacuum and no matter and nothing and everything like
Are
that.
you
Go
a
ahead.
true earther or a glober?
I'm a true earther, of course.
Okay, so
what?
Creation had to have happened if we were in, say, the model that we currently have, whatever, with a dome or whatever.
Creation had to have happened regardless.
Yeah. No, that's my whole argument. Maybe I totally misrepresented what I was trying to say. Creation had to have happened, no matter if you're biblical or a modern true earther or Big Bang theorist. You have to have a venue for it. You know what I mean by a venue? Maybe that's the wrong word. That means an atmosphere, like an influence, some place to put it.
No, you're
Okay?
wrong about that. You're taking.
How am I wrong about that?
I'll tell you. You're putting the cart before the horse. Creation creates the venue. You don't require a venue for creation. Okay, because there's nothing before. So when you create atmosphere and matter and water and everything, that creates the venue. Because the venue is just volume. It's just the imperfect vacuum.
I
of
totally
air, of
understand what you're
water,
saying.
whatever
I
medium.
totally
Where does
understand what you're saying.
where does
I'm
the
not
creator
arguing with
reside?
you. But the creator has to have some space in order to
No, he
exist
doesn't,
before he
because
creates.
he created the volume and stuff like that. So obviously he
Who created
existed
the
in a
creator
manner.
then, dude?
Listen,
Like
no,
he's just like
that's
he's
flawed.
How is it
The
flawed?
creator's eternal, right? So the reason he's the
Putting the
creator
horse
is
before the
because
cart.
no one created him. He is the self-causing cause, if you will. But to say he requires like a venue or something that he created doesn't make sense, because he obviously existed before creating that stuff, right? So he had to exist in a matter where he didn't need that stuff. So to say that he required it is flawed. You get me?
No, I get exactly what you're saying. And I hear you. I just feel like on a physical, scientific, and spiritual level, I disagree with you. There needs to have been a space for that to have happened before the creator God that we're talking about.
Even if it's a
Is
metaphysical
is that
ether zone,
consciousness? Is that
yeah,
consciousness?
dimension, but it's a place, a dimension, a zone, an ether, an essence. It's all a
No, I
place.
totally believe in ether. Like, yeah, continue.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
so
I disagree.
God is everything before there's nothing. So then there's something. So I agree there could be, like, it can start from nothingness, but beyond the nothingness is a realm of something that is God, or where God exists in order to create something.
Yeah, but we can't say anything about God's existence, because all we know is that which we know, which is like, physical matter and volume and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
And obviously
exactly,
all that
but
is created, all that is created. So God had to exist in a manner that's inexplicable to us, and doesn't require those things. It doesn't require volume, doesn't require place, direction, space, whatever crap you want to say. It's all created stuff that God created, so he had to exist somehow before that creation.
But it would be an
God could
assumption
not.
too to say that like this is the only universe that God made. He could have side universes, side pieces. He,
No,
like
it doesn't matter. We're talking about the very first creation. So
yeah, we're
whether
talking
it's
about the first thing. But
yeah.
Well, how
all
do
of
we
your
know?
arguments are I agree with all of your arguments and all of your logic, but I will not agree with nothingness, because no one can prove that. You can prove with the begin. You can prove a beginning. You can prove the proliferation of life, but nothingness. So where are we? Like, where are we at?
When I say nothingness, I mean in terms of creation. God obviously existed, right? Because he had to create within the nothingness, right? But
No,
and
not
how God
obviously.
existed,
Not
whether it
for
was
me.
like
I'm sorry.
this energy or
not trying
whatever,
to be
who
a dick, but
knows?
I'm not religious, or like I have a faith-based like religion or anything like that, and I'm not trying to be a dick. But God didn't obviously create. Something created, and we're
I
here.
think I think percentage agrees with us, dude. We're calling where God is somewhere, but percentage means the creation is somewhere. So somewhere before the creation, we're calling somewhere where percentage saying it's not somewhere because it's not
Somewhere
creation.
far beyond.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah, I
say
get.
I'm
Yeah,
disagreeing with you guys saying that God had to exist somewhere. I'm saying we don't know God existence and to say that he had to exist somewhere means that you make him reliant on a place that God had to have created, which doesn't make sense. God
A
is
point.
not
Yeah.
contingent on anything.
But
Right.
man,
We're focusing on a point that we don't have.
well, we're talking about an actor who made everything that cannot be found. Like, but we could find a roast beef sandwich, but not God.
What are you
Right?
talking about?
I just mean we don't know physical remnants of the to even check that this thing happened, that there is a God, that he made all this stuff.
All creation is physical remnants and signs of God.
So everything is the roast beef sandwich evidence of the guy. Okay.
Every single thing created is evidence of creator. Absolutely.
But how is that like evidence of a being that did such things?
Well, you think that a non-being, like this inanimate object, created everything from nothing? That doesn't make sense.
Well, we
It's okay if it
all,
doesn't make sense.
if we, there
No,
might
it's
be
not.
some religious
It's okay
people here,
because
but
yours doesn't make sense either.
hold
But
on,
none of this will make.
let's go
I'm
back.
sorry. I'll let you interrupt me. You haven't had much time to
I'm
talk. I'll
sorry.
let you. No, it's fine.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's a new.
I'm
It's
just
a new.
talking.
No, you go on. I'm sure it's good.
Okay, let's go back pre-2014, where we're all like truthers, but like flat Earth was stupid, and we like probably thought the Big Bang was stupid, and we all knew the moon landings were false. We probably thought that the Big Bang Theory was an absolute piece of shit that was just foisted on us because they didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
No,
But
it
it
still
still
is.
relied on something that created all of us. All of us. And for billions and billions and billions of years, all of these things were spinning and we crawled out of the muck. But then we have the young earthers, where the Earth is like 4,000 years old or something like that, and like those are flat earthers or something like that. And so we all have to have an origin story. And I think that's what that dude was talking about, is like you have to have a singularity. No, at one point in the conversation, you have to have a singularity in the conversation. And where is the singularity in the God complex? It's the God particle.
What? When you guys say singularity, it's a confounding term.
Well, that's
singularity
what
has
the
a
Big Bang
specific
is.
definition
It's
in
a
physics,
singularity.
right?
Well, singularity could be God.
No,
That's
because
what
the
I'm talking
singularity literally cannot exist.
I think
That's what I'm talking about.
If I can just, I just think that the scriptures and everything is just ancient man's kind of cope with or understanding of what God they think God could be, and they think, oh, we're the most intelligent creatures on earth. God must be kind of like us, a guy. And I'm not trying to say.
I feel like you're kind of like coming in with this bias towards the Abrahamic religions and like, you know, God made man in his image and stuff like that, when we're not talking about that whatsoever. We're just talking about the concept of having a prime mover.
Yeah, but I think
like
it's the
the
same.
requirement of it.
They're the same thing. Big Bang, whatever the singularity that created the Big Bang, and then this unknown presence that's God. There's no difference. But the only difference is, I think it's more of an eternal cycle that's always existed. And then that cuts out the nothingness.
You're right in so much that, like, you know, in terms of the Big Bang Theory, they require this initial energy, which they say they don't know where it came from, and you could just basically call that initial energy God. But to say that they're the same thing is completely, you know, in left field, because the Big Bang Theory is nonsensical. It literally can't make sense that you have a singularity of, like, that's zero dimensional, of a three-dimensional space, like volume and matter, you know, because again, the singularity is zero dimensional, and yet it has infinite mass, which is matter, which is three-dimensional, and infinitely small volume, which again is three-dimensional.
Yeah,
How can a
I agree.
zero-dimensional point have three-dimensional contents? It doesn't make sense.
But can't that be the microsecond after the word of God?
No, man, it just doesn't make sense. Like,
creation starts, but God doesn't make sense either. That there's some unknown.
It makes perfect sense. This being existed and then created everything else.
It doesn't. But what created the God? What was it before? It's an infinite regress fallacy.
That doesn't make sense. Why would something need to make the thing that makes
it's special
everything?
pleading. To Steelman,
That's what I mean,
special pleading. We're pleading that God was this, like, you know, this eternal thing that didn't obey the law of causality, and that because he wasn't natural. The law of causality is a natural law, just like all the other physical laws of the universe, right? And since God created them, he transcends them. He's not in obedience to them, which is special pleading. I'll give you that. But it's not. It's actually what defeats infinite regress. And that being said, with that one fallacy, it's still the most logical, absolutely the most logical, you know, idea of existence.
But it's
like
still unknown
what
God is, isn't it? It's still unknown what God is.
Yeah,
like
we don't know exactly like how God,
yeah,
you know,
Oh yeah,
like
I
looks
agree
or
with you
anything like
there.
that.
Yeah,
But the idea is that he is this supernatural, entity that created everything that's natural,
I
and
think
it
where I
makes
get hung
sense
up is calling him he,
just
like
for
because
simplicity's sake,
just could, yeah, but yeah, I suppose, but it just I've got real problems with the scriptures. Like no one can tell me why um why they think that it's the true word of God. Like why? And it just comes down to their belief, which is not any kind of substantial answer.
Yeah, I guess that would depend on
Fair,
the person.
it's fairy tales written by
Well,
ancient man.
like, yeah, like, so is God supposed to? Does he create a little at a time? Does he just create everything at once? Does he start with one atom? He's like, this works, so I'll make a second one, and then it'll make a lot more, right? And he just gets to work. And but how does he keep track of everything? You know,
He's
how
God,
does
man. So
how does
it's
one point like have access to and possibly knowledge of omnipotently of every it's a lot, and then
oh, why are you
even
saying
the
God's one
atoms.
point?
How does everything in existence like it I guess be able to be controlled by that one thing, or you know,
Yeah, well, that's why God is just like a shortened form for this entity that has
because the more you say
these
God's
attributes, the
everywhere,
attributes of omnipotency,
but
omnisciency, and stuff like that. So
right,
it's
the more
relatively
that
easy for
these
someone that has all the knowledge of the universe, that all that exists, to keep track of stuff that he created.
I just mean like conceptually, like it's like I have trouble believing in. Well, like you should be saying that God's everything and everywhere. I think that suits your ideas, but like the
No, I
concept
disagree
of
with that.
like a God that's like a dude, like one, like a being, like we might be, but he's like one of one, and he emanates himself from nothing and makes everything.
I wouldn't say he made himself from nothing.
How is it one
because
point though? Like he
because
can't be
hold up,
one. Okay,
let me just say this, because
go ahead.
time is a conception that man created based off of movement, right? Without movement, there's no time.
Only
So
the
I
movement of
wouldn't
the
say that
sun.
God
It
created, like, emanated
that's
from
the
nothing.
sky clock.
You were did you want to say something?
I'm sorry.
No worries. So yeah, I wouldn't say that God emanated himself from nothing, because that like denotes movement of matter. That's how we have time. Movement is change of position. It requires matter that's changing position, right? Like you have, if you had one drop of water, just like one particle in nothingness that wasn't moving, you'd have no concept of time, because time requires change position. Change position requires this thing relative to a reference point to be moving. So God emanating from nothing would presuppose that he's made of matter that's moving, that this matter is coming into existence. This doesn't make sense because God created matter, right?
Well,
So
he has to.
you can't say that
if he
he
if he,
came, he like made himself from nothing. I would say you only have to say outside of time that God existed, and therefore he's eternal.
But he's got to be of the stuff to create more of the stuff, right? To call him a
I
creator.
disagree.
Okay, so he can be like a holographic super being and just be like,
No,
and
do
I
you
have
have
this
to be made
idea
out
of
of wood to
matter.
create a wood sculpture?
I think you have to find some way to interact, right? There's got to be a bridge. Like, I don't know. Does energy just transmute into matter? Does like a thought become like something material? I don't know. I guess you can wrestle with these ideas, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
we need entropy in order for a godhead.
do you?
And we need
I mean, we need
entropy
entropy to
for
model
the
what reality is.
singularity exploding into a big bang. So you need friction. So you need two.
What?
One thing rubbing up against another. You need entropy.
One thing is the reality that we exist in now, and we're trying to say that some other thing that doesn't obey those rules, like, created all of this. That's
Yeah,
is
because
that
he
the idea
created the
of
rules.
a creator is like That's the pinball wizard that makes everything happen here, right? But there has to be that, like, it's unanswerable, and it's like, yeah, that part of it is an X factor that really doesn't have an answer to what that is. So I don't know, man. I think it's a little we get lost in between trying to just rationalize what reality is now to get back to an idea where it came from something that was one. We could try to get back there, but I don't know. It's like we're gonna create such a confusing mess trying to like explain half of what we don't really fucking understand to then
Do you
say
know
like,
that dudes for thousands and thousands of years have been having the same conversation? No
that's
one
true.
fucking knows, dude.
Probably somebody said that before. It's okay. I wasn't trying to get to the ultimate answer. I guess the ultimate answer doesn't really make me that
No,
interested.
I wasn't calling you out. I'm just saying, like, dudes have been, like, women and men and children have been having this exact same conversation
Mm-hmm.
for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, I don't know about women and children, but yeah.
No, dude,
Yeah, well,
they do. Like, the children's songs, like, people, like, look over their shoulder and like, what the hell are our kids singing? And they're Ring Around the Rosie during the 1918 Spanish flu, and like, what the hell is that song?
but
You
it's
know,
like we
and
Ring Around the
then
Rosie, the bubonic plague.
but I'm just saying, if you put it all in one concept, like
maybe
wonder,
I thought it was 1918, but Spanish flu, but could be right.
No, it's the Black Death. You get ashes, ashes. We all fall down.
No, I know the rhyme, but you might be right. I'm sorry if I'm not.
No, my point is ashes. You know that it's because your body turns black and stuff like that.
That's what they said.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Anyway, I'm going to sleep, and sorry for interrupting all of you.
No, you're
And
good.
it was a good conversation.
yeah, cool, man.
Good night.
There's just no expansion of the God concept is just like, yes or no, right? But there's no, like, God can never have partners in this whole thing. Like, it's got to be one guy that creates material, physical, like colors, shapes, bugs, one mind that makes all this stuff. That's a lot. That's a lot to wrap my mind around.
Yeah.
And that's the only way that we can explain this.
The way that makes most sense.
No, there's a
Don't
way
say
that
no.
makes like less sense, but that makes more sense too. I mean, but none of them are reality. They're just mythologies or creation
You don't know
ideas.
that.
They would be for me. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure that there's probably versions of many different religions that we don't even know that we're told like that they were this one way, but there could have been other versions of them we never have any knowledge of. And they might have been right on. They might not. They just maybe they didn't have great swords. And maybe they just all died. That's possible too, right? Like people could reach the complete truth and then like get taken over by some other people. Like, you guys get the fuck over here, pick the fruits, right? That could happen. I don't know, man. It's
Well,
stuff. Good.
isn't like would you say that what has created this entire realm is also maintaining it actively at every moment? Meaning, is it
Right.
possible to create something and then just be like, just kind of not be integral to keeping it created, as it were. Like if you created like rocks and water and stones and air and humans and separate waters from waters, if you're already doing all that, you're throwing down, you're doing all that, all the biology of the human body, all of that, would it then be implied that whatever consciousness or being or entity that was able to manifest that has to keep it going as well, like on the daily?
That doesn't occur. Yep.
So it's like not that it created, like the idea that it created something and now it's just chilling back, but that it is being created in every moment, like live. And I mean, I think everything exists eternally. So I don't think it's like, well, yeah, I do think everything exists eternally, even outside of all of time. But even with that, when we're in time and in this, does that in your mind, does that creative force have to be literally manifesting it, live and on the spot? And therefore is really much more right here than the concept of being totally separate from it.
Yeah, right. I
like we're all looking on the inside of the creator's mind, God's mind, whatever term you'd want to use, like almost in that perspective. Like we're all like peering out through one facet of it.
But these are things that I actually think. So yeah, it's just tough to like contrast that with like a finite. This is God, and He did this a while back, and then we're just the repercussions of that sort of. Or is it always creating? And it's always the creative force. And it's always been working to get to this point. And it's, I don't know. That's a totally different sort of concept than like a singular conscious being with a purpose to like at a plan. You know what I mean? So yeah. There's a lot of manifestation to create all of this.
Well, think about being able to sustain all of this at once, too. Like every human being's body, our blood, our organs, the chemicals, the foods, the proteins, all, every insect and all the complexity of nature on all fronts, the water, the lands, the heavens, the stars, the sun, the moon, all of this intricacy, being able to just like, that would all have to be, in this perspective, like manifested within some capacity, like, and have to be actively manifested simultaneously all at once, happening throughout eons of time and all of the particularities throughout every moment of those times. And then if all that exists eternally, then it's all existing simultaneously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what that says to me is that God's got to be like a wavefront in form. You know what I mean? He has whatever idea of it would have to be coexisting sort of in many places at once.
Yeah,
like with equal
simultaneously with exactly with equal capacity on all these different layers.
Yeah.
It makes me think of Alfred North Whitehead, the philosopher. He talked about this concept of concrescence. And this idea where, I mean, it's actually a multi-level concept with, but it's like, it's sort of like you could almost say the wave function collapsing, maybe if you want to link it to that, but it's like, in a sense, it's that out of the totality of all being, there's a concrescence, like a peak of one particular modality. So like, let's say in my life, like I'm experiencing the concrescence of this moment in my experience, as it were. Like each moment is the next